I pictured Yusef Haddad saying to himself, "Let me see now. Oxygen is scratched, poison gas is not. Or was it the other way around?" Jim said to me, "Something funny, Mr. Corey?" I explained my silly thought, but only Nash laughed. Jim referred to some notes, then said, "Regarding the gas, we have a preliminary report on that. I'm not an expert, but they tell me that there are 4 major types of toxic gas: choking, blister, blood, and nerve. The gas used on Flight 175 was undoubtedly a blood agent, probably an advanced or modified cyanide chloride compound. This type of gas is very volatile and dissipates quickly in the ambient air. According to our chemical experts, the passengers may have noticed something that smelled like bitter almonds or even peach pits, but unless they were familiar with cyanide, they would not be alarmed." Jim looked at us and saw he had everyone's attention for a change. I've had the same experience in my class at John Jay. As soon as the students start to drift, I come up with something that has to do with murder or sex. Gets everyone's attention. Jim was into the gas and continued, "Here's what we think happened. Assad Khalil asked to use the lavatory. He was, of course, accompanied by Phil Hundry or Peter Gorman. Whoever accompanied him checked out the lavatory as they would do each time Khalil asked to use it. They wanted to be sure that no one was trying to pull a Michael Corleone. He looked at us and said, unnecessarily, where someone slips a gun into the restroom. So Phil or Peter checked the trash, and perhaps they also checked behind the maintenance panel under the sink. In that space, someone could hide something. In fact, someone did. But what was hidden looked innocuous and would not seem to Phil or Peter as something that shouldn't be there. What was there was a small oxygen bottle and mask of the type that is in each galley on every aircraft in the world. This is therapeutic oxygen for passengers in distress, but it's never put under the sink in a lav. Yet, if you didn't know airline procedures, you wouldn't be aware of that, so even if Phil or Peter saw the oxygen bottle, they wouldn't have thought anything of it." Again, Jim paused for effect and continued his narrative. He informed us, "Someone, most probably a cleaning person or maintenance person at de Gaulle, put that oxygen canister under the sink in the dome lav before takeoff. When Phil or Peter let Khalil into the lav, they left him cuffed and told him not to lock the door. Standard procedure. When Khalil was in the lav, this was the signal for Haddad to release the gas in his second canister. At some point, people began to show signs of distress, but by the time anyone realized they were in trouble, it was too late. The autopilot is always engaged during the flight, so the aircraft flew on." Jim concluded, "Khalil, who was breathing the oxygen from the airline canister under the sink, came out of the lav after he was certain everyone was unconscious or dead. At this point, Khalil and Haddad had over 2 hours to tidy things up, including uncuffing Khalil, putting the federal escort back in his seat, putting Haddad's medical oxygen in the coat closet, and so forth. Khalil knew that he needed a few critical minutes on the ground to effect his escape by donning transcontinental luggage handlers' jumpsuits and mingling with the people who boarded the aircraft in the security area. That's why he wanted everything to appear as normal as possible for the emergency service personnel who would board the aircraft at the end of the runway. Khalil needed to be sure that the aircraft did not look like a crime scene and that the aircraft was towed to the security enclosure where personnel other than emergency service would be allowed to board." Jim finished, then Jane took over again, then Jim, then Jane, and so on. It was pushing 4 o'clock, and I needed a break. We were doing Q&A now, and Kate asked, "How did Khalil and Haddad know that the 747 was pre-programmed to land at JFK?" Jim answered, "Transcontinental has a company policy requiring pilots to program the computer for the entire flight before takeoff, and that includes landing information. This is no secret. This has been reported in detail in any number of aviation magazines. Plus, there's the security breach at Transcontinental at de Gaulle." He added, "One thing that no one trusts a computer to do is engage the reverse thrusters, because if the computer screws up and engages the reverse thrusters during flight, the engines or some other major parts of the airplane will rip off. Reverse thrusters have to be engaged manually after landing with as little automatic interface as possible. It's a safety feature, and it's maybe the only thing a human pilot still has to do, except say, "Welcome to New York," or whatever, and taxi to the gate. He added, jocularly, "I guess the computers could do that too." In any case, when that 747 landed at JFK without reverse thrusters, it was an indication that there was a problem. Koenig said, "I didn't think runways were assigned until the flight was close to the airport." Jim replied, "Correct, but the pilots generally know what runways are being used. The pre-programming is not meant to take the place of a pilot landing by hand and by radio instructions. It's just a procedural backup. The pilot I talked to tells me that it makes their onboard computer calculations more accurate en route." He added, "And as it turned out, runway 4 right, the pre-programmed runway, was still being used yesterday at Flight 175's arrival time." Amazing, I thought. Absolutely amazing. I need a computer like that for my car so I can sleep behind the wheel. Jim continued, "I'll tell you what else the perpetrators knew about. They knew the emergency service procedure at JFK. It's pretty much the same at all American airports. The procedures at JFK are more sophisticated than at a lot of airports, but this is not top-secret stuff. Articles have been written about guns and hoses, and manuals are available. None of this is hard to come by. Only the hijack security area is not well known, but it's not top-secret either." I think Jim and Jane needed a break from me, and when Jim finished, Jane said, "Take a 15-minute break. Restrooms and coffee bar are at the end of the corridor." We all got up and left quickly before they changed their minds. Ted, Kate, Jack, and I chatted a while, and I discovered that Jim and Jane were actually named Scott and Lisa. But to me they would always be Jim and Jane. Everyone here was Jane and Jim, except Bob, Bill, and Jean, and they all wore blue, and they played squash in the basement and jogged along the Potomac and had houses in suburban Virginia and went to church on Sundays, except when the turds hit the turbines like today. The married ones had kids, and the kids were terrific, and they sold candy bars to raise money for soccer equipment and so forth. On one level, you had to like these people. I mean, they did represent the ideal, or at least the American ideal as they saw it. The agents were good at their jobs. They had a worldwide reputation for honesty, sobriety, loyalty, and intelligence. So what if most of them were lawyers? Jack Koenig, for instance, was a good guy who just happened to have the misfortune of being a lawyer. Kate, too, was all right for a lawyer. I liked her lipstick today. Sort of a pale, frosty pink. Anyway, so maybe I was a little envious of family and church-oriented people. Somewhere in the back of my mind was a house with a white picket fence, a loving wife, 2 kids and a dog, and a 9-to-5 job where no one wanted to kill me. I thought again of Beth Penrose out on Long Island. I thought of the weekend house she'd bought on the North Fork, near the sea and the vineyards. I wasn't feeling particularly well today, and the reasons why were too scary to contemplate. Chapter 31. Asad Khalil looked at his fuel gauge, which read 1/4 full. His dashboard clock said 2:13 p.m. He had traveled nearly 300 miles since Washington, and he noted that this powerful automobile used more fuel than any vehicle he had driven in Europe or Libya. He was neither hungry nor thirsty, or perhaps he was, but he knew how to suppress these feelings. His training had conditioned him to go for long periods without food, sleep, or water. Thirst was the most difficult need to ignore, but he had once gone 6 days in the desert without water and without becoming delirious, so he knew what his mind and body were capable of. A white convertible automobile came abreast of him in the left lane, and he saw in the automobile 4 young women. They were laughing and talking, and Khalil noted that they were all light-haired, though their skin was brown from the sun. 3 of them wore T-shirts, but the 4th, in the rear closest to him, wore only the top of a pink bathing suit. He had once seen a beach in the south of France where the women wore no tops at all, and their bare breasts were exposed for the world to see. In Libya, this would have gotten them a whipping and perhaps several years in jail. He couldn't say precisely what the punishment would be because such a thing had never happened. The girl with the pink top looked at him, smiled, and waved. The other girls looked, too, waved, and laughed. Khalil accelerated. They accelerated with him and kept abreast of him. He noted that he was traveling at 76 miles per hour. He eased off the accelerator and his speed dropped back to 65 miles per hour. They did the same and kept waving at him. One of them shouted something to him, but he could not hear her. Khalil did not know what to do. He felt for the first time since he'd landed that he was not in control of the situation. He let off on the accelerator again, and they did the same. He considered getting off at the next exit, but they might follow. He accelerated, and they kept up with him, still laughing and waving. He knew he was or would soon be attracting attention, and he felt sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a police car with 2 men in it appeared in his side view mirror, and Khalil realized he was traveling at 80 miles per hour, and the car with the women was still right beside him. Filthy whores. The police car veered into the outside lane behind the convertible, and the convertible sped up. Khalil let off the accelerator, and the police car drew up beside him. He put his right hand in his jacket pocket and wrapped his fingers around the butt of the Glock, keeping his head and eyes straight ahead on the road. The police car passed him, then moved into his lane without signaling, and accelerated up to the convertible. Khalil eased off more on the accelerator and watched. The driver of the police car seemed to be speaking to the young women in the convertible. They all waved, and the police car sped off. The convertible was 100 meters in front of him now, and its occupants seemed to have lost interest in him. He maintained a speed of 65 miles per hour, and the distance between the two cars widened. The police car, he noticed, had disappeared over a rise in the road. Khalil took a deep breath. He thought about the incident, but only vaguely comprehended it. He recalled something Boris had told him. "My friend, many American women will find you handsome. American women will not be as openly and honestly sexual as European women, but they may try to strike up an acquaintance. They think they can be friendly to a man without being provocative and without calling attention to the obvious difference between the sexes. In Russia, as in Europe, we find this idiotic. Why would you want to speak to a woman if not for sex? But in America, especially with the younger women, they will talk to you, even make sexual talk, drink with you, dance with you, even invite you to their homes, but will then tell you that they will not have sex with you." Khalil found this difficult to believe. In any case, he'd told Boris, "I will have nothing to do with women while I'm on my mission." Boris had laughed at him and said, "My good Muslim friend, sex is part of the mission. You may as well have some fun while you're risking your life. Surely you have seen James Bond movies." Khalil had not, and told the Russian, "Perhaps if the KGB had paid more attention to the mission and less attention to women, there would still be a KGB." The Russian had not liked this reply, but told Khalil, "In any event, women can be a distraction, and even if you do not look for them, they may find you. You must learn to handle such situations." "I have no intention of getting into such situations. My time in America is limited, and so are my occasions to speak to Americans." "Still, things happen." Khalil nodded to himself. Such a situation just occurred, and he had not handled it well. He thought about the 4 young women, scantily dressed, in the convertible car. Aside from his confusion about what to do, he recognized and admitted to a strange desire, a longing to sleep naked with a woman. In Tripoli, this was almost impossible without danger. In Germany, there were Turkish prostitutes everywhere, but he could not bring himself to buy the body of a fellow Muslim. He had contented himself in France with African prostitutes, but only when they assured him that they were not Muslim. In Italy, there were the refugees from the former Yugoslavia and Albania, but many of these women were also Muslim. He recalled once being with an Albanian woman whom he discovered was Muslim. He had beaten her so badly, he wondered if she'd survived. Malik had said to him, "When you return, it will be time for you to marry. You will have your pick of the daughters from the best families in Libya." In fact, Malik had mentioned one by name, Alima Nadir, the youngest sister of Bahira, who was now 19 years old and still without a husband. He thought of Alima. Even though veiled, he sensed she was not as beautiful as Bahira, but he also sensed in her the same brashness he had liked and also disliked in Bahira. Yes, he would and could marry her. Captain Nadir, who would have disapproved of his attentions to Bahira, would now welcome Asad Khalil as a hero of Islam, the pride of the fatherland, and a prized son-in-law. A light blinked on his dashboard, and a small chime sounded. His eyes scanned the instruments, and he saw he was low on fuel. At the next exit, he drove off the ramp onto a local road and into a Shell oil station. Again, he chose not to use his credit card and went to a pump marked self-service cash. He put on his eyeglasses and got out of the Mercury. He chose high-octane gasoline and filled the tank, which took 22 gallons. He tried to convert this into liters and estimated the liters at about 100. He marveled at the arrogance, or perhaps the stupidity, of the Americans for being the last nation on Earth not to use the metric system. Khalil replaced the pump nozzle and noticed that there was no glass booth where he could pay. He realized he had to go into the small office, and he cursed himself for not noticing this. He walked to the office of the gasoline station and went inside. A man sat on a stool behind a small counter, dressed in blue jeans and a t-shirt, watching television and smoking a cigarette. The man looked at him, then looked at a digital display board and said, "That'll be $28.85. Khalil put two $20 bills on the counter. As the man made change, he said, "Need anything else?" "No. I got cold drinks right there in the refrigerator." Khalil had difficulty understanding this man's accent. He replied, "No, thank you." The man counted his change out and looked at Khalil. "Where you from, bud?" "From New York." "Yeah? Long drive. Where you heading?" "To Atlanta." You don't want to miss the I-20 this side of Florence." Khalil took his change. "Yes, thank you." He noticed that the television was showing a baseball game. The man saw him glance at the television and said, "Braves are leading New York 2-0, bottom of the second." He added, "Gonna kick some Yankee ass today." Asad Khalil nodded, though he had no idea what the man was talking about. He felt sweat forming on his brow again and realized it was very humid here. He said, "Have a good day." He turned and walked out of the office to his car. He got in and glanced back at the big window of the office to see if the man was watching him, but the man was looking again at the television. Khalil drove quickly, but not too quickly, out of the gasoline station. Asad Khalil got back on I-95 and continued south. He realized that his greatest danger was the television. If they began to broadcast his photo, and they could be doing that even now, then he was not entirely safe anywhere in America. He was certain that the police all over the country had his photograph by now, but he had no intention of having any contact with the police. He did, however, need to have contact with a small number of Americans. He flipped his sun visor down and studied his face in the visor mirror, still wearing his eyeglasses. With his hair parted and the gray added, the false mustache, and the glasses, he was fairly certain that he didn't look like any photo that existed of him. But they had shown him in Tripoli what the Americans could do with a computer, adding a mustache or beard, adding eyeglasses, making his hair shorter, lighter, or combing it differently. He did not think that the average person was so observant as to see through even the thinnest of disguises. The man in the gasoline station had obviously not recognized him, because if he had, Khalil would have seen it in the man's eyes immediately, and the man would now be dead. But what if the gas station had been filled with people? Khalil glanced at his image one more time, and it suddenly came to him that there was no photograph of him smiling. He had to smile. They had told him that several times in Tripoli. Smile. He smiled into the mirror and was astonished at how different he looked even to himself. He smiled again, then flipped the visor back. He continued driving and continued to think about his photograph on television. Perhaps that would not be a problem. They had also told him in Tripoli that for some reason the Americans placed the photographs of fugitive criminals in all post offices. He didn't know why the Americans chose post offices to display the photographs of fugitives, but he had no business in post offices, so it was of no concern. He thought, too, that if he and his intelligence officers had reasoned and planned correctly, then the Americans believed that Asad Khalil had flown out of the country directly from the airport in New York. There had been much debate about this. The Russian, Boris, had said, "It doesn't matter what they think. The FBI and local police will be looking for you in America, and the CIA and their foreign colleagues will be looking for you in the rest of the world. So we must create the illusion that you are back in Europe." Khalil nodded to himself. Boris understood the game of intrigue very well. He had played this game with the Americans for over 20 years. But Boris once had unlimited resources for his game, and Libya did not. Still, they agreed with him and had created another Asad Khalil who would commit some act of terrorism somewhere in Europe, probably in the next day or two. This might or might not fool the Americans. Malik had said, "The American intelligence people of my generation were incredibly naive and unsophisticated, but they have been engaged in the world long enough to have developed the cynicism of an Arab and the sophistication of a European and the duplicity of an Oriental. Also, they have developed very advanced technology of their own. We should not underestimate them, but neither should we overestimate them. They can be fooled, but they can also pretend they are being fooled. So, yes, we can create another Asad Khalil in Europe for a week or so, and they will pretend to be looking for him there, while all the time they know he's still in America. The real Asad Khalil should not count on anything except himself. We will do what we can to cause a distraction, but you, Asad, should live every moment in America as though they are 5 minutes behind you." Asad Khalil thought of both Boris and Malik, two very different men. Malik did what he did out of his love for God, for Islam, for his country, and for the great leader, not to mention a hate for the West. Boris worked for money and did not especially hate the Americans or the West. Also, Boris had no God, no leader, and in reality, no country. Malik had once described Boris as pitiable, but Assad thought of him as pitiful. Yet Boris himself seemed happy enough, neither bitter nor defeated. He once said, "Russia will rise again. It is inevitable." In any case, these two very different men worked well together, and each had taught him something that the other barely comprehended. Assad preferred Malik, of course, but Boris could be counted on to tell the entire truth. In fact, Boris had told him privately, "Your great leader doesn't want another American bomb falling on his tent, so don't expect much if you're caught. If you make it back here, you'll be treated well. But if it appears that you're trapped in America and can't get out, the next Libyan you see will be your executioner." Khalil reflected on that, but dismissed it as old-line Soviet thinking. The Islamic fighters neither betrayed nor abandoned one another. God would not be pleased with that. Khalil turned his attention back to the road. This was a big country, and because it was so big and diverse, it was easy to hide or to blend in, whichever one needed to do at the moment. But its size was also a problem, and unlike Europe, there were not many borders one could cross to escape. Libya was a long way from here. Also, Khalil hadn't fully realized that the English he understood was not the English spoken here in the South. But he recalled that Boris had mentioned this and told him that Florida English was closer to what Khalil could understand. He again thought about Lieutenant Paul Gray. and recalled a photograph of the man's house, a very nice villa with palm trees. He thought, too, of General Waycliffe's house. These two murderers had gone home and lived good lives with wives and children after destroying the life of Asad Khalil without a passing thought. If indeed there was a hell, then Asad Khalil knew the names of 3 of its inhabitants: Lieutenant Stephen Cox, killed in the Gulf, and Colonel William Hambrecht and General Terence Waycliffe, killed by Asad Khalil. If they were speaking to one another now, the last 2 could discuss with the first how they died, and they could all wonder who would be the next of their squadron mates that Asad Khalil would choose to join them. Khalil said aloud, "Be patient, gentlemen, you will know, soon enough, and soon after, you will all be reunited again." Chapter 32. The break was over, and we returned to our briefing room. Jim and Jane were gone, and in their place was an Arab-looking gentleman. I thought at first that this guy had gotten lost on his way to a mosque or something, or maybe he'd kidnapped Jim and Jane and was holding them hostage. Before I could put a chokehold on the intruder, he smiled and introduced himself as Abba ibn Abdallah, which he was nice enough to write on the chalkboard. At least his name wasn't Bob, Bill, or Jim. He did say, however, "Call me Ben," which fit in with the diminutive naming system here. Mr. Abdallah, Ben, wore a too-heavy tweed suit, not blue, and one of those checkered racing flags on his head. This was my first clue that he might not be from around here. Ben sat with us and smiled again. He was about 50, a little tubby, wore a beard, eyeglasses, thinning hair, good choppers, and smelled okay. 3 demerits for that one, Detective Corey. There was, and there wasn't, a little awkwardness in the room. I mean, Jack, Kate, Ted, and I were sophisticated, worldly, and all that. We'd all worked and socialized with Mideast types, but for some reason this afternoon there was a little tension in the air. Ben began by saying, "What a terrible tragedy." No one replied, and he continued, "I am a special contract agent for the Bureau." This meant that, like me, he was hired for some specialty, and I guessed it wasn't fashion consultant. At least he wasn't a lawyer. He said, "The deputy director thought it might be a good idea if I made myself available to you." Koenig asked, "Available for what?" Mr. Abdallah looked at Koenig and replied, "I am a professor of Mideast political studies at George Washington University. My specialized area is the study of various groups who have an extremist agenda." "Terrorist groups," Koenig prompted. "Yes, for want of a better word." I said helpfully, "How about psychotics and murderers? Those are better words." Professor Abdallah looked cool, like he'd been through this before. He was well-spoken, looked intelligent, and had a quiet manner about him. Nothing that happened yesterday was his fault, of course, but Ibn Abdallah had a tough job this afternoon. He continued, "I myself am an Egyptian, but I have a good understanding of the Libyans. They're an interesting people, descended in part from the ancient Carthaginians. Afterward came the Romans, who added their bloodlines, and there have always been Egyptians in Libya. Following the Romans came the Vandals from Spain, who in turn were conquered by the Byzantines, who were conquered by the Arab people from the Arabian Peninsula, who brought the Islamic religion with them. The Libyans consider themselves Arab, but Libya has always had such a small population that every invading group has left their genes behind." I misunderstood at first and thought he said Jeans, but then I got it. Professor Abdallah got us up and running on Libyans, gave us some insights into Libyan culture, customs, and so forth. He had a whole bunch of handouts, including a glossary of words that were uniquely Libyan in case we cared, plus a glossary of Libyan cooking, which I didn't think I'd stick up in my kitchen. He said, "The Libyans love pasta. That's the result of the Italian occupation." I loved pasta too, so maybe I'd bump into Asad Khalil and Julios. Maybe not. We received from the professor a short biography of Muammar Gaddafi and an online printout of a few Encyclopedia Britannica pages on Libya. He also presented us with a lot of pamphlets on Islamic culture and religion. Professor Abdullah said to us, Muslims, Christians, and Jews all trace their origins to the Prophet and Patriarch Abraham. The Prophet Muhammad is descended from Abraham's oldest son, Ishmael, and Moses and Jesus are descended from Isaac, he informed us, and added, peace be upon them all. I mean, I didn't know whether to make the sign of the cross, face Mecca, or call my friend Jack Weinstein. Ben went on about Jesus, Moses, Mary, the Archangel Gabriel, Muhammad, Allah, and so on. These guys all knew and liked each other. Incredible. This was interesting, but it wasn't getting me an inch closer to Asad Khalil. Mr. Abdullah addressed Kate and said, contrary to popular myth, Islam actually elevates the status of women. Muslims do not blame women for violating the forbidden tree as Christians and Jews do, nor is their suffering in pregnancy and childbirth a punishment for that act. Kate replied coolly, that's certainly an enlightened concept. Undeterred by the Ice Queen, Ben continued, women who marry under Islamic law may keep their own family name. They may own property and dispose of property. Sounds like my ex. Maybe she was a Muslim. Ben said, regarding the veiling of women, this is a cultural practice in some countries but does not reflect the teaching of Islam. Kate inquired, what about the stoning to death of women caught in adultery? Also a cultural practice in some Muslim countries, but not in most. I looked at my pamphlets to see if those countries were listed. I mean, what if Kate and I got sent to Jordan or someplace and we got caught doing the dirty deed in our hotel? Would I be traveling home alone? But I couldn't find a list, and I thought it best not to ask Professor Abdullah for one. Anyway, Ben prattled on a bit, and he was a very nice man, very polite, very knowledgeable, and really sincere. Nevertheless, I had the feeling I'd stepped through one of those two-way mirrors. And this was all being recorded and maybe videotaped by the boys in blue. This place was totally nuts. I mean, I guess there was a reason for this lesson in Islam 101, but maybe we could accomplish the mission without being so sensitive to the other side. I tried to picture a scene before the D-Day invasion, and some paratrooper general is saying to his troops, okay, men, tomorrow's reading will be Goethe and Schiller, and don't forget tomorrow night will be a Wagner concert at Hangar 12. This is mandatory. The mess hall is serving sauerbraten tonight. Guten Appetit. Yeah, right. Professor Abdullah said to us, to catch this man, Asad Khalil, it would be helpful to understand him. Start first with his name, Asad, the lion. An Islamic given name is not only a convention, it is also a definitions of the person. It defines the bearer of the name, though it may do so only partially. Many men and women from Islamic countries try to emulate their namesakes. So, I suggested, we should start by looking around zoos. Ben thought this was funny and chuckled. He went along with the joke and said, look for a man who likes to kill zebras. He looked into my eyes and said, a man who likes to kill. No one said anything, and Ben continued. The Libyans are an isolated people, a nation isolated even from other Islamic countries. Their leader, Muammar Gaddafi, has assumed almost mystical powers in the minds of many Libyans. If Asad Khalil is working directly for Libyan intelligence, then he is working directly for Muammar Gaddafi. He has been given a sacred mission, and he will pursue that mission with religious zeal. Ben let that sink in, then continued, the Palestinians, by contrast, are more sophisticated, more worldly. They are clever, they have a political agenda, and their main enemy is Israel. The Iraqis as well as the Iranians have become distrustful of their leaders. The Libyans, on the other hand, idolize Gaddafi, and they do what he says, though Gaddafi has changed courses and changed enemies often. In fact, if this is a Libyan operation, there seems to be no specific reason for it. Aside from making anti-American statements, Gaddafi has not been very active in the extremist movement since the American bombing of Libya, and Libya's retaliation, which was the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland in 1988. Ben added, "In other words, Gaddafi considers his blood feud with the U.S. as finished. His honor has been satisfied. The bombing of Libya, which caused the death of his adopted daughter, is avenged. I can't conceive of why he would want to renew this feud." No one offered any reasons, and Ben said, "However, the Libyans have an expression, much like the French expression, which says, 'Revenge tastes better served on a cold plate.' You understand?" I guess we did, and Ben went on, "So perhaps Gaddafi does not consider some old feud fully settled. Look for Gaddafi's reason to send Khalil to America, and you might discover why Khalil did what he did, and whether or not the feud is over." Kate said, "The feud has just begun." Professor Abdallah shook his head. "It began long ago. A blood feud is only over when the last man is standing." I guess this meant I had job security until I got whacked. I said to Ben, "Maybe it's Khalil's feud and not Gaddafi's." He shrugged. "Who knows? Find the man and he will be happy to tell you. Even if you don't find him, he will eventually tell you why he did what he did. It's important to Khalil that you know." Professor Abdallah stood and gave each of us his card. He said, "If I may be of any further assistance, please don't hesitate to call me. I can fly to New York if you wish." Jack Koenig stood also and said, "We have people in New York, such as yourself, whom we rely on for background and cultural information, but we thank you for your time and your expertise." Professor Abdallah collected his odds and ends and moved toward the door. He informed us, "I hold a high-security clearance. You should not hesitate to confer with me." He left. No one spoke for a minute or so. This was partly because the room was bugged, but partly because the session with Ibn Call Me Ben Abdallah was bizarre. Indeed, the world was changing, the country was changing. America was not and had never been a country of one race, one religion, one culture. The glue that held us together was, to some extent, language, but even that was a little shaky. Also, we shared a central belief in law and justice, political freedom, and religious tolerance. Someone like Abba ibn Abdallah was either a loyal and patriotic American and valuable special agent, or he was a security risk. He was almost undoubtedly the former. But that 1% doubt, like in a marriage, gets bigger in your imagination. You should not hesitate to confer with me. Jim and Jane returned, and I was happy to see they hadn't been kidnapped by Ben. They were now joined by another boy and girl whose names were Bob and Jean, or something close to that. This session was called What's Next? This was more of a brainstorming session, which is better than a blame storm, and we were all invited to share and contribute. We discussed Khalil's next move, and I was pleased to discover that my theory was getting some play. Bob summed it up with, "We think that Assad Khalil's alleged terrorist acts in Europe were a prelude to his coming to America. Notice that only American and British targets were involved in Europe. Notice, too, that there were never any demands issued, no notes left, no calls to the news media before or after an attack, and no credit taken by Khalil or by any organization. All we have is a string of attacks on people and places that are American or, in one case, British. This would seem to fit the profile of a man who has a private and personal grudge, as opposed to a political or religious mission or agenda which he wants to publicize." Bob did a whole profile thing on Khalil, comparing and contrasting him to a few American mad bomber types in the past who had a grudge against their old employer or against technology or people who screwed up the environment and so forth. Bob said, "In the perpetrator's mind, he's not evil. He is an instrument for justice. What he's doing, he thinks, is morally correct and justified." Bob went on, "As for Assad Khalil, we didn't show you all the photos of him in the guest room at the embassy, but there are photos of him on the floor, praying toward Mecca. So we have a man here who is religious, but conveniently forgets the parts of his religion that prohibit the killing of innocent people. In fact, Asad Khalil most probably has convinced himself that he is on a jihad, a holy war, and that the ends justify the means. Bob made the April 15th anniversary connection to the American air raid on Libya and said, "For this reason, if for no other reason, we believe that Asad Khalil is Libyan, working for or with the Libyans. But be advised that the World Trade Center bombing happened on the second anniversary date of when U.S. forces ousted Iraqi forces from Kuwait City. And the perpetrators of this bombing were almost all non-Iraqi. In fact, most of them were Palestinians. So you have to consider pan-Arabism in these cases. The Arab nations have a lot of differences among themselves, but what keeps the extremists in each country united is their hatred for America and for Israel. The date of April 15 is a clue to who was behind yesterday's attack, but it is not proof." True enough, but if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then odds are it's a duck, not a seagull. But you had to keep an open mind. I asked, "Excuse me, sir, do any of Khalil's victims have anything in common?" "No, they really don't. Not yet, anyway. Certainly no one on board that flight had much in common except their destination. But a very clever person might create red herrings by targeting a few people who are not in any way connected to his real targets. We've seen this with domestic bombers who try to throw us off by exploding a device where we least expect it." I wasn't so sure about that. Bob continued, "We have contacted every overseas law enforcement and intelligence agency for anything they may have on this Asad Khalil. We've sent his fingerprints out as well as photographs. But so far, and this is early innings, no one seems to have anything on him other than what you've read in the dossier. This man seems to have no contacts among known extremist organizations here or anywhere in the world. He is a lone wolf, but we know he couldn't pull off this stuff by himself. Therefore, we think he is being run directly by Libyan intelligence, who are heavily influenced by the old KGB. The Libyans trained him, financed him, sent him on a few European missions to see what he was made of, then concocted this plan where Khalil would turn himself into the American embassy in Paris. As you know, there was a similar defection in February, which we believe was a dry run." Jack Koenig reminded Bob, "The ATTF in New York delivered this February defector to the FBI and the CIA here in Washington, and someone let him walk away." Bob replied, "I have no first-hand knowledge of that, but that's correct." Jack pressed on, "If the February guy hadn't gotten away, the April guy, Khalil, would never have arrived the way he did." "That's true," Bob said, "but I assure you he would have arrived one way or another." Koenig asked, "Do you have any leads on the February defector? If we could find him—" "He's dead," Bob informed us. "The Maryland State Police reported a burned and decomposed body found in the woods outside of Silver Spring. No ID, no clothes, fingerprints burned, face burned. They called the FBI missing persons, who in turn knew that the counter-terrorist section had a missing defector. Our tattoos did not survive, but we were able to match the dental imprints to the imprints we took off this guy while he was our guest in Paris. So, that's that." No one spoke for a few seconds. Then Jack said, "No one told me about that." Bob replied, "You should take that up with the deputy director in charge of counter-terrorist operations." "Thank you." Bob concluded with, "Meanwhile, we have legitimate Libyan defectors here and in Europe, and we're questioning them about any knowledge they may have of Asad Khalil. Libya is a country of only 5 million people, so we may turn up something about Khalil, if that's his real family name. So far, we haven't learned anything about Asad Khalil from emigres or defectors. However, we do know that a man named Karim Khalil, a Libyan who held the rank of army captain, was murdered in Paris in 1981. The Surete tells us that Karim Khalil was probably murdered by his own people, and the Libyan government tried to pin it on Mossad. Bob continued, "The French believe that Muammar Gaddafi was the lover of Captain Khalil's wife, Farida, and that's why Gaddafi got rid of him." Bob smiled and said, "But I emphasize that is a French explanation. Cherchez la femme." We all chuckled. Those crazy Frenchmen. Everything had to do with boom, boom, boom. Bob continued, "We're trying to determine if Assad Khalil is related to Captain Karim Khalil. Assad is old enough to be Karim's son or maybe nephew. But even if we establish a relationship, that may not be significant to this case." I suggested, "Why don't we ask the news media to put out that story about Mr. Gaddafi and Mrs. Khalil, and Gaddafi getting rid of Karim Khalil to make his love life easier? Then if Assad is Karim's son, he'll read this or hear it on the news, and he'll go home and kill Gaddafi, his father's killer. That's what a good Arab would do. The blood feud, right? Wouldn't that be great?" Bob thought a moment, cleared his throat, and said, "I'll pass that along." Ted Nash picked up the ball, as I knew he would. He said, "That's actually not a bad idea." Bob was clearly out of his depth with this kind of thinking. He said, "Let's find out first if a family relationship exists. This kind of psychological operation could well backfire, but we'll put it on the agenda for the next counterterrorism meeting." Jean spoke and introduced herself by another name. She said, "My responsibility in this case is to review all of the cases in Europe that we believe Assad Khalil was connected to. We don't want to duplicate the work of the CIA," she nodded to Super Agent Nash, "but now that Assad Khalil is here or was here, the FBI needs to familiarize themselves with Khalil's overseas activities." Jean went on, talking about inter-service cooperation, international cooperation, and so forth. Clearly, Assad Khalil, who had been no more than a suspected terrorist, was now the most wanted terrorist in the world since Carlos the Jackal. The lion had arrived. The lion, I was certain, was absolutely thrilled and flattered by all the attention. What he had done in Europe, bad as it was, did not make him a major player in today's world of headline-grabbing terrorism. Certainly he had not come to the attention of the American public in a big way. His name had never been mentioned in the news. Only his deeds had been reported, and the only one that caused a stir, as far as I could recall, was the murder of the 3 American kids in Belgium. Soon, when the true story broke of what happened yesterday, Assad Khalil's photo would be everywhere. This would make life outside Libya difficult for him, which was why a lot of people thought he'd run home. But I thought he would like nothing better than beating us at his game on our home field. Jean concluded her talk with, "We'll stay closely in touch with the ATTF in New York. All information will be shared by us with you and by you with us. Information is like gold in our business. Everyone wants it, and no one wants to share it. So let's say that we're not sharing. We're borrowing from one another, and all accounts will be settled at the end." I really couldn't resist the zinger, and I said, "Ma'am, you have my assurance that if Assad Khalil shows up dead in the woods in Central Park, we'll let you know." Ted Nash laughed. I was beginning to like this guy. In this milieu, we had more in common with each other than we had in common with the nice and neat people in this building. There's a depressing thought. Bob asked us, "Any questions?" I asked, "Where do the X-Files people hang out?" Koenig said, "Stow it, Corey." "Yes, sir." Anyway, it was nearly 6 p.m., and I figured we were through since we weren't told to bring toothbrushes. But no, we all moved to a big conference room with a table the length of a football field. About 30 people drifted in, most of whom we'd already met today at various stations of the cross. The deputy director of counterterrorism made an appearance, gave a 5-minute sermon, then ascended to heaven or somewhere. We spent almost 2 hours in conference, mostly rehashing the 10-hour day, exchanging gold nuggets, and coming up with a plan of attack, and so forth. Each of us got a thick dossier containing photos, contact names and numbers, and even recaps of what was said today, which must have been tape-recorded, transcribed, edited, and typed as the day progressed. Truly, this was a world-class organization. Kate was kind enough to put all my papers in her attaché case, which now bulged. She advised me, always bring an attaché case. There are always handouts. She added, an attaché case is a tax-deductible item. The big conference ended and everyone filed out into the corridor. We did a little chit-chat here and there, but basically it was over. I could almost smell the air on Pennsylvania Avenue. Car, airport, 9 p.m. shuttle, 10 p.m. at LaGuardia, home before the 11 o'clock news. I remembered some leftover Chinese food in the fridge and tried to determine how old it was. Just then a guy in a blue suit named Bob or Bill came up to us and asked if we'd like to follow him and go to see the deputy director. This was the proverbial straw that broke the proverbial camel's back, and I replied no. But no wasn't an option. The good news was that Ted Nash was not invited into the inner sanctum, but he didn't seem put off. He said, I have to get to Langley tonight. We all hugged, promised to write and stay in touch, and blew kisses as we parted. With any luck, I'd never see Ted Nash again. So, Jack, Kate, and I, with our escort, got on the elevator and went up to the 7th floor, and were shown into a dark, paneled office with a big desk, behind which was the Deputy Director of Counter-Terrorist Operations. The sun was gone from the heavens, and the room was lit by a single green-shaded lamp on the Deputy Director's desk. The effect of the dim lighting at waist level was that no one could see anyone's face clearly. This was really dramatic, like a scene in a mafia flick where Don Goomba decides who gets whacked. Anyway, we shook hands all around. Hands were easy to find near the lamp. Then we sat. The Deputy Director went through a little spiel about yesterday and today, then got to tomorrow. He was brief. He said, the ATTF in New York Metro is in a unique position to work this case. We won't interfere, and we won't send you anyone you don't ask for, at least for now. This department will, of course, take on the responsibility for everything outside of your operational area. We'll keep you well informed on anything that turns up. We'll try to work closely with the CIA, and we'll brief you on that as well. I suggest you proceed as though Khalil is still in New York. Turn the place upside down and inside out. Lean heavily on your sources and offer money when you need to. I'll authorize a budget of $100,000 for buying information. The Justice Department will offer a $1 million reward for the arrest of Assad Khalil. That should put some heat on him vis-a-vis his compatriots in the U.S. Questions? Jack said, No, sir. Good. Oh, and one more thing. He looked at me, then at Kate. He said, Think about how you might lure Assad Khalil into a trap. I replied, You mean think about me using myself as bait? I didn't say that. I just said, think of the best way to lure Assad Khalil into a trap. Whatever the best way is, you'll think of it. Kate said, John and I will talk it over. Good. He stood. Thank you for giving up your Sunday. He added, Jack, I'd like to speak to you a moment. We pressed the flesh again, and Kate and I were out. We were escorted to the elevator by the guy in the blue suit, and he wished us good luck and good hunting. In the lobby, we were met by a security guy who invited us to sit. Kate and I sat, but said nothing. I didn't know or care what Jack and the Deputy Director were talking about as long as it wasn't me, and I was certain they had more important things to discuss than me or my behavior. Actually, I wasn't that bad today, and I had a few gold stars for almost saving the game yesterday. But that only goes so far. I looked at Kate, and she looked at me. Here, in the Ministry of Love, even face crimes were noted, so we didn't reveal anything except steadfast optimism. I didn't even look at her crossed legs. 10 minutes later, Jack appeared and informed us, I'm staying the night. You two go on, and I'll see you tomorrow. He added, Brief George in the morning. I'll assemble all the teams tomorrow at some point, and we'll get everyone up to date and see if they've turned up any leads. Then we'll decide how to proceed." Kate said, "John and I will stop at Federal Plaza tonight and see what's happening." "What?" "Good," Jack said. "But don't burn out. This will be a long race, and as Mr. Corey says, second place is the first loser." He looked at us and pronounced, "You both did very well today." He said to me, "I hope you have a better appreciation of the FBI." "Absolutely. Great bunch of guys and girls. Women. I'm not sure about Ben, though." "Ben is fine," Jack said. "It's Ted you should keep an eye on." My goodness. So we all shook hands and off we went, Kate and I with the security guy down into the basement garage where a car whisked us to the airport. In the car, I asked, "How did I do?" "Borderline." "I thought I did fine." "That's scary." I'm trying." "You're very trying." Chapter 33. Asad Khalil saw a sign that said, "Welcome to South Carolina, the Palmetto State." He didn't understand what that last line meant, but he understood the next sign that said, "Drive carefully, state laws strictly enforced." He looked at his dashboard and saw that it was 4:10 p.m. The temperature remained at 25 degrees Celsius. 40 minutes later, he saw the exits for Florence and for I-20 to Columbia and Atlanta. He had memorized parts of a road map of the South so that he could give false but plausible destinations for anyone who asked. Now that he was passing the interstate highway for Columbia and Atlanta, his next false destination would be Charleston or Savannah. In any case, he had a good road map in the glove box, and he had the satellite navigator if he needed to refresh his memory. Khalil noticed that the traffic was heavier around this city of Florence, and he welcomed the other vehicles after so many miles of feeling exposed. Strangely, he'd seen no police vehicles except the one that appeared at the worst possible moment, when the 4 whores had come up beside him. He knew, however, that there were unmarked police cars on the road, though he never noticed such a vehicle with police in it. His driving had become more assured since leaving New Jersey, and he was able to mimic the driving habits of those around him. There were an amazing number of old people driving, he'd noticed, something one rarely saw in Europe or Libya. The elderly drove very badly. There were also many young people with cars, again something he rarely saw in Europe or Libya. The young, too, drove badly, but in a different way than the elderly. Also, many women drove in America. There were women drivers in Europe, but not as many as here. Incredibly, he'd seen women driving men here, a thing he rarely saw in Europe and never saw in Libya, where almost no women drove at all. The women drivers, he decided, were competent but sometimes erratic and often aggressive, like the whores who had been driving in North Carolina. Asad Khalil believed that American men had lost control of their women. He recalled the words of the Quran, "Men have authority over women because Allah has made the one superior to the other, and because men spend their wealth to maintain women. Good women are obedient. They guard their unseen parts because Allah has guarded them. As for those women from whom you fear disobedience, admonish them and send them to beds apart and beat them. Then if they obey you, do nothing further against them." Khalil couldn't comprehend how Western women had gained so much power and influence, reversing the natural order of God and nature, but he suspected that it had to do with democracy, where each vote was counted equally. For some reason, his mind returned to the aircraft, to the time when it had been moved to the security area. He thought again of the man and the woman he had seen, both wearing badges, both giving orders as though they were equal. His mind could not grasp the idea of 2 people of the opposite sex working in concert, speaking to one another, touching, perhaps even sharing meals. And more amazing was the fact that the female was a police officer and was undoubtedly armed. He wondered how the parents of these women had allowed their daughters to be so brazen and masculine. He recalled his first trip to Europe, Paris, and thought back at how shocked and offended he had been at the looseness and boldness of the women. Over the years he had become almost accustomed to European women, but every time he went back to Europe, and now in America, he was newly offended and incredulous. Western women walked alone, spoke to strange men, worked in shops and offices, exposed their flesh, and even argued with men. Khalil recalled the scripture stories of Sodom and Gomorrah and of Babylon before the coming of Islam. He knew that these cities had fallen because of the iniquities and sexual looseness of the women. Surely all of Europe and America would someday suffer the same fate. How could their civilization survive if the women behaved like whores or like slaves who had overturned their masters? Whatever God these people believed in or did not believe in had abandoned them and would one day destroy them. But for now, for some reason he could not fathom, these immoral nations were powerful. Therefore it fell to him, Asad Khalil, and others like him, to deliver the punishment of his God until their own God, the one God of Abraham and Isaac, delivered salvation or death. Khalil continued on, ignoring the feeling of thirst that was growing in him. He turned on the radio and scanned the frequencies. Some frequencies had a strange music which a man on the radio called country western. Some frequencies had music such as he'd heard on the radio north of Washington. A very large number of frequencies were broadcasting what Khalil identified as Christian services or religious music. One man was reading from the Christian Testament and the Hebrew Testament. The man's accent and tonation was so odd that Khalil would not have understood a word he was saying if not for the fact that he recognized many of the passages. He listened for a while, but the man would often stop reading the scripture, then begin talking about the scripture, and Khalil could understand only half of what he was saying. This was interesting, but confusing. He changed the frequencies until he found a news station. The newsman spoke understandable English, and Khalil listened to 20 minutes of the man speaking about rapes, robberies, and murders, then about politics, then about the news of the world. Finally, the man said, "The National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA have issued a joint statement regarding the tragic incident at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. According to the statement, there were no survivors of the tragedy. Federal officials say that the pilots may have been able to land the aircraft before they succumbed to toxic fumes, or they may have programmed the aircraft's flight computer to make an unassisted landing when they realized they were being overcome by fumes. FAA officials are not saying if there are any recorded radio transmissions from the pilots, but one unidentified official is calling the pilots heroes for getting the aircraft on the ground without endangering the safety of anyone at or near the airport. The FAA and the Safety Board are calling the tragedy an accident, but the investigation of the cause is continuing. Again, it is now official. There were no survivors of transcontinental Flight 175 from Paris, and the death toll is estimated at 314 crew and passengers. More on this story as it develops." Khalil turned off the radio. Certainly by this time he thought the technologically advanced Americans knew all there was to know about what happened on board Flight 175. He wondered why they were delaying telling the full truth, and he suspected that it was because of national pride as well as the natural tendency of intelligence agencies to hide their own mistakes. In any case, if the radio news was not reporting a terrorist attack, then his photograph was not yet being broadcast on the television. Khalil wished there had been a faster way to get to Washington and to Florida, but this was the safest way. In Tripoli they had discussed alternative means of travel, but to go to Washington by air would have meant going to the other New York airport called LaGuardia, and the police there would have been alerted by the time he got there. The same was true if Libyan intelligence had chosen the high-speed train. It would have been necessary to go into the heart of the city to the place called Pennsylvania Station, and the police there would have been alerted by the time he got there. And in any case, the train schedule was not convenient. Regarding his trip from Washington to Florida, air travel was possible, but it would have to be a private aircraft. Boris had considered this but decided that it was dangerous. He had explained, "They are very attentive to security in Washington, and the citizens there consume too much news. If your photograph is broadcast on television or placed in the newspapers, you could be recognized by an alert citizen, or even the private pilot. We will save the private flight for later, Assad. So, you must drive. It is the safest way, the best way to get you accustomed to the country, and it will give you time to assess the situation. Speed is good, but you don't want to fly into a trap. Trust my judgment on this. I lived among these people for 5 years. Their attention span is short. They confuse reality with drama. If you are recognized from a television photograph, they'll confuse you with a TV star, or perhaps Omar Sharif, and ask for your autograph." Everyone laughed when Boris had finished. Clearly, Boris had a degree of contempt for the American people, but Boris made certain that Assad Khalil understood that he had a high regard for the American intelligence services, and even the local police in some cases. In any event, Boris, Malik, and the others had planned his itinerary with a mixture of speed and deliberation, boldness and caution, shrewdness and simplicity. Boris had warned him, however, "There are no alternative plans along the way, except at Kennedy Airport, where more than one driver has been assigned in the event that one meets with misfortune. The unlucky one will drive you to your rental car." Boris thought this was amusing, though no one else did. In fact, Boris had ignored the unsmiling faces around him at the last meeting and said, "Considering what will happen to your first 2 traveling companions, Haddad and the taxi driver, please don't ask me to take a trip with you." Again, no one smiled. But Boris didn't seem to care and laughed. Boris would not be laughing much longer, however. Boris would soon be dead. Khalil crossed a long bridge on a large lake called Lake Marion. Khalil knew that only about 50 miles to the south lived William Satterwhite, former United States Air Force lieutenant and murderer. Assad Khalil had an appointment with this man on the following day, but for now, William Satterwhite was unaware of how close death was. Khalil continued on, and at 7:05 p.m. he saw a sign that said, "Welcome to Georgia, the Peach State." Khalil knew what peaches were, but why a state would want to identify with this fruit was a mystery. He regarded his fuel gauge and saw that it was below a quarter full. He debated with himself about stopping now or waiting until it got darker. As he thought about this, he realized he was approaching Savannah and the traffic got heavier, which meant the gasoline stations would have many customers, so he waited. As the sun sank lower in the western sky, Assad Khalil recited a verse from the Quran. "Believers, do not make friends with any men other than your own people. They will corrupt you. They desire nothing but your ruin. Their hatred is clear from what they say, but more violent is the hatred in their hearts." Truly, Khalil thought, this was the inspired word of God as revealed to the Prophet Muhammad. At 7:30 he realized he was very low on fuel, but there seemed to be few exits on this section of the highway. Finally an exit sign appeared, and he turned onto the ramp. He was surprised to see that there was only one gasoline station, and it was closed. He proceeded west on a narrow road until he came to a small town named Cox, the same name as the pilot who died in the Gulf War. Khalil took this as an omen, though he didn't know if the omen was good or bad. The small town seemed almost deserted, but he saw a lighted gasoline station at the edge of the town and drove into it. He put his glasses on and exited the Mercury. It was warm and humid, he noticed, and a great many insects flew around the lights above the pumps. He decided to use his credit card in the pump, but saw that there was no place for a card. In fact, it appeared that he was not supposed to pump his own fuel. These pumps looked older and more primitive than the ones he was used to. He hesitated a moment, then noticed a tall, thin man wearing blue jeans and a tan shirt coming out of the office of the small building. The man said, "Help you, bub?" "I need to refuel my automobile." Assad Khalil recalled his advice to himself and smiled. The tall man looked at him, then at the mercury and the license plate, then back at his customer. The man said, "You need what?" "Gasoline." "Yeah? Any kind in particular?" "Yes. High test, please." The man took the nozzle from one of the pumps and pulled the hose to the mercury. He began refueling, and Khalil realized they would be standing together a long time. The man said, "Where are you heading?" "I am going to the resort on Jekyll Island." "You don't say." "Excuse me? Y'all dressed pretty fancy for Jekyll Island." "Yes. I had a business meeting in Atlanta." "What kind of business you in?" "I'm a banker." "Yeah? You dress like a banker." "Yes." "Where you from?" "New York." The man laughed. "Yeah? You don't look like a damn Yankee." Khalil was having trouble following some of this. He said, "I am not a baseball player." The man laughed again. "That's a good one. If you had a pinstripe suit on, I'd think you was a Yankee ball-playing banker." Khalil smiled. The man asked, "Where are you from before New York?" "Sardinia." "Where the hell is that?" "It is an island in the Mediterranean." "If you say so." "You come on I-95? "Yes." "That Phillips station closed?" "Yes." "Thought so. That fool ain't gonna make a buck if he closes so early." "Much traffic on 95? "Not very much." The man finished pumping and said, "You must have been near dry." "Yes." "Check the oil?" "No, thank you." "Cash or credit? I prefer cash." "Yes, cash." Khalil took out his wallet. The man squinted at the pump under the dim overhead light and said, $29.85 will do it." Khalil gave him 2 20s. The man said, "Gotta get change. Right back. Don't go nowhere." He turned and walked away. Khalil saw a holster and pistol attached to the rear of the man's belt. Khalil followed him. Inside the small office, Khalil asked, "Do you have food or beverage here?" The man opened the cash register and said, "Got that Coke machine out there and got them vending machines in here. You need some change?" "Yes." The man gave him his change and included several dollars worth of quarters. Khalil put the change in the side pocket of his suit coat. The man asked, "You know how to get to Jekyll Island?" "I have directions and a map." "Yeah? Where are you staying there?" "Holiday Inn." "Didn't think there was a Holiday Inn there." Neither man spoke. Khalil turned and went to the vending machine. He put his hand in his pocket, removed 2 quarters, and put them in the slot. He pulled a knob and a small bag of salted peanuts dropped into the tray. Khalil reached again into his pocket. There was a strip of mirror on the machine at eye level, and Khalil saw the man reaching behind his back with his right hand. Assad Khalil pulled his Glock out of his pocket, spun around, and fired a single bullet between the man's eyes, shattering the plate glass behind him. The tall man's knees folded, and he fell face down. Khalil quickly removed the man's wallet and saw pinned inside a badge which read, "Cox, P.D., Deputy." He cursed his bad luck, then removed the cash from the man's wallet, then the cash from the register, a total of only about $100. Khalil removed the spent .40 caliber shell casing. They had told him in Libya that this was an unusual caliber bullet used mostly by federal agents, and therefore he should take care not to leave something so interesting behind. Khalil noticed a half-open door that led to a small toilet. He grabbed the man's left ankle and pulled him into the toilet. Before he left, he urinated and left the dirty toilet unflushed, then shut the door and said, "Have a nice day." There was a newspaper on the desk, and Khalil threw it on the floor over the small pool of blood. He found a set of switches and shut them all off, putting the entire station in darkness. He left the office, closed the door, and went to the Coke machine. He put 3 quarters in and selected a Fanta Orange, then walked quickly back to the Mercury. Khalil got inside, started the engine, and made a U-turn back onto the small road that led to the interstate. Within 15 minutes, he was back on I-95 going south. He accelerated to 75 miles an hour, keeping up with the light traffic around him. He ate the peanuts and drank the Fanta. Within an hour, he saw a large sign that said, "Welcome to Florida, the Sunshine State." He kept on I-95, and near Jacksonville, the traffic got heavier. He exited at the sign for Jacksonville International Airport and followed the signs toward the airport. He looked at his satellite navigator and assured himself he was on the correct route. He glanced at his dashboard clock. It was nearly 10 p.m. He allowed himself a minute to reflect on the incident at the gasoline station in the village called Cox. The man was a policeman, but he worked at the gasoline station. This could have meant that he was an undercover policeman, but Khalil seemed to recall something he'd been told or had read about American policemen in small towns. Some of them were volunteers and were called deputies. Yes, it was coming back to him now. These men liked to carry guns, and they worked for no pay, and were more inquisitive than even the regular police. In fact, that man was too inquisitive, and his life had been hanging by a thread as he pumped the gasoline and asked too many questions. What had stretched the thread was the gun on his belt. What had broken the thread was the last question about the Holiday Inn. Whether the man had reached for the gun or not, he had already asked one question too many, and Asad Khalil had run out of correct answers. Chapter 34. We weren't going to make the 9 p.m. U.S. Airways shuttle, so we went to Delta and caught their 9:30 shuttle to LaGuardia. The plane was half full if you're an optimist, or half empty if you own Delta stock. Kate and I took seats in the rear. The 727 took off, and I occupied myself with a view of Washington. I could see the Washington Monument all lit up, the Capitol, the White House, the Lincoln and Jefferson memorials, and all that. I couldn't see the J. Edgar Hoover building, but the place was still in my head, and I said, "This takes some getting used to." "You mean the FBI has to get used to you?" I chuckled. The stewardess, a.k.a. the flight attendant, came by. She knew from the manifest that we were federal agents, so she didn't offer us cocktails, but asked if we'd like a soft drink. Kate said, "Bottled water, please." "And for you, sir?" "Double scotch. Can't fly on one wing." "I'm sorry, Mr. Corey, I'm not allowed to serve armed personnel." This was the moment I'd been waiting for all day, and I said, "I'm not armed. Check the manifest, or you can search me in the lav." She didn't seem inclined to accompany me to the lav, but she did check the manifest and said, "Oh, I see. I'd rather drink than carry a gun." She smiled and put 2 little bottles of scotch on my tray with a plastic cup of ice. "On the house." "On the plane." Whatever." After she moved off, I offered Kate a scotch. She replied, "I can't." "Oh, don't be such a goody two-shoes. Have a drink." "Do not try to corrupt me, Mr. Corey." "I hate to be corrupt alone. I'll hold your gun." "Cut it out." She drank her water. I poured both scotches over the ice and sipped. I smacked my lips. Really good. Fuck off. My goodness. We sat in silence a while, then she said to me, "Did you get things squared with your friend on Long Island?" This was a loaded question, and I considered my reply. John Corey is loyal to friends and lovers, but the essence of loyalty is reciprocity. And Beth Penrose, for all her interest in yours truly, hadn't shown a great deal of loyalty. I think what she wanted from me was what the ladies call commitment, and then she'd be loyal. But men want loyalty first, then they might consider commitment. These were opposing concepts, and not likely to be resolved unless one or the other party had a sex change operation. In any case, I wondered why Kate had asked the question. Actually, I didn't wonder at all. I finally replied, "I left a message on her answering machine." "Is she the understanding type?" "No, but she's a cop, and this stuff she understands." "Good. It might be a while before you have any free time." "I'll send her an email to that effect." You know, when the ATTF worked the TWA explosion, they worked around the clock, 7 days a week. And that wasn't even a terrorist attack, I pointed out. She didn't reply. No one in the know replied to questions about TWA, and there were still unanswered questions. At least for this case, we knew who, what, where, when, and how. We weren't sure of why or what next, but we'd know before too long. Kate asked me, "What happened with your marriage?" I spotted a trend in these questions, but if you think being a detective makes a guy wise to the ways of women, think again. I did, however, suspect a motive in Ms. Mayfield's questions that went beyond idle curiosity. I replied, "She was a lawyer." She didn't speak for a few seconds, then said, "And that's why it didn't work out?" "Yes." "Didn't you know she was a lawyer before you married her?" "I thought I could get her to reform." Kate laughed. It was my turn, and I asked her, "Have you ever been married?" "No." "Why not?" "That's a personal question." I thought we were doing personal questions. Actually, we were when I was on the receiving end. I refused to play this game and found a Delta magazine in the seat pocket. She said, "I've moved around a lot." I studied the Delta World Routes map. Maybe I should go to Rome when this was all over. See the Pope. Delta didn't go to Libya, I saw. I thought about those guys on the air raid in 1986 who flew those little jet fighters from somewhere in England, around France and Spain, over the Mediterranean and on to Libya. Wow. That was some flight, according to my map, and no one was serving scotch. How did they take a leak? Did you hear me? Sorry, no. I said, "Do you have children?" Children? Oh, no. The marriage was never consummated. She didn't believe in postmarital sex. Really? Well, for someone your age, that shouldn't have been a hardship. My goodness. I said, "Can we change the subject?" "What would you like to talk about?" Actually, nothing, except maybe Kate Mayfield, but that subject was trouble. I said, "We should discuss what we learned today." Okay. So we discussed what we learned today, what happened yesterday, and what we were going to do tomorrow. We approached New York, and I was glad to see it was still there, and that the lights were on. As we came into LaGuardia, Kate asked me, "Are you coming with me to Federal Plaza?" "If you'd like." "I would. Then we can go for dinner." I looked at my watch. It was 10:30 p.m., and by the time we got to Federal Plaza and left, it would be near midnight. I said, "It's a bit late to eat." "Then drinks." "Sounds good." The plane touched down, and as it decelerated on the runway, I asked myself the question that all men ask in these situations, which is, am I reading these signals right? If I wasn't, I could be in professional trouble, and if I was, I could get into personal trouble. I thought I should wait and see. In other words, when it comes to women, I played it safe. We deplaned, got outside, got into a taxi, and went to Federal Plaza via the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway and the Brooklyn Bridge. As we crossed the Brooklyn Bridge, I asked Kate, "Do you like New York?" "No. Do you?" "Of course." "Why? This place is crazy." "Washington is crazy. New York is eccentric and interesting." "New York is crazy. I'm sorry I took this assignment. None of the FBI people like it. It's too expensive, and our cost of living allowance barely covers the extra expenses." "Then why did you take this assignment?" "For the same reasons that military people take hardship assignments and volunteer for combat. It's a quick career boost. You have to do New York and D.C. at least once to get ahead." She added, "And it's challenging. Also, bizarre and unbelievable things happen here. You can go on to any of the other 55 field offices around the country, and you'll have New York stories to tell for the rest of your life." "Well," I said, "I think New York gets a bad rap. Look, I'm a New Yorker. Am I weird?" I didn't catch her reply, maybe because the cabbie was screaming at a pedestrian and the pedestrian was screaming back. They spoke different languages, so the exchange didn't last as long as it might have. We pulled up to Federal Plaza and Kate paid the driver. We went to the after-hours door on the south side and Kate opened it by means of a security code keypad. Kate had her keys for the elevator and we went up to the 27th floor where some of the suits hung out. There were a dozen people there looking tired, unhappy, and worried. Phones were ringing, faxes were dinging, and a moronic computer voice was telling people, "You've got mail." Kate chatted with everyone, then checked her phone messages, her email, then checked the commo for the day, and so forth. There was an email from George Foster which said, "Meeting, as per Jack, 28th floor conference room, 0800 hours. Unbelievable. Koenig in D.C. calls an 8 a.m. meeting in New York. These people were either tireless or scared shitless. Probably the latter, in which case you can't get much sleep anyway. Kate asked me, "Do you want to check your desk?" My desk in the cubicle farm was a floor below, and I really didn't think I'd have anything different down there than Kate had up here, so I said, "I'll check it tomorrow when I arrive at 5. She poked around a while longer, and I stood there feeling close to useless, so I said, "I'm going home." She put down whatever she was reading and said, "No, you're buying me a drink." She added, "Do you want your papers for my attaché case?" "I'll get them tomorrow. We can look at some of this stuff later if you'd like." This sounded like an invitation to spend a long night together, and I hesitated, then said, "That's all right." She put the attaché case under her desk. So we left and found ourselves in the dark, quiet street again, cabless, and this time I was gunless. I really don't need my gun to make me feel safe and secure, and New York has become a pretty safe city, but it's nice to have a little something on you when you suspect that a terrorist is trying to murder you. But Kate was carrying, so I said, "Let's walk." We walked. There's not much open at this hour on a Sunday night, not even in the city that never sleeps. But Chinatown is usually half awake on Sunday night, so I headed that way. We didn't exactly walk arm in arm, but Kate walked close to me, and our shoulders kept brushing. And now and then she put her hand on my arm or shoulder as we chatted. Obviously, the woman liked me, but maybe she was just horny. I don't like being taken advantage of by horny women, but it happens. Anyway, we got to this place in Chinatown that I knew, called the New Dragon. Years ago, over dinner with some other cops, I had asked the proprietor, Mr. Chung, what happened to the old dragon, and he confided to us, "You're eating him," whereupon he burst into peals of laughter and ran off into the kitchen. Anyway, the place had a small bar and cocktail area, which was still full of people and cigarette smoke. We found 2 chairs at a cocktail table. The clientele looked like they were heavies in a Bruce Lee movie without subtitles. Kate looked around and said, "You know this place?" "I used to come here." "Everyone's speaking Chinese." "I'm not. You're not. Everyone else." "I think they're Chinese." "You're a wise ass." "Thank you." A cocktail waitress came over, but I didn't know her. She was friendly, smiley, and informed us that the kitchen was still open. I ordered dim sum and scotch for the table. Kate asked me, "What's dim sum?" Straight answer. "Like appetizers, dumplings and stuff. Goes good with Scotch whiskey." Kate looked around again and said, "This is exotic." "They don't think so." Sometimes I feel like a real hick here. "How long have you been here?" 8 months. The drinks came. We chatted. More drinks came. I yawned. The dim sum came, and Kate seemed to enjoy it. A third round of drinks came, and my eyes were getting crossed. Kate seemed alert and awake. I asked the waitress to call us a taxi, and I paid the tab. We went outside onto Pell Street, and the cool air felt good. While we waited for the cab, I asked her, "Where do you live?" "On East 86th Street. It's supposed to be a good neighborhood." "It's a fine neighborhood." I took the apartment from the guy I replaced. He went to Dallas. I heard from him. He says he sort of misses New York, but he's happy in Dallas. And New York is happy he's in Dallas. She laughed. You're funny. George told me you had a New York mouth. Actually, I have my mother's mouth. The cab came and we got in. I said to the driver, 2 stops, first on East 86th. Kate gave the driver the address, and we were off through the tiny streets of Chinatown, then up Bowery. We rode mostly in silence, and within 20 minutes we're in front of Kate's building, a modern high-rise with a doorman. Even if she had a studio apartment, this was a little pricey, her cost of living allowance notwithstanding. But in my experience, Wendy Wasp from Wichita would choose a good building in a good neighborhood and cut down on luxuries such as food and clothes. So, we stood there a moment on the sidewalk, and she said, would you like to come in? New Yorkers say up. People from the hinterland say in. In any case, my heart got the message and began racing. I've been here before. I looked at her and said, can I take a rain check? Sure. She smiled. See you at 5. Maybe a little after 5. Like 8. She smiled again. Good night. She turned, and the doorman greeted her as he held the door open. I watched her move through the lobby, then turned and got into my cab. East 72nd Street, I said, and gave him the number. The cabbie, a guy with a turban from someplace else, said to me in good English, maybe not my business, but I think the lady wanted you to go with her. Yeah? Yeah. I stared out the window as we drove down 2nd Avenue. Strange day. Tomorrow would be totally unpleasant and tense. Then again, maybe there wouldn't be any tomorrow or any day after. I considered telling the cabbie to turn around and go back. I said to the cabbie, apropos of his turban, are you a genie? He laughed. Yeah, and this is a magic carpet, and you get 3 wishes. Okay. I made 3 wishes to myself, but the genie said, you have to tell me, or I can't make them come true. So I told him world peace, inner peace, and an understanding of women. The first 2 are no problem. He laughed again. If you get the last one, give me a call. We got to my condo, and I overtipped the genie, who advised me, ask her out again. He drove off. Alfred was still on duty for some reason. I can never figure out these doormen's schedules, which are more erratic than mine. Alfred greeted me, good evening, Mr. Corey. Did you have a good day? I had an interesting day, Alfred. I took the elevator up to the 20th floor, opened my door, and went inside, taking minimal precautions, and in fact, hoping I'd be knocked over the head like in the movies and wake up next month. I didn't check my answering machine, but got undressed and fell into bed. I thought I was exhausted, but I discovered that I was wound up like a clock spring. I stared at the ceiling, contemplating life and death, love and hate, fate and chance, fear and bravery, and stuff like that. I thought about Kate and Ted, Jack and George, the people in blue suits, a genie in a bottle, and finally Nick Maudie and Nancy Tate, both of whom I was going to miss. And Meg, the duty officer who I didn't know, but whose family and friends would miss her. I thought about Asad Khalil, and I wondered if I would have the opportunity to send him straight to hell. I got to sleep, but I had one nightmare after the other. The days and nights were becoming the same. Chapter 35. Asad Khalil found himself on a busy road lined with motels, car rentals, and fast food restaurants. A huge aircraft was landing at the nearby airport. They had told him in Tripoli to find a motel near the Jacksonville International Airport where neither his appearance nor his license plate would attract attention. He saw a pleasant-looking place called Sheraton, a name he recognized from Europe, and he pulled into the parking lot, then drove up to the sign that said Motor Inn, Registration. He straightened his tie, brushed his hair with his fingers, put on his glasses, and went inside. The young woman behind the registration counter smiled and said, "Good evening." He smiled and returned the greeting. He could see that there were passageways in the lobby, and one of them said bar, lounge, restaurant. He heard music and laughter coming through the door. He said to the woman, "I would like a room for one night, please." "Yes, sir. Standard or deluxe?" "Deluxe." She gave him a registration form and pen and said, "How would you like to pay for that, sir?" "American Express." He took out his wallet and handed her the credit card as he filled out the registration form. Boris had told him that the better the establishment, the fewer problems there would be, especially if he used the credit card. He hadn't wanted to leave a paper trail, but Boris assured him that if he used the card sparingly, it would be safe. The woman handed him a credit card slip with the impression of his card on it and gave him back his American Express card. He signed the slip and pocketed his card. Khalil completed the registration form, leaving blank the spaces concerning his vehicle, which they had told him in Tripoli he could ignore in the finer establishments. He was also told that, unlike Europe, there was no space for his passport number on the registration form, and the clerk would not even ask to see it. Apparently it was an insult to be taken for a foreigner, no matter how foreign one looked. Or perhaps, as Boris said, the only passport you need in America is American Express. In any case, the desk clerk glanced at his registration form and asked nothing further of him. She said, "Welcome to the Sheraton, Mr. Baydir," he pronounced. "Mr. Baydir, here's your electronic key card to room 119, ground floor, to your right as you leave the lobby." She went on in a monotone, "This is your guest folder, and here's your room number on the folder. The bar and restaurant are right through that door. We have a fitness center and a swimming pool. Checkout time is 11 a.m. Breakfast is served in the main dining room from 6 to 11 a.m. Room service is available from 6 a.m. to midnight. The dining room is closing for dinner shortly. The bar and lounge are open until 1 a.m. and light snacks are available. There's a minibar in your room. Would you like a wake-up call?" Khalil understood her accent, but barely understood all this useless information. He did understand wake-up calls and said, "Yes, I have a flight at 9 a.m., so perhaps 6 a.m. would be good." She was looking at him openly, unlike a Libyan woman who avoided eye contact with men. He maintained eye contact with her, as he was told to do to avoid suspicion, but also to see if she showed any hint that she knew who he was. But she seemed completely unaware of his true identity. She said, "Yes, sir, wake-up call at 6 a.m. Would you like express checkout?" He had been told to say yes if asked that question, that this type of checkout would mean he did not have to return to the desk. He replied, "Yes, please." "A copy of your bill will be placed under your door by 7 a.m. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No, thank you." "Have a pleasant stay." "Thank you." He smiled, took his folder, turned and left the lobby. This had gone well. Better than the last time he checked into the motel outside of Washington, he reflected, and had to kill the desk clerk. He smiled again. Assad Khalil got into his car and drove to the door marked 119, where a parking space sat empty. He retrieved his overnight bag, got out of the car, locked it, and went to the door. He put his key card into the slot, and the door lock hummed and clicked as a green light came on, reminding him of the Conquistador Club. He went inside and closed and bolted the door behind him. Khalil inspected the room, closets, and bathroom, which were clean and modern, but perhaps too comfortable for his taste. He preferred austere surroundings, especially for this jihad. As a religious man once told him, "Allah will hear you as well if you pray in a mosque with a full belly or the desert with an empty belly. But if you want to hear Allah, go hungry to the desert." That advice notwithstanding, Khalil was hungry. He'd had very little to eat since the day before he turned himself into the American Embassy in Paris, which was nearly a week ago. He glanced at the room service menu, but decided not to invite another look at his face. Very few people had seen him up close, and most of them were dead. He opened the minibar and found a can of orange juice, a plastic bottle of Vittel water, a jar of mixed nuts, and a bar of Toblerone chocolate, which he always enjoyed in Europe. He sat in the armchair facing the door, still fully dressed, with both Glocks in his pockets. He ate and drank slowly. As he ate, he thought back to his short stay at the American Embassy in Paris. They had been suspicious of him, but not hostile. A military officer and a man in civilian clothes had initially questioned him, and the next day 2 other men, who had identified themselves only as Philip and Peter, had arrived from America, telling him they would escort him safely to Washington. Khalil knew this was a lie on both counts. They would go to New York, not Washington, and neither Philip nor Peter would arrive safely. The night before his departure they had drugged him, as Boutros said they would, and Khalil had allowed that, so as not to arouse suspicion. He wasn't certain what they had done to him while he was drugged, but it was of no importance. He had been drugged by Libyan intelligence in Tripoli and questioned to see if he was able to withstand the effects of these so-called truth drugs. He had passed this test with no problems. He had been told that the Americans would probably not subject him to a lie detector test in the embassy. The diplomats wanted him out of the embassy as soon as possible. But if asked to take such a test, he should refuse and demand to go to America or to be released. In any case, the Americans had acted predictably and gotten him out of the embassy and out of Paris as quickly as possible. As Malik had said, "You are wanted for questioning by the French, the Germans, the Italians, and the British. The Americans know this and want you for themselves only. They will get you out of Europe as soon as possible. They almost always take the most sensitive cases to New York, so they can deny that they are holding a defector or a spy in Washington. There are, I think, other psychological and perhaps practical reasons why they go to New York. Eventually they intend to take you to Washington. But I think you can get there without their help." Everyone in the room had laughed at Malik's humor. Malik was very eloquent and also used humor to make his point. Khalil did not always appreciate the humor of Malik or Boris, but the humor was at the expense of the Americans or the Europeans, so he tolerated it. Malik had also said, "If, however, our friend who works for Transcontinental Airline in Paris informs us that you are going to Washington, then Haddad, your traveling companion, who is in need of oxygen, will be on that flight. The procedures at Dulles Airport will be the same. The aircraft will be towed to a security area, and you will proceed as though you are in New York." Malik had given him a rendezvous point at Dulles Airport where he would meet his taxi and driver, who would take him to his rental car, and from there, after silencing the driver, he would stay in a motel until Sunday morning, then go into the city and visit General Wycliffe before or after church. Asad Khalil had been impressed with the thoroughness and cleverness of his intelligence service. They had thought of everything, and they had alternate plans if the Americans changed their methods of operation. More importantly, his Libyan operation officers had stressed to him that even the best of plans could not be carried out without a true Islamic freedom fighter, such as Asad Khalil, nor without the help of Allah. Boris, of course, had told him that the plan was mostly Boris's, and that Allah had nothing to do with the plan or its success. But Boris had agreed that Asad Khalil was an exceptional agent. In fact, Boris had said to the Libyan intelligence officers, "If you had more men like Asad Khalil, you wouldn't fail so much." Boris was digging his own grave with his mouth, Khalil reflected, but he was fairly certain that at some point Boris knew this, which was why he was drunk so often. Boris had needed a steady supply of women and vodka, which was supplied to him, and money, which was sent to a Swiss bank for Boris's family. The Russian, even when intoxicated, was very clever and very helpful, and he was smart enough to know that he was not going to leave Tripoli alive. He once said to Malik, "If I have an accident here, promise me you will ship my body home." Malik had replied, "You will have no accident here, my friend. We will watch you closely." To which Boris had replied, "Your boss," which in English meant "fuck you," and which Boris used too often. Khalil finished his small meal and turned on the television, sipping the Vittel from the bottle. When he finished the water, he put the empty plastic bottle in his overnight bag. It was now almost 11 p.m., and while he waited for the 11 o'clock news, he used the remote control to switch channels. On one channel, two bare-breasted women were in a small pool of steaming and churning water and were becoming intimate with each other. Khalil switched to another channel, then switched back to see the two women. He watched, transfixed as the women, one blonde, one dark-haired, stood in this hot water and caressed each other. A third woman, an African, appeared at the edge of this whirling pool. She was completely naked, but some sort of electronic distortion was covering her pudenda as she walked down a set of stairs into the pool. The three women said very little, Khalil noticed, but laughed too much as they splashed water on one another. Khalil thought they acted like half-wits, but he continued to watch. A fourth woman with red hair was walking backwards down the stairs so that he could see her bare buttocks and back as she lowered herself into the water. Soon all four women were rubbing and stroking one another, kissing and embracing. Khalil sat very still, but he realized that he had become aroused, and he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He understood that he should not be watching this, that this was the worst sort of Western decadence, that all the holy scriptures of the Hebrews, Christians, and Muslims defined these acts as unnatural and unholy. And yet these women, who were touching one another in an unclean way, aroused him and caused his mind to have lustful and impure thoughts. He pictured himself naked in the pool with them. He came out of his reverie and noticed on the digital clock that it was already 4 minutes past 11. As he began switching channels, he cursed himself, cursed his weakness, and cursed the satanic forces that were loose in this accursed land. He found a news program and stopped. A female newscaster was saying, "This is the man who authorities say is a prime suspect in an unnamed terrorist attack in the United States." A color photo captioned Assad Khalil came on the screen, and Assad Khalil stood quickly and knelt in front of the television studying the photo. He had never seen this color photo of himself and suspected that it had been taken secretly in the Paris embassy while he was being interrogated. In fact, he noticed that the suit was the same as the one he wore now, and the tie was the one he had worn in Paris, but which he'd changed. The woman said, "Please look at this photograph carefully and notify the authorities if you see this man. He is considered armed and dangerous, and no one should attempt to confront or detain him. Call the police or call the FBI. Here are 2 toll-free numbers you can call." 2 phone numbers came on the screen below his photo. The first number is for anonymous tips that you can leave on a tape recorder. The second number is the hotline manned by FBI personnel. Both numbers are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Also, the Justice Department has offered a $1 million reward for information that leads to the arrest of this suspect. Another photograph of Assad Khalil came on the screen, but with a slightly different expression on his face, and again, Khalil recognized it as a Paris embassy photograph. The newswoman was saying, "Again, please study this photograph. Federal authorities are asking for your help in locating this man, Assad Khalil. He speaks English, Arabic, and some French, German, and Italian. He is suspected of being an international terrorist, and he may now be in the U.S. We have no further information on this individual, but we will be reporting to you as soon as we have more details." All the while, Assad Khalil's face stared out of the television at Assad Khalil. Another news story came on, and Khalil pushed the mute button, then went to the wall mirror, put on his bifocals, and stared at himself. Assad Khalil, the Libyan on television, had black, swept-back hair. Hefni Badir, the Egyptian in Jacksonville, Florida, had grayish hair parted to the side. Assad Khalil on television had dark eyes. Hefni Badir in Jacksonville wore bifocals, and his eyes looked blurred to an observer. Assad Khalil on television was clean-shaven. Hefni Badir wore a graying mustache. Assad Khalil on television was not smiling. Hefni Badir in the mirror was smiling, because he did not look like Assad Khalil. He said his prayers and went to bed. Chapter 36. I made it to the 8 a.m. meeting on the 28th floor of Federal Plaza, feeling virtuous about not having spent the night with Kate Mayfield. In fact, I was able to look her right in the eye and say, "Good morning." She returned my greeting, and I thought I heard the word schmuck, but maybe I was just feeling like one. We stood around this long conference table in a windowless room and made chit-chat until the meeting was called to order. The walls of the room were adorned with blown-up photos of Assad Khalil in various shots taken in Paris. There were also 2 photos labeled Youssef Haddad. One was subtitled Morgue Shot, the other Passport Photo. The morgue shot actually looked better than the passport photo. There were also a few photos of the February defector whose name turned out to be Boutros Dar, and whose status was dead. I have this theory that all these guys were mean because they had silly names, like a boy named Sue. Anyway, I counted 10 coffee cups and 10 legal pads on the table and deduced that there would be 10 people at this meeting. On each legal pad was written a name, and I further deduced that I was supposed to sit in front of the pad with my name. So I sat. There were 4 carafes of coffee on the table, and I poured myself some coffee, then pushed the carafe across the table to Kate, who was sitting directly opposite me. She was dressed in a blue pinstripe business suit today, looking a little more severe than she'd looked in her blue blazer and knee-length skirt on Saturday. Her lipstick was a sort of coral pink. She smiled at me. I smiled at her. Anyway, back to the anti-terrorist task force meeting. Everyone was taking their seat now. At one end of the table was Jack Koenig, very recently arrived from D.C. and wearing the same suit he'd worn yesterday. At the other end of the table was Captain David Stein, NYPD, the co-commander of the New York Anti-Terrorist Task Force. Stein and Koenig could both think they were sitting at the head of the table. Sitting to my left was Mike O'Leary of the NYPD Intelligence Unit, and I noted that the name on his pad was the same as his name, which made me optimistic about the Police Intelligence Unit. Anyway, to my immediate right was Special Agent Alan Parker, FBI, ATTF. Alan is our public relations guy. He's in his mid-20s but looks about 13. He's a world-class bullshitter, and that's what we needed in this case. To Parker's right, near Koenig, was Captain Henry Witterzinski, Deputy Chief of Detectives with the Port Authority Police. I'd met this guy a few times when I was an NYPD detective, and he seemed like an okay guy, except for his name, which looked like the 3rd line of an eye chart. I mean, somebody should buy this guy a vowel. Across from me were Kate and 3 other people. At the far end, next to Captain Stein, was Robert Moody, NYPD Chief of Detectives. Moody was the NYPD's first black chief of detectives and was, in fact, my former boss before my near-death and resurrection. I don't have to tell you that being the commanding officer of a few thousand guys like me is not an easy job. I've met Chief Moody on a few occasions, and he seems to not dislike me, which is as good as it gets with me and bosses. Sitting to Kate's left was Sergeant Gabriel Hatham, NYPD ATTF, an Arab gent. Sitting next to Gabriel, to Koenig's right, was an unknown man, but it was only his name that was unknown. I had no doubt that this nattily-dressed gentleman was CIA. It's funny how I can spot them. They affect this sort of slightly bored nonchalance, they spend too much money on clothes, and they always look like they have to be someplace more important than where they are. In any case, I had been feeling a little empty since I didn't have Ted Nash to kick around any longer. I was feeling better now that I might have someone to take his place. Regarding Mr. Ted Nash, I pictured him packing his silk undies for his trip to Paris. I also pictured him back in my life at some point, as I said. I recalled Koenig's words, "It's Ted you should keep an eye on." Jack Koenig did not make statements like that lightly. Also missing was George Foster, whose job it was to mind the store. He was at the Conquistador Club and would probably stay there for a long time. George's assignment in the parlance of criminal investigation was to act as the host or the coordinator of the crime scene, he being a witness to and actual participant in the events. Better George than me, I guess. Aside from Nash and Foster, also missing from this group was Nick Motti. Thus, Jack Koenig began the meeting by proposing a moment of silence for Nick, as well as Phil, Peter, the two federal marshals on board Flight 175, Andy McGill of the Port Authority Emergency Service Unit, Nancy Tate, and the duty officer Meg Collins, and all the victims of Flight 175. We did the moment of silence, and Jack called the meeting to order. It was exactly 8 a.m. Jack first introduced the gentleman to his left by saying, "With us this morning is Edward Harris of the Central Intelligence Agency." No shit. I mean, all Jack had to say was, "This is Edward Harris from you-know-where." Jack did add, "Mr. Harris is with the agency's counterterrorism section." Harris acknowledged the intro by moving his pencil back and forth like a windshield wiper. Trey cool. Also, these guys, unlike the FBI, almost always use their full names. There was no Ed in Edward Harris. Ted Nash seemed to be an exception to this rule. I suddenly had this bright idea to call him Teddy next time I saw him. I should point out that normally I would not be at a meeting at this level, and neither would Kate. But having been witness to and participants in the events that had brought us all together, Kate and I were included. How good is that? Jack Koenig announced, "As some of you may know, a decision was made in Washington yesterday afternoon to put out a brief statement to the news media along with photographs of Assad Khalil. The statement says only that he is a suspect in a case involving international terrorism and is wanted by federal authorities. No mention was made of Flight 175. The statement and his photographs appeared on most 11 o'clock TV news broadcasts. Some of you may have seen it last night. Today's newspapers will carry the photos and the statement." No one commented aloud, but the expressions on everyone's face said, "It's about fucking time." Captain David Stein asserted his co-commandership and stood unbidden by King Jack. Captain Stein announced, "We will set up an incident command center on the 26th floor. Everyone who is assigned to this case will move themselves and their pertinent files there. Everything associated with this case will be in or come through the ICC. Files, photos, maps, charts, leads, evidence, interview transcripts, the whole 9 yards. Until further notice, there are only 3 places that the ATTF people will be: in the ICC, in bed, or out in the field. Don't spend too long in bed." He looked around the room and added, "Anybody who needs to go to the funerals can go. Questions?" No one seemed to have any questions, so he continued, "The Mideast section will have 50 ATTF agents directly assigned to this case from all law enforcement agencies who make up our task force. Another 100 or so men and women will be attached to the case in the New York metropolitan area, plus there are hundreds of other agents working this case in the U.S. and abroad." And so on. Next up to bat was Lieutenant Mike O'Leary of the NYPD Intelligence Unit. He spoke a few words about Nick Motti, who was an intel guy, and in true Irish tradition, told a funny Nick Motti anecdote, which he probably made up. There aren't that many municipal police forces with their own intelligence organizations, but New York City, home to every weirdo political movement on the planet, needs such an outfit. The NYPD Intelligence Unit was founded during the Red Scare, and they used to hound and harass the local commies who actually liked being persecuted by the cops. No one else paid any attention to them except the FBI. The old Red Squad morphed into what it is today, and they're not bad at what they do, but they have limitations. Also, they don't really like the ATTF, which they consider competition. But Mike O'Leary assured everyone that his organization was on the case and would cooperate fully. I knew in my guts that if his people got a lead, we'd never hear about it. But to be fair, if the FBI got a lead, O'Leary would never hear about it either. Lieutenant O'Leary blessed us all and sat down. The Irish are beautiful bullshitters. I mean, you know they're lying. They know you know they're lying, but they do it with so much charm, conviction, and energy that everyone feels kind of good about it. Next up was Robert Moody, NYPD Chief of Detectives. He was saying, "My detectives will keep their eyes and ears open on this case while working other cases, and I assure you that the 4,000 men and women in my command will carry with them at all times a photo of the alleged perpetrator and will forward all leads to the ATTF Incident Command Center." Bullshit. Chief Moody concluded with, If he's anywhere in the 5 boroughs, we have a good chance of knowing about it, and we'll pick him up. The subtext here was that Moody would love to collar Khalil before the feds even got a lead and let them find out about it in the morning papers. Captain Stein thanked Inspector Moody and added, "I also have assurances from the police commissioner that all uniformed officers will be briefed before their duty tours. Also, today, the commissioner is meeting with all the police commissioners from the surrounding suburban counties and municipalities, seeking their full cooperation and support. This means that over 70,000 law enforcement officers in the metropolitan area are looking for the same man. This is, in effect, the single biggest manhunt in the history of the New York metropolitan area." I noticed that Alan Parker was making copious notes, maybe to use in a news release, or maybe he was writing a TV miniseries. I don't particularly trust writers. Stein said, "Meanwhile, our first focus is the Mideastern community," and turned it over to Gabriel Hatham. Hatham stood and looked around the room. As the only Arab and Muslim person present, he could have been a little paranoid, but after years of working with the NYPD Intelligence Unit and now with the ATTF, Sergeant Gabriel Hatham was cool. He once confided to me, "My real name is Jibril. It means Gabriel in Arabic, but don't let that get around. I'm trying to pass as a WASP." I like a guy with a sense of humor, and Gabe needed a very good sense of humor and sense of self to do what he was doing. I mean, it's not too difficult being an Arab American in New York, but being an Arab American Muslim assigned to the Mideast section of the anti-terrorist task force took big balloons. I wonder what Gabriel tells his buddies down at the mosque. Like, "Hey, Abdul, I busted 2 salamis last night." Not likely. Sergeant Hatham was the commander of the stakeout units, the NYPD detectives assigned to the ATTF who did the actual legwork, keeping track of people who were suspected of having ties to extremist organizations. These guys sat for hours outside of apartments and houses, took photos, used long-range audio detection equipment and tape recorders, and followed people in cars, subways, taxis, trains, buses, and on foot, stuff that the FBI guys couldn't or wouldn't do. The job sucked, but it was the meat and potatoes of the ATTF. A lot of time and money went into this, and the Mideast community wasn't too happy about being under the eye all the time. But as the saying goes, if you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. Anyway, Gabriel was informing us. Between about 5 p.m. Saturday and now, the stakeout people dropped their cover, and they turned the city inside out and upside down. We managed to get consent searches and blanket search warrants that covered everything except the mayor's bedroom. We questioned about 800 people in their homes, in station houses, on the street, in their places of business, and here. Civic leaders, suspects, regular Yusefs, and even Muslim religious leaders. I couldn't resist saying to Gabe, "If we don't hear from at least 20 Arab League civil rights lawyers by noon, you're not doing your job." Everyone got a good chuckle out of that one. Even Kate laughed. Gabe said to me, "Hey, we sweated the Arab League lawyers, too. They're hiring Jewish lawyers to file suit." Again, everyone laughed, but the laughter was a little strained. This was, after all, a bit awkward. But a little humor goes a long way toward dealing with touchy subjects. I mean, there was a lot of cultural diversity in the room, and we hadn't even heard from the Polish guy, Captain Witterzinski, yet. I had a great Polish joke, but maybe I'd hold it for another time. Gabriel went on without blowing his horn too much, and had to admit, "I've got to tell you, we have not one single lead. Not a glimmer. Not even the regular crap of somebody trying to pin a bum rap on their father-in-law. No one wants to touch this one. But we've got another 1,000 or so people to question, and we've got 100 more places to search. Also, we're doubling back on some people and places. We're putting maximum heat on the Mideast community, and yeah, we may be stepping on some civil rights, but we'll worry about that later." He added, "We're not torturing anybody." Koenig remarked dryly, "Washington will appreciate your restraint." Gabriel said to Jack, "Most of these people come from countries where police beatings are used before the first question is asked. The people we're talking to get confused if you don't at least get a little physical with them." Koenig cleared his throat and said, "I don't think we need to hear that. In any case, Sergeant, we don't—" Sergeant Hatham interrupted. "We've got over 300 corpses lying in city and hospital morgues, and we don't know how many more dead are yet to come. I don't want one more corpse on my watch." Koenig considered a moment, but with the hidden microphone in mind, said nothing. Sergeant Gabriel Hatham sat. There was a stillness in the room. Everyone probably had the same thought, which was that Sergeant Gabriel Hatham could get away with some rough stuff regarding his co-religionists. This, of course, may have been one of the reasons that Sergeant Hatham had been picked for his job. Also, he was good at what he did. Most of the successes of the ATTF were the result of the NYPD stakeout guys. All the other stuff— walk-in informants, foreign intelligence sources, phone tips, convicted snitches, and such— didn't get as much information as the guys out on the bricks. Port Authority Captain Witaszynski got up and informed us, "All the Port Authority police, plus all toll takers and other PA personnel at transportation terminals have been given a photograph of Asad Khalil, plus a memo explaining that this fugitive is now the most wanted man in America. We tried to play down the Flight 175 connection as per orders, but the word is out." Captain Witaszynski went on a bit. This was one of those cases where the Port Authority police played a big role. Fugitives on the run would eventually cross the path of a ticket agent, or a toll taker, or a Port Authority cop at a bus terminal or airport. Therefore, it was important that these people were up and running and motivated. As for Henry Witaszynski, I didn't know the guy, but— well, okay, here's the joke. This Polish guy goes into the optometrist's office, and the optometrist says to the guy, "Can you read that chart?" And the guy says, "Sure, I know all those guys." Anyway, though I didn't know Captain Witaszynski, I knew that, like most Port Authority cops, he had a little attitude. What they wanted was recognition and respect, so most smart NYPD like me gave it to them. They were good, they were helpful, and they were useful. If you messed with them, they'd find a way to screw you big time, like putting $1,000 charge on your easy pass or something. Witaszynski was a big guy in an ill-fitting suit, like 7 pounds of Polish sausage stuffed into a 5-pound casing. He also seemed to lack any charm or diplomacy, and I liked that. Jack Koenig asked Captain Eichart, "When was the photo of Khalil in the hands of your people?" Captain Witaszynski replied, "We had hundreds of these photos made up as soon as we could. As each batch was copied, we sent patrol cars out to the bridges, tunnels, airports, bus stations, and so forth. Also, we faxed photos to every place that has a fax machine, and we did the same over the Internet." He looked around the room and said, "I'd guess that by 9 p.m. Saturday everybody in our command had a copy of Khalil's photo. Sooner in some cases. But I gotta tell you, the quality of the photo sucked." Captain Stein said, "So, conceivably, Asad Khalil could have boarded a flight, or taken a bus, or crossed a bridge or tunnel before 9 p.m. and not been noticed." "That's right," Witaszynski replied. He added, "We did get the word and photo out to the airports first, but if the fugitive was quick, he could have boarded a flight, especially at JFK, where he already was." No one had any comment on that. Captain Witaszynski continued, "I've got over 100 detectives out there trying to find out if this guy left the greater New York, New Jersey metropolitan area by way of a Port Authority facility. But there's 16 million people in New York Metro, and if this guy had a disguise or a phony ID or an accomplice or whatever, he could have slipped out. This is not a police state." Again, no one said anything for a few seconds. Then Koenig inquired, "How about the piers?" "Yeah," Witaszynski said. "On the off chance that this guy had a ticket for a slow boat to Arabia, my office notified customs and immigration people at all the cruise line piers, plus piers where cargo and private ships are docked. I sent detectives around with photo packs, too, but so far no Khalil. We'll keep the piers under the eye." Everyone asked Witaszynski questions, and it was clear that this kid brother agency was all of a sudden important. Witaszynski managed to mention the fact that one of the dead, Andy McGill, was a Port Authority cop, and though his men needed no motivation other than patriotism and professionalism, McGill's death had hit the PA cops hard. Widzinski got tired of being put on the spot and turned the tables a little by saying, I think that Assad Khalil's photo should have been on every television station within a half an hour of the crime. I know there were other considerations, but unless we go completely public with this thing, this guy's going to get away. Jack Koenig said, there is a high likelihood that he's already gone. In fact, he probably took the first Mideast carrier out of JFK before the bodies were called. Washington believes that and therefore made the decision that we would keep this within the law enforcement community until the public could be fully apprised of the nature of the transcontinental tragedy. Kate spoke up and said, I agree with Captain Widzinski. There was no reason to hide these facts other than to cover our own... whatever. Captain Stein also agreed and said, I think Washington panicked and made the wrong decision. We went along with it, and now we're trying to find a guy who has a 2-day head start. Koenig tried to spin this a little and said, well, Khalil's photo is out to the media now, but the point is moot if Khalil flew out quickly. Koenig looked at some papers in front of him and said, there were 4 flights leaving JFK that he could have made before the Port Authority police were alerted. He rattled off the names of 4 Mideastern carriers and their departure times. He added, and of course there were also other overseas flights, as well as some domestic and Caribbean flights that wouldn't have required a passport to board, where any kind of photo ID would have been sufficient. Koenig concluded with, of course we had people on the other end, Los Angeles and the Caribbean and so forth, waiting for the aircraft, but no one fitting his description deplaned. We all mulled that over. I saw Kate looking at me, which I guess meant she wanted me to stick my neck out. I'm only here on a contract anyway, so I said, I think Khalil is in New York. If he's not in New York, then he's someplace else in this country. Captain Stein asked me, why do you think that? Because he's not finished. Okay, Stein asked. What is it that he needs to finish? I have no idea. Well, said Stein, he made a hell of a good start. And that's all it is, I replied. There's more to come. Captain Stein, like me, sometimes lapses into station house speech and commented, I fucking well hope not. I was about to reply, but Mr. CIA spoke for the first time and asked me, why are you so certain that Assad Khalil is still in this country? I looked at Mr. Harris, who was staring at me. I considered several replies, all of them starting and ending with fuck you, but then I decided to give Mr. Harris the benefit of the doubt and treat him with courtesy. I said, well, sir, I just have this gut feeling, based on Assad Khalil's personality type, that he is the sort of man who doesn't quit while he's ahead. He only quits when he's finished, and he's not finished. How do I know that, you ask? Well, I was thinking that a guy like this could have continued to cause damage to American interests abroad and get away with it, like he has for years. But instead, he decided to come here, to America, and cause more damage. So, did he just stop by for an hour or so? Was this a seagull mission? I looked around at the uninitiated and explained, that's where a guy flies in, shits on everybody, then flies out. A few people chuckled, and I continued, no, this was not a seagull mission. It was a Dracula mission. They seemed to have everyone's attention, so I continued. Count Dracula could have sucked blood in Transylvania for 300 years and kept getting away with it. But no, he wants to sail to England, right? But why? To suck the blood of the ship's crew? No, there was something in England that the Count wanted, right? Well, what did he want? He wanted this babe, the one he saw in Jonathan Harker's photo, right? What was her name? Anyway, he has the hots for the babe, and the babe is in England. You follow? Likewise, Khalil didn't come here to kill everybody on that plane or everybody in the Conquistador Club. Those people were just appetizers, a little blood-sucking before he got to the main meal. All we have to do is to identify and locate the babe, or Khalil's equivalent, and we've got him. You follow? There was this long silence in the room, and some people who'd been staring at me turned away. I thought that maybe Koenig or Stein were going to put me on medical leave or something. Kate was staring down at her pad. Finally, Edward Harris, gentleman that he was, said to me, Thank you, Mr. Corey. That was an interesting analysis. Analogy. Whatever. A few people chuckled. I said, I have a $10 bet with Ted Nash that I'm right. You want to bet? Harris looked like he wanted to leave, but he was a good sport and said, Sure. Make it 20. You're on. Give Mr. Koenig a 20. Harris hesitated, then pulled a 20 out of his wallet and slid it to Koenig, who pocketed it. I passed the 20 down the table. Interagency meetings can really be boring, but not when I'm there. I mean, I hate bureaucrats who are so colorless and careful that you couldn't even remember them an hour after the meeting. Aside from that, I wanted each and every person in that room to remember that we were there on the assumption that Khalil might still be in the country. As soon as they started to believe he was gone, they'd get lazy and sloppy and let the overseas guys do the work. Sometimes you've got to be a little weird to make the point. I'm good at weird. In fact, Koenig, who was not a fool, said, Thank you, Mr. Corey, for that persuasive argument. I think there's a 50-50 chance you're right. Kate was looking up from a pad now and said, Actually, I think Mr. Corey is right. She glanced at me, and our eyes met for half a second. If we'd slept together, my face would have turned red, but no one in that room, all of them, trained face readers, could detect an ounce of post-coital complicity. Boy, I really made the right move last night. Really. Right? Captain Stein broke the silence and said to Edward Harris, Is there anything you'd like to share with us? Harris shook his head and said, I was recently assigned to this case and I haven't yet been briefed. You all know more than I do. Everyone had the exact same simultaneous thought, which was bullshit. But no one said anything. Harris did say to me, however, the lady's name was Mina. Right. It was on the tip of my tongue. So we all chatted for another 10 or 15 minutes, then Koenig glanced at his watch and said, Last but not least, we'll hear from Alan. Special Agent Alan Parker stood. He's kind of short for his age, unless maybe he really is 13. Alan said, Let me be very frank. Everyone groaned. Alan seemed confused, then got it, and chuckled. He began again, First of all, the people in Washington who wanted to manage the flow of information, Captain Stein interrupted and said, Speak English. What? Oh, okay. The people who wanted to keep a lid on this, who is that? Stein demanded. Who? Well, some people in the administration. Like who? I don't know. Really, but I guess the National Security Council, not the FBI. Captain Stein, who knows about these things, pointed out, the director of the FBI is a member of the National Security Council, Alan. Really? Anyway, whoever these people are have decided that it's time to begin full disclosure. Not all at once, but within the next 72 hours. Like a third of what we know each day for the next 3 days. Captain Stein, who has a sarcastic streak, inquired, Like nouns today, verbs tomorrow, and everything else on Wednesday? Alan forced a chuckle and said, No, but I have a 3-part news release, and I'll pass out the first part to everybody today. Stein said, We want it all within the next 10 minutes. Continue. Alan said, Please understand that I don't make the news, and I don't decide which facts are made public. I just do what I'm told. But I am the clearinghouse for news items, so I'd appreciate it if people didn't give interviews or hold press conferences without first checking with my office. He further advised us, It's very important that the media and the public are kept informed, but it's more important that they know only what we want them to know. Alan didn't seem to see any contradiction in that statement, which was scary. Anyway, Alan was babbling on about the importance of news as another weapon in our arsenal and so forth, and I thought he was going to say something about using me and Kate as bait, or about Gaddafi laying the wood to Assad's mommy and putting that out to the press. But he didn't touch on any of that. Instead, he told anecdotal stories about how leaked news got people killed, tipped off suspects, ruined operations, and caused all sorts of problems, including obesity, impotence, and bad breath. Alan concluded with, "It's true that the public has a right to know, but it's not true that we have a duty to tell them anything." He sat. No one seemed certain they understood what Alan was saying, so to clarify, Jack Koenig said, "No one should speak to the press." He added, however, "This afternoon there will be a joint press conference of the NYPD and the FBI, followed by another joint press conference that will include the governor of New York, the mayor of New York City, the NYPD commissioner, and others. Someone at some point, in some manner, will announce what a lot of people already know or suspect, which is that Flight 175 was the subject of an international terrorist attack. The President and members of the National Security Council will go on TV tonight and announce the same thing. There will be a media feeding frenzy for a few days, and your respective offices will get many phone calls. Please refer everyone to Alan, who gets paid to talk to the press." Koenig then reminded everyone that there was a $1 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Assad Khalil, plus federal money available for buying information. We tidied up a few loose ends, and Jack Koenig concluded, "I realize that interagency cooperation is challenging, but if ever there was an occasion for everyone to pull together, to share information, and to show goodwill, this is the occasion. When we catch this guy, I assure you there'll be enough credit to go around." I heard NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Moody mumble something like, "There's a first." Captain David Stein stood and said, "We don't want to find out later that we had a tip on this guy that got lost in the bureaucracy, like what happened with the Trade Center bombing. Remember, the ATTF is the clearinghouse for all information. Remember, too, every law enforcement agency in this country, Canada, and Mexico has the particulars on this guy, and every tip will be forwarded here. Plus, now that Khalil's face is on TV, we can count on a couple 100 million citizens to be on the lookout. So if this guy is still on this continent, we might get lucky." I thought of Police Chief Cornpone in Hominy Grits, Georgia. I imagine getting a direct phone call from him saying, "Morning, John. I hear y'all been looking for this Arab, Khalil what's-his-name. Well, John, we got this fella right here in the pokey, and we'll hold him for you till you get here. Hurry on down. This boy won't eat pork, and he's starving to death." Stein said to me, "Something funny, Detective?" "No, sir, my mind was wandering." "Yeah? Tell us where it wandered to." "Well, let's hear it, Mr. Corey." So rather than share my stupid Police Chief Cornpone reverie, which is maybe funny only to me, I quickly came up with a joke apropos to the meeting. I said, "Okay, the Attorney General wants to find out who's the best law enforcement agency, the FBI, the CIA, or the NYPD, okay? So she calls a group from each organization to meet her outside D.C., and she lets a rabbit loose in the woods and says to the FBI guys, 'Okay, go find the rabbit.'" I looked at my audience, who were wearing neutral expressions, except for Mike O'Leary, who was smiling in anticipation. I continued, "The FBI guys go in, and 2 hours later they come out without the rabbit, but of course call a big press conference. And they say, 'We lab-tested every twig and leaf in the woods, we questioned 200 witnesses, and we have concluded that the rabbit broke no federal laws, and we let him go.' The Attorney General says, 'Bullshit, you never found the rabbit.' So then the CIA guys go in." I glanced at Mr. Harris. "And an hour later they also come out without the rabbit, but they say, 'The FBI was wrong. We found the rabbit, and he confessed to a conspiracy. We debriefed the rabbit, and we turned the rabbit around, and he is now a double agent working for us.' The Attorney General says, 'Bullshit, you never found the rabbit.' So then the NYPD guys go in, and 15 minutes later this bear comes stumbling out of the woods, and the bear is taking a really bad beating. And the bear throws his arms up in the air and yells out, 'All right, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit.'" O'Leary, Hatham, Moody, and Witterzinski let out a big laugh. Captain Stein tried not to smile. Jack Koenig was not smiling, and therefore neither was Alan Parker. Mr. Harris, too, did not seem amused. Kate was getting used to me, I think. Captain Stein said, "Thank you, Mr. Corey. I'm sorry I asked." David Stein concluded the meeting with a few words of motivation. If this bastard strikes again in New York Metro, most of us here should think about calling their pension office. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 37. On Monday morning at 6 a.m., Asad Khalil answered the ringing telephone and a voice said, "Good morning." Khalil started to reply, but the voice continued without pause, and Khalil realized it was a recorded message. The voice said, "This is your 6 a.m. wake-up call. Today's temperature will get into the high 70s, clear skies, chance of a passing shower late in the day. Have a nice day, and thank you for choosing Sheraton." Khalil hung up the phone and the words "Yob Vas" came into his mind. He got out of bed and carried the 2 Glocks into the bathroom. He shaved, brushed his teeth, used the toilet, and showered, then touched up the gray and combed his hair with a part using the wall-mounted hairdryer. As in Europe, he reflected, there were many luxuries in America, many recorded voices, soft mattresses, hot water at the turn of a faucet tap, and rooms without insects or rodents. A civilization such as this could not produce good infantrymen, he thought, which was why the Americans had reinvented warfare. Push-button war, laser-guided bombs and missiles, cowardly warfare such as they had visited on his country. The man he was going to see today, Paul Gray, was an old practitioner of cowardly bombing and now had become an expert in this game of remote control killing and had become a rich merchant of death. Soon he would be a dead merchant of death. Khalil went into the bedroom, prostrated himself on the floor facing Mecca, and said his morning prayers. When he had completed the required prayers, he prayed, "May God give me the life of Paul Gray this day, and the life of William Satterthwaite tomorrow. May God speed me on my journey and bless this jihad with victory." He rose and dressed himself in his bulletproof vest, clean shirt and underwear, and gray suit. Khalil opened the Jacksonville telephone directory to the section he had been told to look under, aircraft charter, rental, and leasing services. He copied several telephone numbers on a piece of notepaper and put it in his pocket. Under his door was an envelope which contained his bill and a slip of paper informing him that his newspaper was outside his door. He peered through the peephole, saw no one, and unbolted and opened his door. On the doormat was a newspaper, and he retrieved it, then closed and rebolted his door. Khalil stood by the light of the desk lamp and stared at the first page. There, staring back at him, were 2 color photographs of himself, a full-face view and a profile. The caption read, "Wanted, Asad Khalil, Libyan, age approximately 30, height 6 feet, speaks English, Arabic, some French, Italian, and German, armed and dangerous." Khalil took the newspaper to the bathroom mirror and held it up to the left of his face. He put his bifocals on and peered through the clear tops of the lenses. His eyes shifted back and forth between the photographs and his own face. He made several facial expressions, then stepped back from the mirror and turned his head slightly to one side so he could see his profile in the wraparound wall mirror. He put the newspaper down, closed his eyes, and created a mental image of himself and the photographs. The one feature that stood out in his mind was his thin, hooked nose with the flaring nostrils, and he had mentioned this to Boris once. Boris had told him, "There are many racial characteristics in America. In some urban areas there are Americans who can tell the difference between a Vietnamese and a Cambodian, for instance, or between a Filipino and a Mexican. But when the person is from the Mediterranean region, then even the most astute observer has difficulty. You could be an Israeli, an Egyptian, a Sicilian, a Greek, a Sardinian, a Maltese, a Spaniard, or perhaps even a Libyan." Boris, who stank of vodka that day, had laughed at his own joke and added, "The Mediterranean Sea connected the ancient world. It did not divide people as it does today, and there was much fucking going on before the coming of Jesus and Mohammed." Boris laughed again and said, "Peace be unto them." Khalil clearly recalled that he would have killed Boris right then and there, had Malik not been present. Malik had been standing behind Boris, and Malik had shaken his head and at the same time made a cutting motion across his throat. Boris had not seen this, but he must have known what Malik was doing, because he said, "Oh yes, I have blasphemed again. May Allah, Muhammad, Jesus, and Abraham forgive me. My only God is vodka. My saints and prophets are Deutschmarks, Swiss francs, and dollars. The only temple I enter is the vagina of a woman. My only sacrament is fucking. May God help me." Whereupon Boris began weeping like a woman and left the room. On another occasion, Boris had said to Assad, "Stay out of the sun for a month before you go to America. Wash your face and hands with a bleaching soap that you will be given. In America, lighter is better. Also, when your skin darkens from the sun, those scars on your face are more visible." Boris had asked, "Where did you get those scars?" Khalil replied truthfully, "A woman." Boris had laughed and slapped Khalil on the back. "So, my holy friend, you've gotten close enough to a woman for her to scratch your face. Did you fuck her?" In a rare moment of candor, because Malik was not present, Khalil had replied, "Yes, I did." "Did she scratch you before or after you fucked her?" "After." Boris had collapsed into a chair, laughing so hard he could barely speak, but finally he said, "They don't always scratch your face after you fuck them. Look at my face. Try it again. It may go better next time." Boris was still laughing when Khalil came up to him and put his lips to Boris's ear and said, "After she scratched me, I strangled her to death with my bare hands." Boris had stopped laughing, and their eyes met. Boris said, "I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did." Khalil opened his eyes and looked at himself in the bathroom mirror of the Sheraton Motor Inn. The scars that Bahira had inflicted on him were not so visible, and his hooked nose was perhaps not so distinguishing a feature now that he wore eyeglasses and a mustache. In any case, he had no choice but to go forward, confident that Allah would blind his enemies, and that his enemies would blind themselves by their own stupidity, and by the American inability to focus on anything for more than a few seconds. Khalil took the newspaper back to the desk, and still standing, he read the front-page story. His spoken English was good, but his ability to read this difficult language was not so good. The Latin letters confused him, and the spelling seemed to have no logic to it. The phonetics of letter groupings, such as GHT and OUGH, provided no clue to their pronunciation, and the language of the journalists seemed totally unrelated to the spoken language. He struggled through the story and was able to comprehend that the American government had admitted that a terrorist attack had taken place. Some details were provided, but not, Khalil thought, the most interesting details, nor the most embarrassing facts. There was an entire page listing the 307 dead passengers, and a separate listing of the crew. Missing from all these names was a passenger called Youssef Haddad. The names of the people whom he had personally killed were listed under a caption titled, "Killed in the Line of Duty." Khalil noted that his escorts, whom he knew only as Philip and Peter, were surnamed Hundry and Gorman. They were also listed as killed in the line of duty, as were a man and woman identified as federal marshals, who Khalil had not known were on board. Khalil thought a moment about his two escorts. They had been polite to him, even solicitous. They had made certain he was comfortable and had everything he needed. They had apologized for the handcuffs and offered to let him remove his bulletproof vest during the flight, an offer that he declined. But for all their good manners, Khalil had detected a degree of condescension in Hundry, who had identified himself as an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Hundry had been not only condescending, but at times contemptuous, and once or twice had revealed a moment of hostility. The other one, Gorman, had not identified himself beyond his name, which he gave only as Peter. But Khalil had no doubt that this man was an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency. Gorman had shown no hostility and in fact seemed to treat Asad Khalil as an equal, perhaps as a fellow intelligence officer. Hundrey and Gorman had taken turns sitting in the seat beside their prisoner, or their defector, as they referred to him. When Peter Gorman sat beside him, Khalil took the opportunity to reveal to Gorman his activities in Europe. Gorman had been at first incredulous, but finally impressed. He had said to Asad Khalil, "You are either a good liar or an excellent assassin. We'll find out which you are." To which Khalil had replied, "I am both, and you will never discover what is a lie and what is the truth." Gorman said, "Don't bet on it." Then the two agents would confer quietly for a few minutes, and then Hundrey would sit beside him. Hundrey would try to make Khalil tell him what he told Gorman, but Khalil would only talk to him about Islam, his culture, and his country. Khalil smiled even now at this little game that had kept him amused during the flight. Finally, even the two agents found it amusing, and they made a joke of it. But clearly they realized they were in the presence of a man who should not be treated with condescension. And finally, just as Yusef Haddad went into the lavatory, which was the signal for Khalil to ask permission to use the facility, Asad Khalil said to Gorman, "I killed Colonel Hambrecht in England as the first part of my mission." "What mission?" Gorman asked. "My mission to kill all 7 surviving American pilots who participated in the air raid on Al-Aziziyah on April 15, 1986. He added, "My family all died in that attack." Gorman had remained silent for a long moment, then said, "I'm sorry about your family." He added, "I thought those pilots' names were classified as top secret." "Of course they are," Khalil had replied, "but top secrets can be revealed. They just cost more money." Then Gorman had said something that even now bothered Khalil. Gorman said, "I have a secret for you too, Mr. Khalil. It concerns your mother and father, and other personal matters." Khalil, against his better judgment, was baited into asking, "What is it?" "You will know in New York, after you tell us what we want to know." Yusef Haddad had exited the lavatory, and there was not a minute to spare to pursue this. Khalil requested permission to use the lavatory. A few minutes later, Peter Gorman took his secret, and Khalil's secret, to the grave with him. Asad Khalil scanned the newspaper again, but there was little of interest beyond the $1 million reward, which he thought was not much money considering all the people he had killed. In fact, it was almost an insult to the families of the dead, and certainly a personal insult to himself. He threw the newspaper in the trash can, then gathered his overnight bag, looked out the peephole again, then opened the door and went directly to his car. He got in, started the engine, and drove out of the parking lot of the Sheraton Motor Inn, back onto the highway. It was 7:30 a.m., the sky was clear, and the traffic was light. He drove to a shopping strip that was dominated by a huge supermarket called Winn-Dixie. They had told him in Tripoli that coin telephones could usually be found at gasoline stations or near supermarkets, and sometimes in post offices, as was the case in Libya and Europe. But the post office was a place he needed to avoid. He saw a row of telephones against the wall of the supermarket near the doorways, and parked his car in the nearly empty lot. He found coins in the overnight bag, put one of the pistols in his pocket, got out of the car, and went to one of the telephones. He looked at the numbers he had written down and dialed the first one. A woman answered, "Alpha Aviation Services." He said, "I would like to hire an aircraft and pilot to take me to Daytona Beach." "Yes, sir. When would you like to go?" "I have a 9:30 a.m. appointment in Daytona Beach." "Where are you now?" "I am calling from Jacksonville Airport." "Okay, then you should get here as soon as possible. We're located at Craig Municipal Airport. Do you know where that is?" "No, but I'm coming by taxi." "Okay. How many passengers, sir?" "Just myself." Okay, and will this be a round trip? Yes, but the wait will be short. Okay. I can't give you an exact price, but it's about $300 round trip, plus waiting time. Any landing or parking fees are additional. Yes. All right. Your name, sir? Demetrius Polos. He spelled it for her. Okay, Mr. Polos. When you get to Craig Municipal, tell the driver we're, at the end of the row of hangars on the north side of the field. Okay? Big sign. Alpha Aviation Services. Ask anyone. Thank you. Have a nice day. You too. He hung up. They had assured him in Tripoli that renting an aircraft and pilot in America was easier than renting an automobile. With an automobile, you needed a credit card, a driver's license, and you had to be a certain age. But with a piloted aircraft, you were asked no more questions than if you were taking a taxi. Boris had told him, what the Americans call general aviation, private flying, is not subject to close government scrutiny as it is in Libya, or my country. You need no identification. I have done this many times myself. This is an occasion when cash is better than a credit card. They can avoid taxes if you pay cash, and their record-keeping of cash is not so meticulous. Khalil nodded to himself. His journey was becoming less difficult. He put a coin in the telephone and dialed a number that he'd memorized. A voice answered, Gray Simulation Software. This is Paul Gray. Khalil took a long breath and replied, Mr. Gray, this is Colonel Itzhak Hurok of the Israeli Embassy. Oh, yes, been waiting for your call. Someone from Washington has spoken to you? Yes, of course. They said 9:30. Where are you now? Jacksonville. I have just landed. Oh, well, it's going to take you about 2.5 hours to get here. I have a private aircraft waiting for me at the municipal airport, and I understand that you live at an airport. Paul Gray laughed and said, Well, you could say that. It's called a fly-in community. Spruce Creek, outside of Daytona Beach. Listen, Colonel, I have an idea. Why don't I fly to Craig and pick you up in my plane? Meet me in the lounge. It's less than an hour flight. I can be airborne in 10 minutes. Then I can fly you right back to Jacksonville International in time for your flight back to Washington. How's that? Khalil had not anticipated this and had to think quickly. He said, I have already engaged a car to drive me to the municipal airport, and my embassy has prepaid for the aircraft. In any case, I am instructed to accept no favors. You understand? Sure, I understand that. But you have to have a cold beer when you get here. I am looking forward to it. Okay, make sure the pilot has the info he needs to land at Spruce Creek. Any problem? Just call me here before takeoff. I will do that. And when you land, give me a call from the fuel and maintenance facility at the center of the airport, and I'll come over and pick you up with my golf cart, okay? Thank you. He said, As my colleague told you, there is a degree of discretion in my visit. Oh, yeah. Right, I'm alone. Good. Paul Gray said, I have a hell of a show set up for you. And I for you, Captain Gray. I look forward to it. Khalil hung up and got into the Mercury. He programmed the satellite navigator for Craig Municipal Airport and got onto the highway. He headed east from the north side of Jacksonville, followed the instructions of the satellite navigator, and within 20 minutes approached the entrance to the airport. As they said in Tripoli, there were no guards at the gate, and he drove straight through, following the road that led to the buildings around Control Tower. The sun glared here, as it did in Libya, he thought, and the land was flat and featureless, except for clusters of pine trees. The buildings were mostly hangars, but there was a small terminal building and a car rental agency. He saw a sign that said Florida Air National Guard, which sounded military and which caused him some anxiety. Also, he hadn't realized that individual states had their own military, but he thought perhaps he was misinterpreting the sign. Boris had told him, In America, the meaning of many signs is not clearly understood, even by the Americans. If you misinterpret a sign and make a transgression, do not panic, do not attempt to flee, and do not kill anyone. Simply apologize and explain that the sign was not clear or you did not see it. Even the police will accept that explanation. The only signs Americans see and understand are signs that say sail, free, or sex. I once saw a road sign in Arizona that said, free sex, speed limit 40 miles an hour. You understand? Khalil did not, and Boris had to explain it to him. In any case, Khalil avoided the area that said Air National Guard and soon saw the large sign that said Alpha Aviation Services. He also noticed that there were many license plates of different colors in the parking lot near the car rental agency so that his New York plates did not stand out. He pulled the Mercury into an empty space some distance from where he needed to be, took his overnight bag that contained the second Glock and the spare magazines, exited the car, locked it, and began his walk to Alpha Aviation. It was very humid here, very glaring, and he realized he could wear sunglasses, as many people did. But they had told him in Tripoli that many Americans considered it rude to wear sunglasses when speaking to another person. The Southern police, however, often wore sunglasses while speaking to you, according to Boris, and they meant it not as rudeness, but as a demonstration of their power and masculinity. Khalil had questioned Boris about this, but even Boris had to admit he didn't understand the nuances. Khalil looked around the airport, shielding his eyes with his hand. Most of the aircraft he saw were small, single- or two-engine propeller planes, and a good number of medium-sized jet aircraft, many of which had the names of what seemed to be corporations on them. A small aircraft was taking off from a distant runway, and a few aircraft were taxiing slowly out to the runways. There were a lot of engine noises around him, and the smell of petroleum hung in the still air. Asad Khalil walked to the glass door of the Alpha Aviation Services office, opened it, and strode inside. A blast of frigid air hit him, causing him to catch his breath. A heavy, middle-aged woman behind a long counter stood at her desk and said, "Good morning, can I help you?" "Yes, my name is Demetrius Paulos, and I called—" "Yes, sir, you spoke to me. How would you like to pay for this flight, sir?" "Cash." "Okay, why don't you give me $500 now, and we'll adjust it when you return." "Yes." Khalil counted out $500, and the woman gave him a receipt. She said, "Have a seat, sir, and I'll call the pilot." Khalil sat in the reception area of the small office. It was quieter in here, but the air was too cold. The woman was on the telephone. Khalil noticed 2 newspapers on the low coffee table in front of him. One paper was the Florida Times-Union that he had seen in the hotel. The other was called USA Today. Both front pages had his photographs displayed in color. He picked up the USA Today and read the article, glancing over the paper at the woman whose head he could see behind the counter. He was fully prepared to kill her, or the pilot, or anyone whose eyes and face betrayed the slightest hint of recognition. The article in USA Today was, if anything, less clear than the other newspaper, though the words were more simple. There was a small color map that showed the route of transcontinental Flight 175 from Paris to New York. Khalil wondered why this was important or necessary. A few minutes later, a side door opened, and a slim woman in her middle-20s entered the office. She was dressed in khaki slacks, a pullover shirt, and wore sunglasses. Her blonde hair was short, and at first Khalil thought it was a boy, then realized his mistake. In fact, Khalil noticed, she was not unattractive. The woman walked toward him and inquired, "Mr. Paulos?" "Yes." Khalil stood, folded his paper so that his photo wasn't showing, and put it down over the other newspaper. The woman removed her sunglasses, and they made eye contact. The woman smiled, thereby saving her own life and the life of the woman behind the counter. The woman standing before him said, "Hi, I'm Stacy Mall. I'll be your pilot today." Khalil was speechless for a moment, then nodded, and noticed that the woman had her hand stretched toward him. He reached out and took her hand, hoping that she couldn't see the flush he felt in his face. She released his hand and asked, "You got any luggage besides that bag?" "No, that is all." "Okay. You got to use the plumbing or anything?" "Oh, no." "Good. Hey, you smoke?" "No." "Then I need a fix here." She took a pack of cigarettes out of her breast pocket and lit one with a book of matches. She said, "Just be a minute. You want to get a candy bar or something?" She puffed on the cigarette as she spoke. "Sunglasses? Got them over there. They come in handy when you're flying." Khalil looked toward the counter and noticed a display of sunglasses. He examined them and took a pair on which was a tag that said $24.95. Khalil couldn't understand this American pricing, where everything was a few pennies short of a full dollar. He removed his bifocals, put on the sunglasses, and looked at himself in the small mirror attached to the display. He smiled. "Yes, I will take these." The woman behind the counter said, "Just give me 25 and I'll take care of Florida for you." Khalil had no idea what she was talking about, but took two $20 bills from his wallet and gave them to her. She gave him his change and said, "Give me the glasses and I'll cut off the tag." He hesitated but could see no way to refuse this request. He took off the glasses, but she didn't look at him as she snipped the plastic thread that held the price tag. She handed the glasses back to him, and he put them on quickly, watching her face the whole time. The female pilot said to him, "Okay, got my fix." He turned toward her and saw she was carrying his overnight bag. He said, "I will carry that." "Nope, that's my job. You're the customer. Ready?" Khalil had been told they had to file a flight plan, but the female pilot was already at the door. He walked to the door, and the woman behind the counter said, "Have a nice flight." "Thank you. Have a nice day." The female pilot held the door open for him, and they walked out into the heat and sunshine. The sunglasses made it easier to see. She said, "Follow me." He walked beside her as they made their way toward a small aircraft parked close to the office. She said, "Where are you from? Russia?" "Greece." "Yeah? I thought Demetrius was Russian." "Dmitri is Russian. Dimitrios is from Greece." "You don't look Russian." "No. Polos. From Athens." "You fly into Jacksonville?" "Yes, Jacksonville International Airport." "Right from Athens?" "No, from Athens to Washington." "Right. Hey, you hot in that suit? Take your tie and jacket off." "I am fine. It is much hotter where I come from." "No kidding." "Allow me to carry the bag." "No problem." They reached the aircraft and the woman asked, "You need the bag, or should I stow it in the passenger compartment?" "I need the bag." He added, "There are delicate terracottas in the bag." "Say what?" "Ancient vases. I am a dealer in antiquities." "No kidding. Okay, I'll try not to sit on the bag." She laughed and put the bag down gently on the tarmac. Khalil looked at the small blue and white aircraft. Stacy Mall said, "Okay, FYI, this is a Piper Cherokee. I use it mostly for flight instruction, but I make short charter flights with it. Hey, you have a problem with a female pilot?" "No. I am sure you are competent." "I'm better than competent. I'm great." He nodded but felt his face flush again. He wondered if there was a way to kill this brazen woman without jeopardizing his future plans. Malik had said to him, "You may have a desire to kill rather than a need to kill. Remember, the lion has no desire to kill, only a need to kill. With every killing, there is a risk. With every risk, the danger increases. Kill who you must, but never kill for sport or in anger." The woman said to him, "Hey, you look good in sunglasses." He nodded. "Thank you." She said, "She's all ready to go. I gave her a complete pre-flight check. You ready?" "Yes." "You a nervous flyer?" Khalil had the urge to tell her he'd arrived in America in an aircraft with 2 dead pilots, but instead he said, I have flown often. Good. She hopped onto the right wing, opened the Piper's door, and reached her hand out. Give me the bag. He handed the bag up to her, and she placed it on the back seat, then reached out her hand to him and said, Put your left foot on that little step and use the handhold on the fuselage. She pointed to the protruding bracket just above the rear window. I've got to get in first. This is the only door. Then you slide in after me. She got into the aircraft. He climbed up on the wing, as she said, then eased himself down into the aircraft's right front seat. He turned and looked at her. Their faces were only inches apart, and she smiled at him. Comfortable? Yes. He reached behind him and placed the black bag on his lap. She fastened her harness and told him to do the same. He managed to fasten his belt with the bag still on his lap. She said, You want to keep that bag on your lap? Just until we are in the air. You need a pill or something? I need to be close to my weapons until we are safely out of here. The vases are delicate. May I ask you, do we need to file a flight plan, or has it been filed? She pointed out the window and said, Chamber of Commerce, blue skies. Don't need a flight plan. She handed him a headset with a boom microphone, and he put it on. She put hers on and said, Calling Demetrius. How do you hear me, Demetrius? He cleared his throat and said, I can hear you. Same. This is better than screaming over the engine noise. Hey, can I call you, Demetrius? Yes. I'm Stacy. Yes. She put on her sunglasses, started the engine, and they began to taxi out. She said, We're using runway 14 today. Blue skies all the way to Daytona Beach. No turbulence reported by anyone. Good southerly wind, and the best damn pilot in Florida at the controls. He nodded. She stopped at the end of runway 14, reached across him to close and lock the door, did an engine check, then broadcast, Piper 1-5 Whiskey, ready for takeoff. The control tower broadcast, Cleared for takeoff, 1-5 Whiskey. Stacy Mall ran up the engine, released the brake, and they began rolling down the runway. Within 20 seconds, the aircraft lifted off and climbed out. She turned the Piper 30 degrees to the right to a heading of 170 degrees, almost due south, then punched some buttons on the panel, explaining to Khalil, This is the Global Positioning Satellite Navigation Radio. You know how that works? Yes, I have one in my automobile. In Greece. She laughed. Good. You're in charge of the GPS, Demetrius. Yes? Just kidding. Hey, do you want me to shut up or do you want company? He found himself saying, I would enjoy company. Good. But tell me if I'm talking too much and I'll shut up. He nodded. She said, Our flight time to Daytona Beach Airport is 40 to 50 minutes, maybe less. He replied, It is not actually to Daytona Beach Airport that I wish to go. She glanced at him and asked, Where exactly do you wish to go? It is a place called Spruce Creek. Do you know it? Sure. Pishy-poshy flying community. I'll reprogram. She hit some buttons on the console. He said, I am sorry if there was confusion. No problem. This is easier than the big airport, especially on a perfect day like this. Good. She settled back in her seat, scanned her control panel, and said, 84 nautical miles, flight time 41 minutes, expected fuel burn 9.5 gallons. Piece of cake. No, thank you. She looked at him, then laughed. No, I mean, it's like slang. Piece of cake means like no problem. He nodded. I'll keep the slang down to a minimum. If you can't understand me, say, Stacy, talk English. Yes. Okay, we're climbing through 2,500 feet, passing due east of Jacksonville Naval Air Station. You can see it down there. Take a look. The other airfield to the west was called Cecil Field, also Navy, but that's been decommissioned. Do you see any jet fighters out here? They're doing some practice crap on most days. Keep a lookout. Last thing I need is some jet jockey up my ass. Pardon my French. French? Forget it. She said, "Hey, none of my business, but why are you going to Spruce Creek?" "I have a business appointment there. A collector of Greek antiquities." "Okay. About an hour on the ground?" "Perhaps less. No more. Take as long as you need. I'm free all day." "It will not take long." "You know where you need to go when we hit the ground?" "Yes, I have the information." "You ever been there? Spruce Creek?" "No." "Pishy-poshy. That means people with too much money. Well, they don't all have big bucks, but lots of them have their noses in the air, you know? Lots of doctors, lawyers, and businessmen who think they know how to fly. But you've also got lots of commercial airline pilots, active and retired. They know how to fly the big stuff, but sometimes they get themselves killed in their little sports planes." "Sorry, I'm not supposed to talk about crashing to the customers." She laughed again. Khalil smiled. She continued, "Anyway, at Spruce Creek, you also got some retired military guys. Real right stuff, kind of macho types, you know? I mean, they think they're God's gift to women, understand?" "Yes." "Hey, the guy you're going to see wouldn't be named Jim Marcus, would it?" "No." "Phew. Good. I used to date that idiot. Former Navy, now a U.S. Airways pilot. My father was a military jet pilot. Told me never to date a pilot. Good advice. Hey, what's the difference between a pig and a pilot?" "Give up? A pig won't stay up all night to screw a pilot." She laughed. "I'm sorry. You didn't get it anyway, right? Anyway, if I never see that SOB again, it'll be too soon. Okay, enough of my problems. Down there on the left, yeah, you can't see it now, but on the way back you can, is St. Augustine. Oldest settlement in America. I mean, European settlement. The Indians were here first, right? Gotta remember my PC." Khalil asked, "Do retired military pilots in America have much money?" "Well, depends. They get a good pension if they have enough time in service and enough rank. Like maybe a colonel. In the Navy, that would be a captain. They do okay if they saved a little and didn't piss away all of their pay. A lot of them go into some kind of related business, you know, like working for a private company that makes parts or weapons for military aircraft. They got connections and they talk the talk. Some of them do some corporate jet flying. Big shots like to hire ex-military guys. Macho male crap. Old boys network. The CEOs want somebody who dropped bombs on some poor bastards. They tell all their friends, like, my pilot is Colonel Smith, who bombed the crap out of the Yugos or the Iraqis, you know? Or the Libyans. We never bombed the Libyans. Did we? I think so. Many years ago. Yeah? I don't remember that one. We gotta stop doing that. Pisses people off. Yes. The Piper continued south. Stacy Mall said, "We just passed Palatka. Okay, if you look out to your right, you'll see the Navy bombing range. See that big wasted area down there? Oh, we can't get any closer because it's restricted airspace, but you can see the target areas." "Hey, they're bombing today. Did you see that guy swoop in and climb straight up? Wow. Haven't seen that in about a year. Keep an eye out for those hot shots. They usually come in high and they release way up there, but sometimes they practice low run-ins, like they do when they're ducking under enemy radar. You know? Then you have to watch out. Hey, look! See that? That's another guy making a low run. Wow. You see any aircraft?" Asad Khalil's heart was beating heavily in his chest. He closed his eyes, and through the blackness he saw the burning red plume of the attack jet coming toward him, the indistinct blur of the aircraft itself, backlighted by the glow of Tripoli. The jet fighter was not more than an arm's length from his face, or perhaps that was how he recalled it with the passage of time. The fighter had suddenly risen straight up into the air, and seconds later, 4 ear-splitting explosions erupted, and the world around him was destroyed. "Demetrius? Demetrius, you okay?" He was aware that his hands were covering his face, and sweat was pouring from his skin. The woman was shaking his shoulder. He put his hands down, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, I am fine." "You sure? If you get pukey, I've got a barf bag handy. I am fine. Thank you. You want some water? I have water in the back. He shook his head. I am fine now. Okay. They continued south over rural Florida. After a few minutes, Khalil said, I'm feeling much better. Yeah? Maybe you shouldn't look down. You know, vertigo. How do you say that in Greek? Vertigo. Vertigo. It is the same. No kidding. That means I speak Greek. He looked at her, and she glanced at him. She said, Just kidding. Of course. If you spoke Greek, you would know that I do not. She said, Out there to the left, don't look, is Daytona Beach. You can see the big hotels on the beach. Don't look. How's your tummy? I am fine. Good. We're starting our descent. Might get a little choppy. The Piper descended toward 1,000 feet, and the lower they went, the more turbulence they experienced. Stacy Mall asked, How we doing? Fine. Good. It won't get much bumpier than this. Just some low-altitude turbulence. She dialed in a frequency on her radio and clicked her transmitter 3 times. An automated female voice came on the air and said, Spruce Creek Airport Advisory, wind 190 degrees at 9 knots, altimeter 3024. Stacy Mall changed frequencies and transmitted, Spruce Creek traffic, Piper 15 Whiskey is 2 miles west to enter downwind for runway 23. Khalil asked, To whom are you speaking? Just announcing our position to the other aircraft who might be in the area, but I don't see anyone, and no one is saying anything on this frequency, so we'll head right in. She added, There's no tower at Spruce Creek, which is 6 miles south of Daytona Beach International. I'm staying low and west of Daytona so I can just skirt around their radar and not have to talk to them. Understand? He nodded. So, there is no record of our arrival? Nope. Why do you ask? In my country, there is a record of all aircraft. This is a private airfield. She began a slow banking turn. She said, It's a guard gate community, you know. If you drive in, the Nazi at the gate wants to strip search you unless you've been cleared by one of the residents inside. Even then you get the once-over in the 3rd degree. Khalil nodded. He knew this, which was why he was arriving by air. Stacy Mall went on. I used to drive here once in a while to see Mr. Wonderful, and the idiot sometimes forgot to tell the Nazi I was coming. You know, I mean, Mr. Wonderful is going to get he's going to... Anyway, you'd think he'd remember I was coming, right? So whenever I could, I'd just fly in. I mean, you could be an axe murderer, but if you have an airplane, you fly right in. Maybe they should put in anti-aircraft guns. You know? And you need a password for the automated voice. Friend or foe. If you don't have the password, they open fire and blow you out of the sky. She laughed. Someday I'm going to drop a bomb on Mr. Wonderful's frickin' house. Maybe right in his pool when he's swimming in the raw. Him and his newest. Men. God, they piss me off. Can't live with them, can't live without them. You married? No. She didn't respond to that, but said, See the country club there? Golf course, tennis courts, private hangars right next to some of the houses, swimming pools. These twits have themselves a good deal. You know? See that big yellow house there? Look, that belongs to a famous movie star who likes to fly his own jet. I'll bet the good old boys here don't like him much, but I'll bet the ladies do. See that big White House with a pool? That belongs to a New York real estate tycoon who owns a Citation twin-engine jet. I met him once. Nice guy. He's Jewish. The boys probably like him about as much as they like the movie star. Anyway, I'm looking for this other house. Guy named... Can't remember. But he's a U.S. Airways pilot. Wrote a couple of airplane novels. Can't remember the names. He was a friend of Mr. Wonderful. Wanted to put me in one of his books. What was that going to cost me? Jeez. Men. Khalil looked at the expanse of large houses below. The palm trees, the swimming pools, the green lawns, and the aircraft parked near some of the homes. The man who may have murdered his family was down there, waiting for him with a smile and a beer. Khalil could almost taste his blood. Stacy said, "Okay, everybody shut up for the next few seconds." The Piper drifted down toward a runway marked 23. The engine became quieter, the runway seemed to rise upward, and the aircraft touched down gently. "Great landing." She laughed, then slowed the aircraft down quickly with the wheel brakes. "I had a rough landing last week in a bad crosswind, and the wise-ass customer asked me, did we land or were we shot down?" She laughed again. They stopped adjacent to the center taxiway, then exited the runway. Stacy asked, "Where's this guy going to meet you?" "At his home. He lives on a taxiway." "Oh, yeah. Big box. You know where to go?" Khalil reached into his black bag and pulled out a sheet of paper on which was a computer-generated map titled Courtesy Map, Spruce Creek, Florida. Stacy took it from him and glanced at it. "Okay, what's this guy's address?" "It is Yankee Taxiway, at the very far end." "That's not far from where Mr. Wonderful lives." "Okay, let's make like a taxicab." She reached across her passenger, popped open the door to vent the cockpit, which was already becoming too warm, then glanced at the map in her lap and began taxiing the Piper. She said, "Okay, here's the fueling area and maintenance hangars of Spruce Creek Aviation. Here's Beach Boulevard." She taxied onto a wide concrete road and said, "Some of these things are taxiways only, some are for vehicles only, and some are for planes and vehicles. Like I want to share a road with some idiot's SUV, right? Keep an eye out for golf carts. The golfers are stupider than the SUV owners. Okay, here's Cessna Boulevard." Clever names, right? She turned left on Cessna, then right on Tango Taxiway, then left on Tango East. She took off her sunglasses and said, "Look at these houses." Khalil was doing just that. Passing on both sides of them were backs of expensive taxiway homes with large private hangars, enclosed swimming pools, and palm trees, which reminded him of his homeland. He said, "There are many palm trees here, but none in Jacksonville." "Oh, they don't grow here naturally. These idiots bring them up from South Florida. You know, this is North Florida, but they think they need to have palm trees around them. I'm surprised they don't keep flamingos chained in the yard." Khalil didn't reply, but once again thought of Paul Gray, whom he would be meeting in a few short minutes. Indeed, this murderer had gone to paradise before he died, while Assad Khalil had lived in hell. Soon the situation would be reversed. Stacy Mall said, "Okay, here's Mike Taxiway." She turned the Piper right onto the narrow asphalt strip. A number of the hangar doors were open, and Khalil noticed many types of aircraft, small, single-engine aircraft, such as he was in, strange aircraft with one wing above another, and medium-sized jet aircraft. He asked, "Do these aircraft have any military purpose?" She laughed. "No, these are boys' toys. Understand? I fly to make a living. Most of these clowns fly just to give themselves something to do or to impress their friends. Hey, I'm going to school for jet training. Big bucks, but some guy's paying for it. Wants me to be his corporate jet pilot. You know, some of the big shots want military guys, like I said, but some of them want, like, a toy inside the toy. Get it?" "Excuse me? Where are you from?" "Greece." "Yeah? I thought the Greek millionaires—" "Anyway, here we are. Yankee Taxiway." She veered to the right, and the taxiway ended at a concrete apron attached to a large hangar. On the hangar wall was a small sign that said, "Paul Gray." The hangar was open, revealing a twin-engine aircraft, a Mercedes-Benz convertible, a staircase that led to a loft, and a golf cart. She said, "This guy has all the toys. That's a Beach Bear and a Model 58, and it looks pretty new. Big buckaroos. You selling him something?" "Yes. The vases." "Yeah? They're expensive?" "Very." "Good. He's got the dough." "The money." "Hey, is this guy married?" "No, he is not." "Ask him if he needs a co-pilot." She laughed. She shut down the Piper's engine. "You've got to get out first, unless you want me crawling over your lap." She laughed. "Just take it nice and easy. I'll hold your bag." She took the bag off his lap. He exited the aircraft onto the skid-proof section of the wing. She handed the bag to him, and he placed it on the wing. Khalil stepped off the aft end of the Piper's wing and dropped onto the concrete. He turned and retrieved his bag from the wing. Stacy followed him and jumped off the low wing onto the concrete, but lost her balance and found herself stumbling forward into her passenger. "Whoops." She bumped into Khalil and held his shoulder to steady herself. The sunglasses slipped off, and aside Khalil stood less than 6 inches from Stacy Maul, face to face. She looked into his eyes, and he stared back at her. Finally she smiled and said, "Sorry." Khalil stooped down, retrieved his sunglasses, and put them on. She took her cigarettes out of her pocket and lit one. She said, "I'll wait here in the hangar where it's shady. I'm going to help myself to something to drink in his refrigerator and use the bathroom in the hangar. They all have toilets and refrigerators, sometimes kitchens and offices. So when the missus kicks their butts out, they don't have far to go." She laughed. "Tell this guy I'm taking a Coke. I'll leave $1." "Yes." She said, "Hey, Mr. Wonderful is a short walk from here. Maybe I should go say hello." "Perhaps you should stay here." He added, "This should not take long." "Yeah, just kidding. I'd probably put a crimp in his fuel line if he wasn't around." Khalil turned toward the concrete footpath that led toward the house. She called out, "Good luck. Squeeze him hard. Make him pay in blood." Khalil looked over his shoulder. "Excuse me?" "Means make him pay a lot." "Yes. I will make him pay in blood." He followed the path through some shrubbery until it came to a screen door that led to a large screened-in pool. He tried the door, and it was open. He entered the pool area, noting the lounge chairs, a small serving counter, and a flotation device in the pool. There was another door, and he stepped up to it. Inside he could see a large kitchen area. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 9:10. He pushed the doorbell button and waited. Birds sang in the nearby trees, some sort of creature made a croaking sound, and a small aircraft circled overhead. After a full minute, a man dressed in tan pants and a blue shirt came to the door and looked at him through the glass. Khalil smiled. The man opened the door and said, "Colonel Hirok?" "Yes, Captain Gray." "Yes, sir. Just Mr. Gray. Call me Paul. Come on in." Asad Khalil entered the large kitchen of Mr. Paul Gray. The house was air-conditioned, but not uncomfortably cold. Paul Gray said, "Can I take that bag?" "No need." Paul Gray glanced at his wall clock and said, "You're a little early, but no problem. I'm all set." "Good. How did you get to the house?" "I instructed my pilot to use the taxiways." "Oh, how did you know what taxiways to use?" "Mr. Gray, there is little that my organization does not know about you. That is why I am here. You have been chosen." "Okay. Sounds good to me. How about a beer?" "Just bottled water, please." Khalil watched Paul Gray as he retrieved a container of juice and a plastic bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, then went to the cupboard for 2 glasses. Paul Gray was not tall, but he seemed to be in excellent physical condition. His skin was as brown as a Berber's, and like General Wycliffe, his hair was gray, but his face was not old. Paul Gray asked, "Where's your pilot?" "She is sheltering from the sun in your hangar. She asked if it was permissible to use your toilet there and to have something to drink." "Sure, no problem." "You got a lady pilot?" "Yes." "Maybe she wants to come in and look at this demonstration. It's awesome." "No. As I said, we must be discreet." "Of course. Sorry." Khalil added, I told her I was a Greek selling you antique Greek vases. He hefted his black bag and smiled. Paul Gray smiled back and said, "Good cover. I guess you could be Greek." "Why not?" Gray handed Khalil a glass of mineral water. Khalil said, "No glass." He explained, "I am kosher. No offense, but I cannot use non-kosher items. Sorry." "Not a problem." Gray retrieved another plastic bottle of mineral water and gave it to his guest. Khalil took it and said, "Also, I have a condition of my eyes and must wear these dark glasses." Gray held up his glass of orange juice and said, "Welcome, Colonel Hirok." They touched glass to bottle and drank. Gray said, "Well, come on into my war room, Colonel, and we can get started." Khalil followed Paul Gray through the rambling house. Khalil commented, "A very beautiful home." "Thank you. I was lucky enough to buy during a slight downturn in the market. I only had to pay twice what it was worth." Gray laughed. They entered a large room, and Paul Gray slid the pocket door closed behind them. "No one will disturb us." "There is someone in the house?" "Only the cleaning lady. She won't bother us in here." Khalil looked around the large room, which seemed to be a combination of a sitting room and an office. Everything appeared to be expensive. The plush carpet, the wood furniture, the electronics against the far wall. He saw 4 computer screens with keyboards and other controls in front of each screen. Paul Gray said, "Let me take that bag for you." Khalil said, "I'll put this down with my water." Paul Gray indicated a low coffee table on which was a newspaper. Gray and Khalil put their drinks down on the table, and Khalil placed his bag on the floor, then said, "Do you mind if I look around the room?" "Not at all." Khalil moved to a wall on which hung photographs and paintings of many different aircraft, including a realistic painting of an F-111 fighter jet, which Khalil studied. Paul Gray said, "I had that done from a photograph. I flew F-111s for a lot of years." "Yes, I know that." Paul Gray didn't reply. Khalil studied a wall that displayed many citations, letters of commendation, and a framed, glass-enclosed case in which 9 military medals were mounted. Gray said, "I received many of those medals for my part in the Gulf War, but I guess you know that too." "Yes, and my government appreciates your service on our behalf." Khalil walked to a shelf unit that held books and plastic models of various aircraft. Paul Gray came up behind him and took a book off the shelf. "Here, you'll appreciate this one. It was written by General Gideon Shoudar. He signed it for me." Khalil took the book, which had a fighter aircraft on the cover, and saw that it was in Hebrew. Paul Gray said, "Look at the inscription." Asad Khalil opened the book to the back, which, as he knew, was the beginning of the book in Hebrew as it was in Arabic, and saw that the inscription was in English, but there were also Hebrew characters which he could not read. Paul Gray said, "Finally, someone who can translate the Hebrew for me." Asad Khalil stared at the Hebrew writing and said, "It is actually an Arabic proverb, which we Israelis are also fond of. He who is the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Khalil handed the book back to Gray and remarked, "Very appropriate." Paul Gray shelved the book and said, "Let's sit a minute before we start." He motioned Khalil to an upholstered chair beside the coffee table. Khalil sat, and Paul Gray sat opposite him. Paul Gray sipped on his orange juice. Khalil drank from his bottle of water. Gray said, "Please understand, Colonel, that the software demonstration I'm going to show you could be considered classified material. But as I understand it, I can show it to a representative of a friendly government. But when it comes to the question of purchasing it, then we have to get clearance." "I understand that. My people are already working on that." He added, "I appreciate the security. We would not want this software to fall into the hands of let's say, our mutual enemies? He smiled. Paul Gray returned the smile and said, "If you mean certain Mideastern nations, I doubt they'd be able to put this to any practical use. To be honest with you, Colonel, those people don't have the brains they were born with." Khalil smiled again and said, "Never underestimate an enemy." "I try not to, but if you'd been in my cockpit in the Gulf, you'd think you were flying against a bunch of crop dusters." He added, "That doesn't bring much credit on me, but I'm talking to a pro, so I'll be honest." Khalil replied, "As my colleagues told you, though I am the Embassy Air Attaché officer, I'm afraid I have no combat experience in attack aircraft. My area of expertise is training and operations, so I cannot regale you with any heroic war stories." Gray nodded. Khalil regarded his host for a moment. He could have killed him the moment he opened the kitchen door, or any time since then, but the killing would be almost meaningless without some pleasant trifling. Malik had said to him, "All members of the cat family toy with their captured prey before killing them. Take your time. Savor the moment. It will not come again." Khalil nodded toward the newspaper on the coffee table and said, "You've read what has been revealed about Flight 175? Gray glanced down at the newspaper. "Yes, some heads are going to roll over that. I mean, how the hell did those Libyan clowns pull that off? A bomb on board is one thing, but gas? And then the guy escapes and kills a bunch of federal agents. I see the hand of Muammar Gaddafi in this." "Yes, perhaps. It's unfortunate that the bomb you dropped on his residence at Al-Aziziyah didn't kill him." Paul Gray did not reply for a few seconds, then said, "I had no part in that mission, Colonel, and if your intelligence service thinks I did, they're wrong." Asad Khalil waved his hand in a placating gesture. No, Captain. I did not mean you personally. I meant the American Air Force." "Oh, sorry." "However," Khalil continued, "if you were on that mission, then I congratulate you and thank you on behalf of the Israeli people." Paul Gray remained expressionless, then stood and said, "Why don't we move over here and have a look?" Khalil stood, took his bag, and followed Paul Gray to the far side of the room, where two leather swivel chairs sat facing two screens. Paul Gray said, "First, I'll show you a demonstration of the software just using this joystick and the keyboard. Next, we'll move to those other two chairs where we'll enter the world of virtual reality." He moved to the two more elaborate chairs with no TV screens in front of them. He said, "Here we use computer modeling and simulation to enable a person to interact with an artificial, three-dimensional visual and other sensory environments. Are you familiar with this?" Khalil did not reply. Paul Gray hesitated a moment, then continued, "Virtual reality applications immerse the user in a computer-generated environment that simulates reality through the use of interactive devices which send and receive information. These devices are typically goggles, helmets, gloves, or even bodysuits. Here I have two helmets with a stereoscopic screen for each eye where you can view animated images of a simulated environment. The illusion of being there, telepresence, is affected by motion sensors that pick up the user's movements and adjust the view on the screens accordingly, usually in real time." Paul Gray looked at his potential customer, but could see no sign of comprehension or non-comprehension behind the sunglasses. Paul Gray continued, "Here you see I've set up a generic fighter-bomber cockpit, complete with rudder pedals, throttles, control stick, bomb release triggers, and so forth. Since you have no experience with fighter craft, you won't be able to fly this thing, but you can experience a bomb run just by putting on the stereoscopic helmet while I fly." Asad Khalil looked at the elaborate paraphernalia around him, then said, "Yes, we have similar capabilities in our Air Force." "I know you do, but the software that has recently been developed is years ahead of existing software. Let's sit in front of the monitors, and I'll give you a quick look before we move on to virtual reality." They moved back to the other side of the room, and Paul Gray indicated one of the two leather swivel chairs with a console between them and a keyboard in front of each chair. Khalil sat. Paul Gray, still standing, said, "These are seats from an old F-111 that I put swivel legs on, just to get us in the spirit." "Not very comfortable." "No, they're not. I've flown long distances in those seats. Can I hang your jacket?" "No, thank you. I am not accustomed to the air conditioning." "You may want to take your sunglasses off when I dim the room." "Yes." Paul Gray sat in the aircraft seat beside Khalil and picked up a remote control from the console, hit two buttons, and the lights dimmed as heavy blackout curtains drew closed over the large windows. Khalil removed his sunglasses. They sat silently in the darkness for a second, watching the lights of the electronics around them. The image screen brightened and showed the cockpit and windshield of an advanced jet attack fighter. Paul Gray said, "This is the cockpit of the F-16, but several other aircraft can be used in this simulation. You have some of these aircraft in your armory. The first simulation that I'll show you is of an aerial toss-bombing mission. Fighter pilots who spend 10 or 15 hours with this relatively inexpensive software are that many hours ahead of a pilot who goes cold into a flight training program. This can save millions of dollars per pilot." The view through the windshield of the simulated cockpit suddenly changed from blue sky to a green horizon. Paul Gray said, "Now I'm just using this joystick with a few additional controls and the keyboard, but the software can be interfaced with the actual controls of most modern American attack aircraft, which are placed in a virtual reality ground simulator, which we'll see later." "This is very interesting," Paul Gray said. "Now, the targets programmed into the software are mostly imaginary targets, generic stuff. Bridges, airfields, anti-aircraft emplacements, and missile sites. They shoot back at you." He laughed and continued, "But I have some real targets pre-programmed in, plus other real targets can be programmed if there's some aerial recon or satellite shots of it." "I understand." "Good. Let's take out a bridge." The view through the computer-generated windshield changed from a featureless horizon to computer-generated hills and valleys through which a river flowed. In the distance, coming up fast, was a bridge on which was a simulated column of moving tanks and trucks. Paul Gray said, "Hold on." The horizon disappeared and turned to blue sky as the simulated jet climbed into the air. A radar screen in the cockpit now filled the right-hand viewing screen, and Gray said in a rapid tone of voice, "This is what the pilot would be paying close attention to at this point. See the radar image of the bridge? The computer has completely isolated it from the background clutter. See the crosshairs? Right on. Release. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the screen in front of Khalil showed a close-up overhead view of the simulated bridge with the simulated armored column crossing it. 4 huge explosions, complete with deafening sound, erupted from the speakers as the bridge and the vehicles disintegrated into a fiery ball. The bridge began to collapse, and a few vehicles fell off the structure. Then the simulation froze. Paul Gray said, "That's as much blood and guts as I wanted to program into the show. I don't want to be accused of loving this stuff." "But it must give you some enjoyment." Paul Gray did not reply. The screen went blank, and the room was dark. Both men sat in the darkness a while, then Gray said, "Most of the programs don't show such graphic detail. Most just give the pilot his bomb score and the results of the damage. In fact, Colonel, I don't enjoy war." "I didn't mean to be offensive." The lights brightened slightly, and Paul Gray turned his head toward his guest. He said, "May I see some sort of credentials?" "Of course. But let's first move to the virtual reality seats and destroy a real target with women and children. Perhaps, well, do you have, for instance, a Libyan target? Specifically, Al-Azizia?" Paul Gray stood and took a deep breath. "Who the hell are you?" Asad Khalil stood also, his plastic water bottle in one hand, his other hand in the pocket of his suit jacket. I am, as God said to Moses, who I am. I am who I am. What a remarkable response to a stupid question. Who else could it have been but God? But I suppose Moses was nervous, not stupid. A nervous man says, "Who are you?" when what he really means is one of two things. I hope you are who I think you are, or I hope you are not who I think you are. So, who do you think I am, if not Colonel Itzhak Hurok of the Israeli Embassy? Paul Gray did not reply. I'll give you a hint. Look at me without my sunglasses. Picture me without the mustache. Who am I? Paul Gray shook his head. Don't pretend to be stupid, Captain. You know who I am. Again, Paul Gray shook his head, but this time took a step back from his visitor, focusing on Khalil's hand in his pocket. Asad Khalil said, Our lives crossed once, on the 15th of April, in 1986. You were a lieutenant piloting an F-111 attack aircraft out of Lakenheath Air Base, call sign Elton 38. I was a boy of 16 who lived a pleasant life with my mother, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters in the place called Al-Azizia. They all died that night. So, that's who I am. Now, why do you think I am here? Paul Gray cleared his throat and said, If you are a military man, you understand war and you understand that orders must be obeyed. Shut up. I am not a military man, but I am an Islamic freedom fighter. In fact, it was you and your fellow murderers who made me what I am. And now I have arrived at your beautiful home to avenge the poor martyrs of Al-Azizia and all of Libya. Khalil pulled the pistol out of his pocket and pointed it at Paul Gray. Paul Gray's eyes darted around the room as though he were looking for an escape. Khalil said to him, Look at me, Captain Paul Gray. Look at me. I am reality, not your stupid, bloodless, virtual reality. I am flesh and blood reality. I shoot back. Paul Gray's eyes went back to Asad Khalil. Khalil said, My name is Asad Khalil, and you can take that to hell with you. Look, Mr. Khalil. He stared at Khalil, and recognition dawned in his eyes. Khalil said, Yes, I am that Asad Khalil who arrived on Flight 175, the man who your government is looking for. They should have looked here, or at the home of the late General Waycliffe and his late wife. Oh, my God. Or the home of Mr. Satherwaite, who I will visit next, or Mr. Wiggins, or Mr. McCoy, or Colonel Callum. But I'm happy to see that neither you nor they have reached any such conclusions. How did you know? All secrets are for sale. Your compatriots in Washington betrayed you all for money. No. No? Then perhaps it was the late Colonel Hambrecht, your squadron mate, who sold you to me. No. Did you? Yes, I killed him. With an axe. You will not suffer such physical pain as he did. Just mental pain. As you stand there and contemplate your sins and your punishment. Paul Gray did not reply. Asad Khalil said, Your knees are shaking, Captain. You can release your bladder if you wish. I won't be offended. Paul Gray drew a deep breath and said, Look, Your information was wrong. I wasn't on that mission. Oh, then forgive me. I'll be leaving." He smiled, then tipped his bottle of water and let it pour on the carpet. Paul Gray focused on the water splashing on the floor, then looked back at Asad Khalil, and an expression of puzzlement crossed his face. Khalil had the Glock close to his body, the muzzle pushed into the neck of the plastic bottle. Paul Gray saw the bottom of the bottle pointing toward him, then saw that Khalil held the gun behind it, and he understood what that meant. He threw out his hands in a protective gesture. "No!" Khalil fired a single shot through the bottle, hitting Paul Gray in the abdomen. Gray doubled over and stumbled backwards until he sank to his knees. He grabbed his abdomen with both hands, trying to stem the flow of blood, then looked down and saw the blood seeping between his fingers. He looked up at Khalil, who was walking toward him. "Stop. No." Khalil aimed the Glock with a contrived silencer and said, "I have no more time for you. You don't have the brains you were born with." He fired a single shot into Paul Gray's forehead, blowing his brains out the back of his skull. Khalil turned before Paul Gray hit the floor and retrieved the 2 shell casings as he heard the body fall on the carpet. Khalil then went to an open safe sitting between 2 of the viewing screens. Inside he found a stack of computer disks, which he put into his black bag, then extracted the disk from the computer that Paul Gray had been using. He said, "Thank you, Mr. Gray, for the demonstration. But war is not a video game in my country." He looked around the room and found Paul Gray's appointment book on his desk. It was opened to that day, and the notation said, "Colonel H, 9:30. He flipped to April 15 and read, "Conference call, Squadron, AM." He closed the appointment book and left it on the desk. Let the police wonder who this Colonel H is, and let them think this mysterious colonel stole some military secrets from his victim. Asad Khalil flipped through the Rolodex and extracted the cards for the remaining squadron members: Callum, McCoy, Satherwaite, and Wiggins. On each card were addresses, telephone numbers, and notations about wives and children. Khalil also took the card of General Terrence and Mrs. Gail Waycliffe, formerly of Washington, D.C., now residing in hell. He also found the card for Stephen Cox and saw that it was marked in red letters, KIA, which he knew to mean killed in action. There was on the card the name of a woman, Linda, and the notation, "Remarried Charles Dwyer," followed by an address and telephone number. The card for William Hambrecht had an address in England that was crossed out and replaced by an address in a place called Ann Arbor, Michigan, and the notation, "Deceased," followed by the date that Khalil had killed him. There was another woman's name, Rose, and the names of 2 more females, and a male with the word children. Asad Khalil put all the cards in his pocket, thinking he could make use of this information someday. He was pleased that Paul Gray was such a meticulous record-keeper. Asad Khalil put his plastic bottle under his arm and held his pistol in his other hand. He slung his black bag over his shoulder and opened the sliding door. He could hear a vacuum cleaner running somewhere. He closed the door and followed the sound. He found the cleaning woman in the living room, her back to him, and she did not hear him as he stepped up behind her. The vacuum cleaner was very loud, and there was also music playing somewhere, so he didn't bother with the plastic bottle, but simply put the pistol close to the back of her neck as she pushed and pulled the vacuum cleaner. He now heard that she was singing as she worked. He pulled the trigger, and she stumbled forward, then fell on the carpet beside the overturned vacuum cleaner. Khalil put the Glock in his pocket, placed the bottle in his bag, righted the vacuum cleaner but left it running, and recovered the shell casing. He found his way to the kitchen, then out the back door. He put on his sunglasses and retraced his route past the swimming pool, out of the screened enclosure, down the shrub-constricted path to the open area of the hangar. He noticed that the aircraft he'd arrived in was now pointing back to the taxiway. He did not see his pilot and went quickly to the hangar. He looked inside but did not see her there, then heard talking coming from the loft overhead. He went toward the staircase, then realized the talking was coming from a television or radio. He had forgotten the woman's name, so he called up, "Hello. Hello." The talking stopped, and Stacy Maul leaned over the half wall of the loft and looked down. "All done?" "All done." "Be right down." She disappeared, then reappeared on the staircase and came down to the hangar floor. She said, "Ready to roll?" "Yes, ready." She walked out of the hangar, and he followed. She said, "You can eat off the floor in that hangar. This guy is an anal retentive." "Maybe he's gay. You think he's gay?" "Excuse me?" "Never mind." She walked to the passenger side of the Piper, and he followed. She asked, "Did he buy the vases?" "Yes, he did." "Great. Hey, I wanted to see them. He buy them all?" "Yes, he did." "Too bad. I mean, good for you. You get your prize?" "I did." "Great." She scrambled up on the wing and reached down for his bag, which Khalil handed her. She said, "Doesn't feel much lighter." He gave me some bottles of water for the trip back. She opened the side door and put the bag in the rear and said, "I hope he gave you cash, too." "Of course." She got into the aircraft, then slid across to the left seat. Khalil followed her, sat in the right seat of the small cockpit, then buckled himself in. Even with the door still open, it was very hot in the cockpit, and Khalil felt sweat forming on his face. She started the engine, taxied off the apron, and turned right on the taxiway. She put the headset on and motioned for Khalil to do the same. He didn't want to listen to this woman any longer, but he did as she instructed. Her voice came through the earphones, and she said, "I took a Coke and put a buck in the fridge. You tell him?" "I did." "Protocol. You understand? Lots of protocol in the flying game. You can borrow what you need without asking, but you have to leave a note. You can take a beer or a Coke, but you have to leave a buck. What does this guy Gray do for a living?" "Nothing." "Where'd he get his money?" "It is not my business to ask." "Yeah. Me neither." They continued taxiing out to the airfield, and when they reached it, Stacy Maul glanced up at the windsock, then taxied to the end of runway 23. She then reached across Asad Khalil and closed and locked the door. She made a broadcast to other aircraft, visually checked the skies around her, then ran up the engine. She released the brake, and they rolled down the runway. The Piper lifted off, and at 500 feet she began to turn to the north, back toward Craig Municipal Airport in Jacksonville. They stayed low for the first few minutes, then resumed a climb. The Piper settled into a cruise altitude of 3,500 feet at 140 knots. Stacy Maul said, "Flight time to Craig, 38 more minutes." Khalil didn't reply. They flew on in silence a while, then she asked, "Where are you headed after this?" "I have an early afternoon flight to Washington, then back to Athens." "You came all the way here just for this?" "Yes." "Geez, I hope it was worth it." "It was." "Maybe I should get into the Greek vase business." "There is some risk involved." "Yeah? Oh, like these vases aren't supposed to leave your country." "It's best if you discussed this flight with no one. I have said too much already." "Mum's the word." "Excuse me?" "My lips are sealed." "Yes." "Good. I will be back in a week. I would like to engage your services once again." "No problem. Next time stay a while and we can have a drink." "That would be pleasant." They flew in silence for the next 10 minutes. Then she said, "Next time, just call from the airport and someone will pick you up. You don't have to take a taxi." "Thank you. In fact, if you want, I can drive you back to the airport." "That's very kind of you." "No problem." She said, "Just fax or call a day or two before you come, and I'll be sure I'm available. Or make the reservation when we get back to the office." "I will do that." "Good. Here's my card." She took a card out of her breast pocket and gave it to him. She made conversation with her passenger as they flew, and he made appropriate responses. As they began their descent, he asked her, "Did you make contact with your friend at Spruce Creek?" "Well, I thought about calling him and telling him I was a couple of blocks away. But then I said to myself, screw him, he doesn't deserve a call. Someday, I'll fly in low and drop a live alligator in his pool." She laughed. "I know a guy who did that once to his ex-girlfriend, but the gator hit the roof and died on impact. Waste of a good gator." Khalil found himself smiling at this image. She noticed he was smiling and chuckled. "Good one, right?" They approached Craig Municipal Airport, and she radioed the tower for landing instructions. The tower cleared her for landing, and within 5 minutes they were lined up with the runway, and a few minutes later they were on the ground. They taxied back to Alpha Aviation Services, and Stacy Mall cut the engine 50 feet from the office. Khalil retrieved his bag, and they both got out and began the walk to the building. She said, "Enjoy your flight?" "Very much." "Good. I don't always talk so much, but I enjoyed your company." "Thank you. You were a pleasant companion, and a very good pilot." "Thanks." Before they reached the office, he said to her, "Would it be permissible if I asked you not to mention Spruce Creek?" She glanced at him and said, "Sure, no problem. Same price as Daytona Beach." "Thank you." They entered the office, and the woman at the desk stood and came to the counter. "Good flight?" Khalil replied, "Yes, very good." The woman examined some paperwork on a clipboard, then looked at her watch and made some notations. She said, "Okay, $350 should cover it." She counted out $150 and handed it to him. She said, "You can keep the $500 receipt for business." She winked conspiratorially. Khalil put the money in his pocket. Stacy Mall said, "I'm going to run Mr. Polos back to Jacksonville Airport unless you have something for me." "Nope. Sorry, honey." "That's okay. I'll take care of the Piper when I get back." The woman said to her customer, "Thank you for using Alpha. Call us again." Stacy asked Khalil, "You want to reserve for next week?" "Yes. The same time, 1 week from today. The same destination, Daytona Beach." The woman made a note on a piece of paper and said, "You got it." Khalil said, "And I wish for this lady as the pilot." The woman smiled and said, "You must be a glutton for punishment." "Excuse me?" "She can talk your ear off." "Okay, see you next week." She said to Stacy Mall, "Thanks for taking Mr. Polos back." "No problem." Assad Khalil and Stacy Mall went out into the hot sunshine. She said, "My car's over there." He followed her to a small convertible with the top up. She unlocked the doors with a remote control and asked him, "Top up or down?" "The way it is." "Right. Stay here until I get it cooled off." She got inside, started the engine, and turned up the air conditioner, waited a minute, then said, "Okay." He got in the passenger seat, and she said, "Buckle up. It's the law." He buckled his seatbelt. She closed her door, put the car in gear, and drove toward the exit. She asked, "What time's your flight?" 1 p.m. "You're okay for time." She exited the airport and began accelerating. She said, "I don't drive as good as I fly." "A little slower, please." "Sure." She eased off the gas. She asked, "Mind if I smoke?" "Not at all." She pushed the car lighter in, fingered a cigarette out of her pocket, and asked him, "Want one?" "No, thank you. These things are going to kill me." "Perhaps." The lighter popped out, and she lit her cigarette. She said, "There's a great Greek restaurant in Jacksonville. Spiro's. When you're in next week, maybe we can go there." "That would be nice. I'll arrange to stay overnight." "Yeah. What's the rush? Life is short." "Indeed. It is." "What's the name of that eggplant stuff? Moo something. Mulaka? What's it called?" "I don't know." She glanced at him. "You know, it's a famous Greek dish. Moo something. eggplant fried in olive oil with goat cheese, you know? He replied, "There is much cooking from the provinces that I have never heard of. I am an Athenian." "Yeah? So is this guy who owns a restaurant." "Then I think perhaps he invents things for American tastes and invents a name for his creations." She laughed. "Wouldn't be surprised. That happened to me in Italy once. They never heard of what I wanted." They were on a stretch of semi-rural highway, and Khalil said, "I am embarrassed to say that I should have used the lavatory at your office." "Huh? Oh, you got to take a leak? Oh, no problem. Gas station up the road." "Perhaps here, if you don't mind. There is some urgency." "Gotcha." She pulled off onto a farm road and stopped the car. She said, "Take care of business. I won't peek." "Thank you." He got out of the car, walked a few feet toward a clump of bushes, and urinated. He put his right hand in his pocket and walked back toward the car and stood at the open door. She said, "Feel better?" He didn't reply. "Jump in." Again, he didn't reply. "You okay? Demetrius?" He took a long breath and noticed that his heart was pounding. She got out of the car quickly, came around, and took his arm. "Hey, you okay?" He looked at her and said, Yes, I am fine." "You want some water? You got that water in your bag?" He drew a long breath and said, "No, I am fine." He forced a smile and said, "Ready to roll." She smiled back at him and said, "Good, let's roll." They both got in the car and she turned back onto the main road. Asad Khalil sat in silence, trying to comprehend why he hadn't killed her. He satisfied himself with the explanation that, as Malik said, each killing entails a risk, and perhaps this killing was not necessary. There was another reason he hadn't killed her, but he did not want to think about what it was. They got to Jacksonville International Airport, and she pulled up to the international departure area. "Here we are." "Thank you." He asked, "Is it appropriate that I give you a tip?" "No. Buy me dinner." "Yes. Next week." He opened the door and got out. She said, "Have a good flight home. See you next week." "Yes." He took the black bag from the car, started to close the door, then said, "I enjoyed our conversation." "You mean my monologue?" She laughed. "See you later, alligator." "Excuse me?" "You say, 'After a while, crocodile.'" "I say—" She laughed. "Remember, dinner at Spiro's. I want you to order in Greek." "Yes. Have a good day." He closed the door. She lowered the window and said, "Moussaka." "Excuse me?" "The Greek dish, moussaka." "Yes, of course." She waved and sped off. He watched her car until it was out of sight, then went to a line of taxis and took the first one. The driver said, "Where to?" "Craig Municipal Airport." "You got it." The taxi drove him back to Craig Municipal Airport, and Khalil directed him to a car rental agency close to his parked Mercury. He paid the driver, waited until he was gone, then walked to his car. He got in, started the engine, and opened the windows. Asad Khalil drove out of the municipal airport, programming his satellite navigator for Moncks Corner, South Carolina. He said to himself, "Now I will pay a long overdue visit to Lieutenant William Satherwaite, who is expecting me, but not expecting to die today." Chapter 38. By mid-afternoon Monday, I had moved my stuff to the Incident Command Center along with about 40 other men and women. The ICC is set up in this big commo room, which reminded me of the room in the Conquistador Club. There was a real buzz in the place, like everyone was on uppers, and the phones were ringing, faxes were going off, computer terminals were all lit up, and so forth. I'm not exactly familiar with a lot of the new technology, and my idea of high-tech is a flashlight and a phone, but my brain works just fine. Anyway, Kate and I had desks that faced each other in a small, chest-high cubicle, which was kind of neat, I guess, but a little awkward. So I was all settled in, and I was reading a huge stack of memos and interrogation reports, plus some of the crap I'd picked up in D.C. the day before. This is not my idea of working a case, but there wasn't much else I could do at the moment. I mean, in a regular homicide case, I'd be out on the street or down at the morgue or bugging the medical examiner or the forensic people and generally making life miserable for a lot of people so that my life could be better. Kate looked up from a desk and said to me, "Did you see this memo about funerals?" No, I didn't. She glanced at a memo in her hand and read me the arrangements. Nick Maudie was being waked at a funeral home in Queens, and his full inspector's funeral would be on Tuesday. Phil Hundry and Peter Gorman were being shipped back to their hometowns out of state. Meg Collins, the duty officer, was to be waked in New Jersey and buried on Wednesday. The arrangements for Andy McGill and Nancy Tate were to be announced, and I guessed that the medical examiner had held things up. I've been at nearly every wake, burial, and memorial service of everyone I've ever worked with, and never missed one where the person was killed on the line of duty. But I didn't have time for the dead just now, and I said to Kate, "I'll skip the wakes and burials." She nodded, but said nothing. We kept at the reading, answered a few phone calls, and read some faxes. I managed to access my email, but other than something called the Monday Funnies, there wasn't much interesting. We drank coffee, swapped ideas and theories with the people around us, and generally spun our wheels, waiting for something. As new people arrived in the room, they glanced at Kate and me. We were sort of minor celebrities, I guess, being the only two people in the room who had been eyewitnesses to the biggest mass murder in American history. Living eyewitnesses, I should say. Jack Koenig entered the room and came over to us. He sat so that he was below the cubicle partition and said, "I just got a top-secret communique from Langley. At 6:13 p.m. German time, a man answering the description of Assad Khalil shot to death an American banker in Frankfurt. The gunman escaped, but the 4 eyewitnesses described the gunman as Arab-looking, so the German police showed them Khalil's photo, and they all ID'd him." I was, to say the least, stunned. Crushed. I saw my whole career down the toilet. I miscalculated, and when you do that, you have to wonder if you've totally lost whatever it was that you had. I glanced at Kate and saw that she, too, was shocked. She really had believed that Khalil was still in the U.S. My mind raced ahead to my resignation and badly attended retirement party. This was a bad end to things. You don't recover professionally from blowing the biggest case in the world. I stood and said to Jack, "Well, that's it, I guess. For the first time in my life, I felt like a loser, like a totally incompetent blowhard, an idiot and a fool." Jack said softly, "Sit down." "No, I'm out of here. Sorry, guys." I grabbed my jacket and went out into the long corridor, my mind not working and my body just sort of moving like an out-of-body experience, like when I was bleeding to death in the ambulance. I didn't even recall getting to the elevator, but there I was, waiting for the doors to open. To make matters worse, I'd lost a total of $30 to the CIA. All of a sudden, Kate and Jack were beside me. Jack said, "Listen, you're not going to breathe a word of this to anyone." I couldn't understand what he was saying. Jack Koenig went on, "The ID is not positive. How can it be? Right? So we need everyone to keep working this case as if Khalil may still be here. Understand? Only a handful of people know about this Frankfurt thing. I thought I owed it to you to tell you, but not even Stein knows about this. John, you have to keep this to yourself." I nodded. "And you can't do anything to arouse suspicion. In other words, you can't resign." "Yes, I can." Kate said, "John, you can't do that. You've got to do this one last thing. You have to carry on as if nothing has happened." "I can't. I'm not good at play acting. And what's the point?" Jack said, "The point is not to ruin everyone's morale and enthusiasm. Look, we don't know if this guy in Frankfurt really was Khalil." He tried to make a joke and said, Why would Dracula go to Germany? I didn't want to be reminded of my stupid Dracula analogy, but I tried to clear my head and think rationally. Finally, I said, maybe it was a plant. A look-alike. Koenig nodded. That's right. We don't know. The elevator came, the doors opened, but I didn't get in. In fact, I realized Kate was holding my arm. Koenig said, I'm offering you two the opportunity to fly to Frankfurt tonight and join the American team there. FBI, CIA, and German police, and German intelligence people. I think you should go. He added, I will accompany you for a day or two. I didn't reply. Finally, Kate said, I think we should go. John? Yeah. I guess better than being here. Koenig looked at his watch and said, There's an 8:10 p.m. Lufthansa out of JFK to Frankfurt. Arrives tomorrow morning. Ted will meet us at Nash. Nash is there? I thought he was in Paris. I guess he was, but he's on his way to Frankfurt now. I nodded. Something smelled funny. Koenig said, Okay, let's wrap it up here and be at JFK no later than 7 p.m. Lufthansa, 8:10 flight to Frankfurt. Tickets will be waiting for us. Pack for a long stay. He turned and walked back to the ICC. Kate stood there a while and said, John, what I like about you is your optimism. You don't let anything get you down. You see problems as a challenge, not as a... I don't need a pep talk. Okay. We both walked toward the ICC. Kate said, That's very good of Jack to send us to Frankfurt. Have you been to Frankfurt? No. I've been a few times. She added, This trip could take us all over Europe following leads. Can you break away on short notice without too much inconvenience? There seemed to be other questions hidden in that question, but I replied simply, No problem. We got to the ICC and we went to our desks. I packed some papers in my attaché case and threw junk in my desk drawers. I wanted to call Beth Penrose, but I thought it might be better if I waited until I got home. Kate finished up at her desk and said, I'm going to go home and pack. You leaving now? No. I can pack in 5 minutes. I'll meet you at JFK. See you later. She took a few steps, then came back and put her face close to mine. She said, If Khalil is here, you were right. If he's in Europe, you'll be there. Okay? I noticed a few people looking at us. I said to her, Thanks. She left. I sat at my desk and contemplated this turn of events, trying to identify the smell in my nostrils. Even if Khalil had left the country, why and how had he gotten to Europe? Even a guy like that would head home for a pat on the back. And clipping a banker was not exactly a strong second act after what he'd done here. And yet, I was really burning up the neurons on this one. It's easy to outfox yourself when you're too smart for your own good. I mean, the brain is a remarkable thing. It is the only cognitive organ in the human body except for a man's penis. So I sat there and put my brain in overdrive. My other controlling organ was saying, Go to Europe with Kate and get laid. There's nothing in New York for you, John. But the higher areas of my intellect were saying, Someone's trying to get rid of you. Now, I don't necessarily mean someone was trying to get me overseas to have me whacked, but maybe someone was trying to get me away from where the action was. Maybe this Khalil thing in Frankfurt was made up, either by the Libyans or by the CIA. It really sucks when you don't know what's real and what's made up, who your friends are and who your enemies are. Like Ted Nash. Sometimes I envy people with diminished mental capacity. Like my Uncle Bertie, who's senile. He can hide his own Easter eggs, you know? But I wasn't where Uncle Bertie was yet. I had too many synapses opening and closing, and the wiring was burning up with information, theories, possibilities, and suspicions. I stood to leave, then sat down again, then stood again. This looked weird, so I moved toward the door with my briefcase, determined to make my decision before I left for the airport. I was leaning toward Frankfurt at that moment. I got to the elevators, and coming toward me was Gabriel Hatham. He saw me and motioned me toward him. I went to where he was standing, and he said in a soft voice, "I think I have a live one for you." Meaning? "I got a guy in an interrogation room. This guy's a Libyan, and he made contact with one of our stakeout teams." "You mean he's a volunteer?" "Yeah, just like that. He has no prior problems with us, no history as an informant. He's not on any list or anything. Regular Yusuf, whose name is Fadi Aswad." "Why do all your names sound like the starting lineup of the Knicks?" Gabriel laughed. "Hey, try the Chinatown task force. Their names sound like the noise a pinball machine makes. Look, this guy Aswad is a taxi driver, and this guy has a brother-in-law, another Libyan, named Gamal Jabbar. Jabbar drives a taxi, too. We Arabs all drive taxis, right?" "Right. So, early Saturday morning, Gamal Jabbar calls his brother-in-law, Fadi Aswad, and tells him that he's going to be gone for the whole day, that he has a special fare he has to pick up at JFK, and that he's not happy about this fare." "I'm listening." "Gamal also says that if he's late getting home, that Fadi should call his wife, who's Fadi's sister, and reassure her that everything is okay." "And?" "Well, you have to understand the Arabs." "I'm trying." What Gamal was saying to his brother-in-law, yeah, I get it, like, I may be more than a little late. Right, like I may be dead. I asked, "So where's Gamal?" "Dead, but Fadi doesn't know that. I just got off the horn with homicide. Perth Amboy cops got a call this morning from an early commuter who went to some park and ride about 6:30 a.m., sunrise, and he sees his yellow cab with New York plates. He thinks this is strange, and as he's walking to the bus shelter, he peeks inside and sees a guy half on the floor on the driver's side. Doors are locked. He gets on his cell phone and calls 911. I said, "Let's go talk to Fadi." "Right, but I think I squeezed him dry." "In Arabic." "Let me try English." We walked down the corridor, and I said to Gabe, "Why'd you come to me with this?" "Why not? You need some points." He added, "Fuck the FBI." Amen. We stopped in front of the door of an interrogation room. Gabe said, "I got a preliminary forensic report over the phone. This guy Gamal was killed with a single bullet that was fired through the back of his seat, which severed his spinal column and nicked his right ventricle, exiting into the dashboard." "40 caliber?" "Right. Bullet is deformed, but definitely a 40. The guy's been dead since about Saturday, late afternoon, early evening." "Did anyone check his EZ pass?" "Yeah, but there's no toll records on his account for Saturday. Gamal lived in Brooklyn, apparently went to JFK, and wound up in New Jersey. You can't get there without paying a toll, so he paid cash, and maybe his passenger was sitting behind a newspaper or something. We won't be able to trace his route, but the mileage on his meter checks out for a trip from JFK to where we found him and his taxi. We don't have a positive ID on the guy yet, but his hack license looks like the deceased." "Anything else?" "That's all the important stuff." I opened the door and we entered a small interrogation room. Sitting at a table was Fadi Aswad, dressed in jeans, running shoes, and a green sweatshirt. He was puffing on a cigarette, the ashtray was overflowing, and the room was thick with smoke. This is a federally correct no-smoking building, of course, but if you're a suspect or a witness to a major crime, you may smoke. There was another ATTF NYPD guy in the room watching the witness for signs that he might kill himself more quickly than by smoking, and making sure he didn't stroll away, down the elevator and out, as happened once. Fadi stood as soon as he saw Gabriel hate them, and I liked that. I have to get my witnesses and suspects to stand when I enter a room. Anyway, the ATTF guy left, and Gabriel introduced me to my star witness. "Fadi, this is Colonel John." Jesus, I must have done really well on the sergeant's exam. Fadi sort of bowed his head, but said nothing. I invited us all to sit, and we sat. I put my briefcase on the table so Fadi could see it. Third world types equate briefcases with power for some reason. Fadi was a voluntary witness and thus had to be treated well. His nose appeared unbroken, and there were no visible contusions on his face. Just kidding. But I knew that Gabe could be rough at times. Gabe took Fadi's cigarette pack and offered me one. I noticed that the cigarettes were Camels, which I found funny for some reason. You know, camels, Arabs. Anyway, I took a cigarette and so did Gabe. We lit up with Fadi's lighter, but I didn't inhale. Honest, I did not inhale. There was a tape recorder on the table, and Gabe hit the button, then said to Fadi, "Tell the Colonel what you told me." Fadi looked anxious to please, but he also looked scared shitless. I mean, you almost never get an Arab walk-in unless they're trying to fuck someone else, or if there's a reward to be had, or if they were agents provocateurs, to use a French and CIA term. In any case, the guy who he was telling us about, Gamal Jabbar, was dead, so part of this guy's story checked out already, though he didn't know it yet. Anyway, Fadi's English was okay, but he lost me a few times. Now and then he'd slip into Arabic, then turn to Gabe, who translated. Finally, he finished his story and chain-lit another cigarette. We sat there for a full minute, and I let him sweat a little. I mean, he really was sweating. I leaned toward him and asked slowly, "Why are you telling us this?" He took a deep breath and sucked about half the smoke in the room into his lungs. He replied, "I am worried about my sister's husband." "Has Gamal ever disappeared before?" "No, he is not that type." I continued the interrogation, alternating hard and soft questions. I tend to be blunt during interrogations. It saves time and keeps the witness or suspect off balance. But I knew from my brief training and experience with Mideast types that they are masters at beating around the bush, talking in circumlocution, answering a question with a question, engaging in seemingly endless theoretical discussions, and so forth. Maybe that's why the police in some of their countries beat the shit out of them. But I played the game, and we had a nice, non-productive half-hour of chit-chat, both of us wondering what in the world could have happened to Gamal Jabbar. Gabe seemed to appreciate my cultural sensitivity, but even he was getting a little impatient. The bottom line here was that we had a lead, a break, really. You actually know that something is going to pop up, but you're always surprised when it actually does. I strongly suspected that Gamal Jabbar picked up Asad Khalil at JFK, took him to the park and ride at Perth Amboy, New Jersey, then got a slug in his back for his trouble. My main questions were, where did Khalil go next, and how did he get there? I said to Fadi Aswad, "Are you certain that Gamal didn't say to you that he was picking up a fellow Libyan?" "Well, sir, he did not say that, but it is possible. I say this because I do not think my brother-in-law would accept such a special fare from, let us say, a Palestinian or an Iraqi. My brother-in-law, sir, was a Libyan patriot, but he was not much involved in the politics of other countries who share our faith in Allah, may peace be unto him. So, sir, if you are asking me if his special passenger was someone other than a Libyan, or if, in fact, he was a Libyan, in either case, I could not be certain. But then I must ask myself, why would he go to such lengths to accommodate a man who was not a Libyan? Do you see my point, sir?" Holy shit. My head was spinning and my eyes were rolling. I couldn't even remember the fucking question. I looked at my watch. I could still catch the flight. But why should I? I asked Fadi, and Gamal did not say where his destination was to be. "No, sir." I was a little thrown off by the short-form answer. I asked, "He didn't mention Newark Airport?" "No, sir, he did not." I leaned toward Fadi and said, "Look, you didn't contact the ATT after report of missing brother-in-law. You obviously know who we are and what we do, and this isn't family court, my friend. Capiche?" "Sir?" "Here's a direct question, and I want a one-word answer. Do you think your brother-in-law's disappearance has anything to do with what happened with the transcontinental flight at Kennedy Airport Saturday? Yes or no?" "Well, sir, I have been thinking about this possibility. Yes or no?" He lowered his eyes and said, "Yes." "You understand that your brother-in-law, your sister's husband, may have met with a misfortune?" He nodded. "You know that he thought he might be killed?" "Yes." "Is it possible he left any other clue, any other—" I looked at Gabe, who asked the question in Arabic. Fadi replied in Arabic, and Gabe translated, "Gamal said to Fadi that Fadi should look after his family if something happened to him." Gamal said to Fadi that he had no choice but to take the special fare, and that Allah in His mercy would see him safely home. No one spoke for a while. I could see that Fadi was visibly upset. I used the time to think about this. In one way, we had nothing of any immediate use. We just had Khalil's movements from JFK to Perth Amboy, if indeed it was Khalil who was in Gamal's taxi. And if it was, all we knew for sure was that Khalil had probably murdered Gamal and then left Gamal's taxi and disappeared. But where did he disappear to? To Newark Airport? How did he get there? Another taxi? Or was there an accomplice with a private car waiting for him at the parking lot? Or maybe a rental car? And which direction did he go? In any case, he'd slipped through the net and was no longer in the New York metro area. I looked at Fadi Aswad and asked him, "Does anyone know you contacted us?" He shook his head. "Not even your wife?" He looked at me like I was nuts. He said, "I do not speak to my wife of such things. Why would you tell a woman or a child of such things?" Good point. I stood. "Okay, Fadi, you did the right thing by coming to us. Uncle Sam loves you. Go back to work and act like nothing has happened, okay?" He nodded. "Also, I've got some bad news for you. Your brother-in-law has been murdered." He stood and tried to speak, then looked at Gabe, who spoke to him in Arabic. Fadi slumped into his chair and buried his face in his hands. I said to Gabe, "Tell him not to say anything when the homicide guys come around. Give him your card and tell him to show that to the detectives and have them call ATTF." Gabe nodded and spoke to Fadi in Arabic, then gave him his card. It occurred to me that I once had been a homicide cop, but here I was telling a witness not to talk to NYPD homicide and to call the feds instead. The transformation was nearly complete. Scary. I took my briefcase, Gabe and I left the room, and the ATTF guy went in. Fadi's statement would be reduced to writing, and he would sign it before he had left. Out in the corridor, I said, "Keep a 24-hour stakeout on him, his family, and his sister, and so forth." "Done. Make sure no one sees him leaving this building." "We always do." "Right. And send a few guys over to 1PP and see if there are any more dead cabbies around." "I already asked. They're checking." "Good. Am I insulting your intelligence?" "Just a little." I smiled for the first time that day. I said to Gabe, "Thanks for this. I owe you one." "Right. So, what do you think?" "I think what I always thought. Khalil is in America and he's not hiding out. He's on the move. He's on a mission." "That's what I think. What's the mission?" "Beats me, Gabe. Think about it." "Hey, are you a Libyan?" "No, there aren't many Libyans here. It's a small country with a small immigrant community in the U.S. He added, "I'm actually Palestinian." Against my better judgment, I asked him, "Don't you find this a little awkward? Stressful?" He shrugged. "It's okay most of the time. I'm an American, second generation. My daughter wears shorts and makeup, talks back to me, and pals around with Jews." I smiled, then looked at him. I asked, "You ever get any threats from anyone?" "Now and then, but they know it's not a good idea to whack a cop who's cross-designated as a federal officer." I would have agreed with that before Saturday. I said, "Okay, let's ask the NYPD and suburban cops to start running through the records of all car rental agencies, looking for Arabic-sounding names. It's a long shot and it's going to take a week or more, but we're not doing much else anyway. Also, I think you personally should go talk to the recent widow and see if maybe Mr. Jabbar confided in her. Also, start talking to Jabbar's friends and relatives. What we have here is our first lead, Gabe, and it may go somewhere, but I'm not real optimistic." Gabe observed, "Assuming it was Khalil who killed Gamal Jabbar, then all we have is a cold trail, a dead witness, and a dead end in Perth Amboy. Dying in New Jersey is redundant." I laughed. "Right. Where's the taxi?" "Jersey State Police are going over it. Undoubtedly, we'll get enough forensic out of the car to use in putting a court case together, if we ever get that far." I nodded. Fibers, fingerprints, maybe a ballistic match to one of the .40 caliber Glocks that belonged to Hundrey and Gorman. Standard police work. I've seen murder trials where the physical evidence took a week to present to the jury. As I teach at John Jay, you almost always need physical evidence to convict a suspect, but you don't always need physical evidence to catch him. With this case, we started with the name of the murderer, his photo, fingerprints, DNA samples, even pictures of him taking a crap. Plus, we had a ton of forensic evidence to link him to the crimes at JFK. No problem there. The problem was that Asad Khalil was one quick and slippery son of a bitch. The guy had balls and brains. He was ruthless, and he had the advantage of being able to pick and choose his movements. Gabe said, "We've been focusing on the Libyan community anyway, but maybe now with one of their people murdered, they'll open up a little." He added, "On the other hand, we may get the opposite reaction." Maybe, but I don't think Khalil has many accomplices in this country. Not many live ones, anyway. Probably not. Okay, Corey, I got work to do. I'll keep you informed, and you'll pass this information on to the proper people ASAP and tell them a transcript of these interviews with Fadi are on the way. Okay? Right. And by the way, let's see some of those federal information bucks go to Fadi Aswad for cigarettes and tranquilizers. Will do. See you later. He turned and went back to the interrogation room. I went back to the ICC, which was still buzzing, though it was past 6 p.m. already. I put down my briefcase and called Kate's apartment, but her voicemail informed me, "I'm not in. Please leave a cogent message." So I left a cogent message in case she accessed her voicemail, then I called her cell phone, but she didn't answer. I called Jack Koenig's home number on Long Island, but his wife said he'd left for the airport. I tried his cell phone, but no luck. I next called Beth Penrose at home, got her answering machine, and said, "I'm on this case around the clock. I may have to do some traveling. I love this job. I love my life. I love my bosses. I love my new office. Here's my new phone number." I gave her my direct number in the ICC and said, "Hey, I miss you. Speak to you soon." I hung up, realizing I meant to say, "I love you." But anyway, I then dialed Captain Stein and asked his secretary for an immediate appointment. She informed me that Captain Stein was attending several meetings and press conferences. I left an ambiguous and confusing message which even I didn't understand. So having fulfilled my requirement to keep everyone informed, I sat there and twiddled my thumbs. Everyone around me looked busy, but I'm not good at looking busy if I'm not busy. I waded through more papers on my desk, but I was already overloaded with useless information. There was nothing for me to do out on the street, so I stayed in the incident command center in case something popped. I figured I'd hang in there until 2 or 3 in the morning. Maybe the president wanted to talk to me, and since I had to leave a forwarding number wherever I went, I shouldn't be caught at home or in Julio's having a beer. I realized I hadn't yet typed my incident report regarding everything that happened at JFK. I was a little pissed that some flunky in Koenig's office kept sending me emails about it and rejected my suggestion that I simply sign a transcript of the tape-recorded meeting in Koenig's office, or the 24 meetings in D.C. No, they wanted my report in my words. The feds suck. I addressed my word processor and began, "Subject, fucking incident report." Someone walked by and put a sealed envelope on my desk, marked, "Urgent Facts, Your Eyes Only," and I opened it and read it. It was a preliminary report about the shooting in Frankfurt. The victim was a man named Saul Leibowitz, described as a Jewish-American investment banker with the Bank of New York. I read the brief summary of what happened to this unfortunate man and concluded that Mr. Leibowitz was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. There are thousands of American bankers in Europe at any given moment, Jewish or otherwise, and I was certain that this guy was just a soft target for a third-rate gunman who bore a resemblance to Asad Khalil. But this incident had caused some doubts and confusion in the minds of people who thrive on doubt and confusion. 2 other important papers landed on my desk, 2 takeout menus, 1 Italian, 1 Chinese. My phone rang and it was Kate. She said, "What the hell are you doing there?" "I'm reading takeout menus. Where are you?" "Where do you think I am? I'm at the airport, John. Jack and I are in the business class lounge waiting for you. We have your ticket. Are you packed? Do you have your passport?" "No. Listen. Hold on." I could hear her talking to Jack Koenig. She came back on the line and said, Jack says you must go with us. He can get you on without your passport. Get here before the flight leaves. That's an order. Calm down and listen to me. I think we've got a lead here. I briefed her about Gabe Hatham, Fadi Aswad, and Gamal Jabbar. She listened without interrupting, then said, "Hold on." She came back on the phone and said, "That still doesn't prove that Khalil didn't get on a flight out of Newark and fly to Europe." Come on, Kate. The guy was already at an airport less than a half-mile from the international terminal. Within 10 minutes of the Port Authority cops being alerted at JFK, the Port Authority cops at Newark were also alerted. It's an hour ride between JFK and Newark. We're talking about Assad the lion, not Assad the turkey. Hold on. Again, I could hear her talking to Koenig. She came back on the line and said, "Jack says the M.O. and the description of the assailant in Frankfurt fit. Put him on." Koenig came on the line and started getting pissy with me. I cut him off and said, "Jack, the reason the M.O. and the description fit is because they are trying to trick us. Assad Khalil just pulled off the crime of the century, and he did not fly to Germany to whack a banker, for Christ's sake. And if he was going to Newark Airport, why did he whack his cab driver before he got there? Does not compute, Jack. Now, you go to Frankfurt if you want, but I'll stay here. Send me a postcard and bring me back a dozen real Frankfurters and some of that hot German mustard. Thanks." I hung up before he could fire me. I bagged the incident report since I was probably fired, and I went back to my desk work, again wading through stacks of background stuff, reports from various agencies, all of whom had nothing to report. Finally, I got to the half-ton of paperwork that related to Saturday's incident. Forensic, Port Authority police, an FAA complaint with my name prominently featured, photos of dead people in their seats, the toxicology report. It was indeed a cyanide compound, and so forth. Somewhere in these piles of papers might be a clue to something, but so far all I saw was the work product of people with tunnel vision and access to a word processor with spell check. Which reminded me that they'd hold my paycheck until I turned in a report, so I swiveled in my chair and again addressed my keyboard and monitor screen. I began my report with a joke about a French Foreign Legionnaire and a camel, then deleted it and tried again. At about 8:45, Kate walked in and sat at her desk facing me. She watched me as I typed but said nothing. After a few minutes of being watched, I was starting to make spelling errors, so I looked up at her and said, "How was Frankfurt?" She didn't reply, and I could see she was a little pissed. I know that look. I asked, "Where's Jack?" "He went to Frankfurt." "Good. Am I fired?" "No, but you're going to wish you were." "I don't respond well to threats." "What do you respond to?" "Not much. Maybe a cocked pistol pointed at my head." "Yeah, that usually gets my attention." "Tell me again about the interrogation." So I went through it again in more detail, and Kate asked lots of questions. She's very bright, which was why she was sitting in the ICC rather than on a Lufthansa flight to Frankfurt. She said, "So, you think Khalil left the park and ride in a car?" "I think so." "Why not a commuter bus to Manhattan?" "I thought about that. That's why people go to the park and ride, to catch a commuter bus to Manhattan. But it seems a little excessive to murder your taxi driver while you're waiting for the bus. In fact, I'll bet if Khalil had asked Jabbar to drive him to Manhattan, Jabbar would have." "Don't get sarcastic with me, John. You're on thin ice." "Yes, ma'am." She ruminated a moment and said, "Okay, so there was a getaway car parked in the park and ride. It wouldn't attract any attention and would be relatively safe there. Jabbar drives Khalil to the lot. Khalil fires a single bullet, .40 caliber, through Jabbar's spine, killing him, then gets in this other car. Is there a driver? An accomplice?" "I don't think so. Why does he need a driver? He's a loner. He's probably driven in Europe. He just needs the keys and papers to the car, which he may have gotten from Jabbar. Jabbar, of course, has now seen too much, and he gets whacked. In the getaway car, or maybe in Jabbar's taxi, would be an overnight bag with some necessities, money, false identity, and maybe a disguise. That's why Khalil took nothing from Phil or Peter. Assad Khalil is now somebody else, and he's on the great American highway system." "Where is he headed?" "I don't know. But by now, if he drove with minimum sleep, he could be across the Mexican border. He could even be on the West Coast. 50 hours driving time at 65 miles an hour is a radius of over 3,000 miles, and the square miles are, let's see, is that pi r squared? I get the point. Good. So assuming we have a killer loose on the highways and assuming he wants to do something other than see Disney World, then we have to just wait to see what he does next. There's not much else we can do at this point except to hope that somebody recognizes this guy. She nodded and stood. She said, I have a taxi waiting outside with my luggage. I'm going home to unpack. Can I help? I'll hold the cab. She left. I sat there a few minutes, during which time my phone rang and someone plopped more papers on my desk. I was trying to figure out why I said, can I help? I have to learn to keep my mouth shut. There are times when I'd rather face an armed homicidal maniac than face another night in a lady's apartment. At least with a homicidal maniac, you know where you stand, and the conversation is understandably brief and to the point. My phone was ringing again, and in fact, phones were ringing all over the big room, and it was getting on my nerves. Anyway, as good as I am about getting into the heads of killers and predicting their moves, I am absolutely clueless about sexual involvements. I don't know how to get into them, what I'm supposed to do when I'm in them, why I'm in them, and how to get out of them. Usually, though, I know who the other person is. I'm good at remembering names, even at 6 a.m. I'm also good at smelling trouble, and this was trouble. Also, I'd been straight as an arrow since my involvement with Beth Penrose, and I didn't want to complicate that relationship or complicate my life. So I made the decision to go downstairs and tell Kate I decided to go home. I got up, took my jacket and briefcase, and went downstairs and got into the cab with her. Time Warner Audiobooks presents The Lion's Game, written by Nelson DeMille and read by Scott Brick. Chapter 39. Asad Khalil continued north on I-95, retracing his route from Jacksonville, across the Georgia border, then into South Carolina. Along his route, he disposed of the computer disks from Paul Gray's office. As he drove, he thought about his morning activities. Certainly, by this evening, someone would be looking for the cleaning woman or for Paul Gray. At some point, someone would discover the bodies. The assumed motive for Gray's murder would be the theft of the sensitive software. This was all as planned. What wasn't well thought out, he realized, was the problem of his pilot. Quite possibly by this evening or tomorrow morning, the murders in Spruce Creek would come to the attention of someone at Alpha Aviation Services, and of course his female pilot, who would certainly recall the name Paul Gray. Khalil had not realized that the man's name would be on the hanger. This woman would call the police and suggest that she may have some knowledge of this crime. In Libya, no one would call the police with any information that would bring them into contact with the authorities. But Boris had been fairly certain that this could happen in America. Khalil nodded to himself as he drove. Boris had told him to use his judgment regarding the pilot, pointing out, "If you kill the pilot, then you must also kill everyone else who knew of your flight and who saw your face. Dead men cannot go to the police. But the more corpses you leave around, the more determined the police will become to find the murderer. A single murder of a man in his house for the purpose of theft does not cause too much interest. You may be fortunate enough to have it go unnoticed in Jacksonville." Again, Khalil nodded, but he'd had to kill the cleaning woman just as he'd done in Washington in order to give him more time to distance himself from the killing. Someone should tell Boris that Americans did not like to clean their own homes. In any case, the police were looking for a thief, not Asad Khalil. Also, they were not looking for his automobile, and if the pilot called the police, they would be looking for a Greek on his way to Athens via Washington, D.C. All of this depended on how stupid the police were. There was the other possibility, of course. The female pilot, seeing the front page of the newspapers, might actually realize who her passenger had been. Undoubtedly, he should have killed her, but he had not. He had spared her life, he told himself, not out of pity, but because of what Boris and even Malik had said about too many killings. Boris was not only cautious but also too concerned about the lives of the enemies of Islam. Boris had not wanted to gas the aircraft full of people, for instance, and had called this an insane act of mass murder. Malik had reminded him, "Your former government killed over 20 million of your own people since your revolution. All of Islam has not killed that many people since the time of Muhammad. Please do not preach to us. We have a long way to go to equal your accomplishments." Boris had not replied to this. As he drove along I-95, Khalil put these recollections out of his mind and thought once again of Paul Gray. He had not died as well as the brave General Wycliffe and his brave wife, yet he had not died begging for his life. Khalil thought perhaps he should try a different method with William Satterthwaite. They told him in Libya that the former Lieutenant Satterthwaite had experienced some misfortunes in life, and Boris had said, killing him might be doing him a favor. To which Khalil had replied, "No man wants to die. Killing him will be as pleasurable for me as killing the rest of them." Khalil looked at his dashboard clock. It was 3:05 p.m. He looked at his satellite navigator. Soon he would be leaving I-95 for a road called Alt 17 that would take him directly to the place called Monk's Corner. Once again his thoughts returned to the morning. These dealings with the female pilot had a disturbing effect on him, and he couldn't completely comprehend what had caused him such indecision and confusion. There were good reasons to kill her and good reasons not to kill her. He recalled that she had said to the woman behind the counter, "I'll be back to take care of the piper." Thus, if she hadn't returned, they would be looking for her and for him. Unless, of course, the woman behind the counter had the thought that her pilot and her customer decided to be together. Yes, he could see that thought in the woman's face and the way she acted. However, the woman eventually might become concerned and call the police, so perhaps it had been better not to kill the female pilot. As he drove, a vision of the pilot filled his mind, and he saw her smiling, talking to him, helping him into the aircraft, touching him. Those thoughts continued running through his mind even as he tried to rid himself of her image. He found her business card in his pocket and looked at it. It had her home phone number written in pen above the business number of Alpha Aviation. He put the card back in his pocket. He saw his exit at the last moment and swerved into the right lane, then onto the exit ramp for Alt 17. He found himself on a 2-lane road, much different from the interstate. There were houses and farms on both sides of the road, small villages, gasoline stations, and pine forests. A compatriot had traveled this route on Khalil's behalf some months ago and reported, "This is the most dangerous of roads because of the drivers who are insane, and because of the police who have motorcycles and who watch everyone pass by." Khalil heeded this warning and tried to drive so as not to attract attention. He passed through a number of villages and saw a police car and a motorcycle in 2 of them. But it was a short distance to his destination, 60 kilometers or 40 miles, and within the hour, he was approaching the town of Monk's Corner. Bill Satterthwaite sat with his feet on his cluttered desk in a small concrete block building at Berkeley County Airport, Monk's Corner, South Carolina. He had the grimy handset of a cheap telephone cradled between his ear and shoulder, and he listened to Jim McCoy's voice at the other end. Satterthwaite glanced at the anemic air conditioner stuck through the wall. The fan was clattering, and a trickle of cold air was coming out the vent. It was only April, and it was already close to 90 degrees outside. Damned hellhole. Jim McCoy said, "Have you heard from Paul? He was going to call you." Satterthwaite replied, "Nah. Sorry I couldn't get on the conference call Saturday. Had a busy day." "That's okay," said McCoy. "I just thought I'd call you and see how you were doing." "Doing fine." Satterthwaite glanced at the desk drawer beneath where his feet were propped up. In the drawer, he knew, was a mostly full bottle of Jack Daniels. He glanced at the wall clock. 4:10 p.m. Somewhere in the world it was past 5 p.m., time for one small drink. Except that the charter customer was supposed to be here by 4 p.m. Satterthwaite said, "Did I tell you I flew down to see Paul a few months ago?" "Yes, you did." "Yeah, you ought to see his setup. Big house, pool, hangar, twin beach, hot and cold running babes." He laughed and added, Shit, when they saw my old Apache coming in, they tried to wave me off. He laughed. McCoy took the opportunity to say, Paul was a little concerned about the Apache. Yeah, Paul's an old lady, if you want my opinion. How many times did he piss us off, wasting time checking everything 100 times? Guys who were too damn careful get into accidents. He added, the Apache passes FAA inspection. Just passing it on, Bill. Yeah. He kept staring at the drawer, then swung his legs off the desk, sat upright in his swivel chair, leaned forward, and opened the desk drawer. He said to Jim McCoy, Hey, you really got to get down there and see Paul's setup. In fact, Jim McCoy had been down to Spruce Creek a number of times, but he didn't want to mention that to Bill Satherwaite, who'd been invited just once, though Satherwaite was only about an hour and a half flight time away. Yes, I'd like to. Incredible house and stuff. But you should see what he's working on. Virtual fucking reality. Jesus, we sat there all night drinking, bombing the shit out of everything. He laughed. We did the Al Azizia run 5 times. Fucking incredible. By the 5th run, we were so shit-faced we couldn't even hit the fucking ground. He broke into peals of laughter. Jim McCoy laughed, too, but his laughter was forced. McCoy really didn't want to hear the same story again that he'd heard a half-dozen times since Paul had invited Satherwaite down to Spruce Creek for a long weekend. It had been, Paul told him afterwards, a particularly long weekend. Up until that time, none of the guys had quite understood how much Bill Satherwaite had deteriorated in the past 7 years since they'd last gotten together in an informal reunion of the flight crews from the squadron. Now everyone knew. Bill Satherwaite caught his breath and said, Hey, Wizzo, remember when I waited too long to kick in my afterburners and Terry almost climbed up my ass? He laughed again and put the bottle on his desk. Jim McCoy, sitting in his office at the Cradle of Aviation Museum on Long Island, didn't reply. He had trouble connecting the Bill Satherwaite he had known with the Bill Satherwaite at the other end of the line. The old Bill Satherwaite was as good a pilot and officer as there was in the Air Force. But ever since his too early retirement, Bill Satherwaite had been on a steep glide slope toward the ground. Being a Gaddafi killer had become increasingly more important to him as the years went by. He told his war stories incessantly to anyone who would listen, and now he was even telling them to the guys who flew the mission with him. And every year these stories got a little more dramatic, and every year his role in their little 12-minute war got a little grander. Jim McCoy was concerned about Bill Satherwaite's bragging about the raid. No one was supposed to mention that they'd been part of that mission, and certainly no one was supposed to mention other pilots' names. McCoy had told Satherwaite numerous times to watch what he said, and Satherwaite had assured him that he'd only use their radio code names or first names when he discussed the raid. McCoy had warned him, Don't even say you were on that raid, Bill. Stop talking about it. To which Bill Satherwaite had always replied, Hey, I'm proud of what I did, and don't worry about it. Those stupid ragheads aren't coming to Moncks Corner, South Carolina to even the score. Chill out. Jim McCoy thought he should mention this again, but what good would it do? McCoy often wished that his old squadron mate had stayed in the Air Force at least until the Gulf War. Maybe if Bill had participated in the Gulf War, life would somehow have been better for him. As he spoke into the phone, Bill Satherwaite kept an eye on the clock and an eye on the door. Finally, he spun the top off the bourbon bottle and took a quick slug without missing a beat in his war story. He said, And fucking ship! Slept all the way there. I wake him up, he tosses 4 and goes back to sleep. He howled with laughter. McCoy's patience was wearing thin, and he reminded Satherwaite, You said he never shut up all the way to Libya. Yeah, never shut his mouth. McCoy realized that Satherwaite didn't see any inconsistencies in his stories, so he said, Okay, buddy, let's stay in touch. Oh, don't go yet. I'm waiting for a charter. Guy needs to go to Philly, then overnight and back here. Hey, how's the job going? Not bad. This is a world-class facility. Not finished yet, but we've got a great sampling of aircraft. We've got an F-111, and we've even got a model of the Spirit of St. Louis. Lindbergh took off from Roosevelt Field just a few miles from here. You have to come up and see it. I'll put you in the F-111. Yeah? Why is it a cradle? Cradle of Aviation. Long Island is called the cradle of aviation. How about Kitty Hawk? I don't ask. I'm not rocking the cradle. He laughed and said, fly up one of these days. Go into Long Island MacArthur and I'll pick you up. Yeah, one of these days. Hey, how's Terry doing? Jim McCoy wanted to get off the phone, but old comrades in arms had to be indulged, though not for too much longer. He replied, he sends his regards. Bullshit. He did, McCoy replied, trying to sound sincere. Bill Satterthwaite was nobody's favorite anymore, probably never was, but they had shared the holy sacrament of baptism by fire, and the warrior ethos, or what was left of it in America, demanded that those bonds remain intact until the last man took his last breath. Everyone in the squadron tried to accommodate Bill Satterthwaite, except for Terry Waycliffe, and the other guys had given the general a silent pass on that assignment. Satterthwaite said, is Terry still sucking Pentagon dick? McCoy replied, Terry is still in the Pentagon. We expect he'll retire out of there. Fuck him. I'll be sure to give him your best. Satterthwaite laughed. Yeah. You know what that guy's problem was? He was a general even back when he was a lieutenant. Know what I mean? McCoy replied, you know, Bill, a lot of people said the same about you. I mean that as a compliment. If that's a compliment, then I don't need any insults. Terry had it in for me, always competing with everybody. Broke my balls about me not kicking in the goddamn afterburners. Wrote a snitch note about it. Blamed me for the stray fucking bomb instead of blaming Wiggins. Hold on, Bill. That's out of line. Bill Satterthwaite took another swig of bourbon, suppressed a belch, and said, yeah, okay, sorry. That's okay. Forget it. McCoy thought about Terry Waycliffe and Bill Satterthwaite. Bill was not even in the Air Force Reserve, and for that reason he would normally have lost his post-commissary privileges, and that would have been the ultimate blow for Satterthwaite, losing his discount liquor privileges at Charleston Air Base. But Terry Waycliffe had pulled some strings, unknown to Bill Satterthwaite, and got him a PX card. McCoy said, we had Bob on the conference call too. Bill Satterthwaite squirmed in his chair. Thinking about Bob Callum and his cancer was not something that he did on a voluntary basis, or ever, for that matter. Callum had made colonel, and the last that Satterthwaite knew he was still working as a ground instructor at the Air Force Academy at Colorado Springs. Yes, McCoy. He's still working? He is. Same place. Give him a call. I will. Tough break. He thought a moment, then said, you survive a war, you die of something worse. He may beat it. Yeah. And last but not least, my little shit of a wizzo. How's Chip? Couldn't reach him, McCoy replied. Last letter I sent to him in California got returned with no forwarding address. Phone is disconnected, no info available. Just like Wiggins to forget to keep his paperwork up to date. I really had to work to keep that guy in line. Always had to remind him to do everything. Chip never changes. You can say that again. McCoy thought about Chip Wiggins. The last time he'd spoken to him was April 15 of the previous year. Wiggins had taken flying lessons when he left the Air Force and was now a pilot, flying cargo for various small airlines. Everyone liked Chip Wiggins, but he was not good about attention to detail, such as change of address cards. Jim McCoy, Terry Waycliffe, and Paul Gray shared the thought that Wiggins didn't keep in touch because he was a pilot now, but hadn't been a pilot back then. Also, he had been in Satterthwaite's crew, and that was probably reason enough to be ambivalent about the past. Jim McCoy said, I'll try to track him down. You know, I don't think Chip even knows about Willie yet. Satterthwaite took another drink of bourbon, glanced at the clock, then at the door. Regarding the late Colonel Hambrecht, he said, Chip liked Willie. He should be told. Right. I'll do my best. McCoy didn't know what else to say, knowing that Bill Satterthwaite wouldn't put a stamp on an envelope to keep the group in contact, and that the work of maintaining everyone's whereabouts had mostly been his and Terry's. In fact, ever since he'd gotten the job as director of the Long Island Cradle of Aviation Museum, Jim McCoy had become the unofficial corresponding secretary of their little unofficial group. The guys found it convenient to use him as a rallying point. He had the office assets to keep in touch by telephone, mail, email, and fax. Terry Waycliffe was sort of their president, but his Pentagon job made him unavailable most of the time, and Jim McCoy never called him unless it was important. Soon they'd all be old men and have plenty of time to stay in touch if they wanted to. McCoy said to Satterwhite, "Did you say you have a charter?" "Yeah, guy's late." "Bill, have you been drinking?" "Are you crazy? Before a flight? I'm a pro, for God's sake." Okay. McCoy thought that Bill was lying about drinking, so he hoped that Bill Satterwhite was also lying about having a customer. He took a moment to reflect on the old squadron. Steve Cox, killed in the Gulf. Willie Hambrecht, murdered in England. Terry Waycliffe, completing a brilliant military career. Paul Gray, a successful civilian. Bob Callum, sick with cancer in Colorado. Chip Wiggins, missing in action but presumed well. Bill Satterwhite, a ghost of his former self. And finally himself, Jim McCoy, museum director. Good job, bad pay. Out of 8 men, 2 were dead, 1 was dying of cancer, 1 was dying of life, 1 was missing, and 3 were okay for the moment. He said to Bill Satterwhite in a soft tone of voice, "We should all fly out to see Bob. We shouldn't delay. I'll put it together. You've got to be there, Bill." "Okay." Bill Satterwhite remained quiet for a few seconds, then said, "Okay. Can do. Can do. Take it easy, buddy." "Yeah, you too." Satterwhite put the phone down and rubbed his eyes, which were moist. He took another drink, then put the bottle in his overnight bag. Bill Satterwhite stood and looked around his shabby office. On the far wall was a state of South Carolina flag and a Confederate flag that a lot of people found offensive, which is why he kept it there. The whole country had gone to hell, he thought. Politically correct faggots were in charge, and even though Bill Satterwhite was from Indiana, he liked the South. Except for the heat and the humidity. He liked their attitudes, and he liked his Confederate flag. Fuck 'em. On the side wall was a large aeronautical plotting chart, and beside the chart was an old poster, faded and wrinkled from the humidity. It was a photograph of Muammar Gaddafi, with a big bullseye drawn around his head. Satterwhite picked up a dart from his cluttered desk and flung it at the poster. The dart hit the middle of Gaddafi's forehead, and Satterwhite yelled, "Yeah, fuck you!" Bill Satterwhite went to the window of his small office and looked out into the bright sunshine. Nice day for flying. Out on the runway, one of his 2 aircraft, the Cherokee 140 trainer, was just lifting off, and in the afternoon heat and turbulence, the small airplane's wings wobbled as the student pilot strained to gain altitude. He watched the Cherokee disappear as it continued its wobbly climb. He was glad he didn't have to be in the cockpit with this kid who had no balls, no feel for aviation, and too much money. Back when he was an Air Force student pilot, they just axed out the dead wood. Now he had to cater to them. And this kid would never see a minute of combat. He wanted to fly to impress his main hump. The country was going down the toilet fast. To make the day worse, his customer was some stupid foreigner. Probably an illegal alien running drugs up to the hopheads in Philly, and the bastard was late. At least the guy wouldn't say anything if he smelled the bourbon. He'd probably think it was an American soft drink. He laughed. He walked back to his desk and checked out a note he'd made. Alessandro Fanini. Sounded like a spick or a greaseball. Yeah, a wop. That's not so bad. Better than some Pedro from south of the border. Good afternoon. Satterwhite spun around and saw a tall man wearing dark sunglasses standing at the open door. The man said, "Alessandro Fanini, I'll apologize for my lateness." Satterwhite wondered if the guy had heard him. He glanced at the wall clock and said, "Only half an hour, no problem." The 2 men walked toward each other, and Satterwhite put out his hand. They shook, and Khalil said, "I was delayed at my last appointment in Charleston." "No problem." Bill Satterwhite saw that the man carried a large black canvas bag and was dressed in a gray suit. He asked, "You got any other luggage?" "I have left my luggage in my hotel in Charleston." "Good. You don't mind my jeans and T-shirt, I hope." Not at all. Whatever is comfortable. But as I said, we will be staying overnight. Yeah, I got an overnight bag. He motioned to an Air Force bag on the dirty floor. He said, my girlfriend will be here later to watch the store and lock up. Good. You should be back by midday tomorrow. Whatever. I have left my rental car near the main building. It will be safe there? Sure. Satterthwaite walked to a sagging bookshelf and scooped up a stack of rolled charts, then retrieved his overnight bag. Ready? He followed his customer's gaze, which was fixed on the poster of Gaddafi. Satterthwaite grinned and said, You know who that is? Asad Khalil replied, Of course. My country has had many confrontations with that man. Yeah? You got into it with Mr. Muammar shithead Gaddafi? Yes. He has threatened us many times. Yeah? Well, for your information, I almost killed that bastard once. Yes? Satterthwaite asked. You're from Italy? I'm from Sicily. No shit. I could have wound up there once if I'd run out of gas. Excuse me? It's a long story. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Forget it. As you wish. Okay, if you open that door for me, we're out of here. Oh, one more thing. There has been a slight change in my plans that may necessitate some change on your part. Like what? My company has ordered me to New York. Yeah? I don't like flying to New York, Mr. Fanini. Yeah. Too much traffic, too much bullshit. I am willing to pay extra. It's not the money, it's the bullshit. Which airport? It is called MacArthur. You know of it? Oh, yeah. Never been there, but it's okay. A suburban airport out on Long Island. We can do that, but it's extra. Of course. Satterthwaite put his things down on the desk and looked for another chart on the shelf. He said, Funny coincidence. I was just talking to a guy on Long Island. He wanted me to stop by. Maybe I'll surprise him. Maybe I should call him. Perhaps a surprise would be better. Or call him when we land. Yeah. Let me get his phone numbers. Satterthwaite flipped through a tattered Rolodex and extracted a card. Khalil said, Is he close to the airport? I don't know, but he'll pick me up. You may take my rental car if you wish. I have a car reserved, as well as 2 motel rooms for us. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I don't share rooms with guys. Khalil forced a smile and replied, Neither do I. Good, as long as we got that straight. Hey, you want to pay up front? You get a discount for upfront cash. How much will this amount to? Oh, now that it's MacArthur plus the overnight and I lose some flight instructing time tomorrow plus gas, let's say 800 in cash should do it. That sounds reasonable. Khalil took out his wallet and counted $800 in cash, then added another $100 to it and said, plus a tip for you. Thanks. That was most of the cash that Khalil had, but he knew he would get it all back soon. Bill Satterthwaite counted the money and pocketed it. Okay, done deal. Good. I am ready. I gotta take a piss. Satterthwaite opened a door and disappeared into the toilet. Asad Khalil looked at the poster of the great leader and noticed the dart in the forehead. He removed the dart and said to himself, Surely no one deserves to die more than this American pig. Bill Satterthwaite came out of the toilet, picked up his charts and bag, and said, If there's no more changes, we can get moving. Khalil said, Do you have any beverages we can bring with us? Yeah, I already put an ice chest in the plane. Got soda and beer. Beer's for you if you want. I can't drink. Khalil clearly smelled alcohol on the man's breath, but said, Do you have bottled water? No. Why spend money for water? Water is free. Idiots and fairies buy bottled water. You want water? It is not necessary. Khalil opened the door and they went out into the sweltering air. As they walked across the hot concrete ramp toward the Apache parked 100 feet from the office, Satterthwaite asked, "What kind of business are you in, Mr. Panini?" "Fanini. As my colleague told you when he called from New York, I am in the textile business. I am here to buy American cotton." "Yeah, you came to the right place. Nothing's changed here since the Civil War, except now they have to pay the slaves." He laughed and added, "And some of the slaves are Spanish and white now. You ever seen a cotton field? Talk about shit work. They can't find enough people to do it. Maybe they should import some stupid Arabs to pick cotton. They love the sun. Pay them in camel shit and tell them they can take it to the bank for money." He laughed. Khalil did not reply, but asked, "Do you need to file a flight plan?" "No." Satterthwaite pointed to the clear sky as they continued their walk toward the airplane. "There's a big-ass high-pressure area across the entire East Coast. Great weather all the way." Thinking he might have a nervous passenger, he added, "The gods are shining on you, Mr. Fanini, because we've got a great day for flying all the way to New York, and probably when we come back tomorrow, too." Khalil did not need to hear this man tell him that Allah had blessed the jihad. He already knew it in the depths of his soul. He also knew that Mr. Satterthwaite was not flying home tomorrow. As they continued to walk, Satterthwaite said, as if thinking to himself, "I might check in with New York approach control radar when we cut across the ocean south of Kennedy Airport on the direct route to Islip. They'll keep us away from airliners inbound to JFK." Khalil thought a moment of how he had been inside an airliner on that very route only a few brief days ago, yet it now seemed almost an eternity. Satterthwaite added, "And I'll call Long Island Tower for a landing clearance. That's it." Satterthwaite waved his hand around the nearly deserted Moncks Corner airfield. "Sure as hell don't have to talk to anyone to depart from here," he said with a laugh. "Hell, there's no one around to talk to except my own student out there and my own piece of shit Cherokee. And that kid wouldn't know what to say if I called him on the radio anyway." Khalil looked out to where the pilot was pointing at the small single-engine airplane that was now lined up and descending toward the landing runway, wobbling slightly from side to side. He could see that the airplane very closely resembled the type that he had chartered out of Jacksonville with the female pilot. The memory of her crept back into Khalil's thoughts, and he quickly pushed her image from his mind. They stopped at an old blue-and-white two-engine Piper Apache. Satterthwaite had earlier untied the ropes, removed the control locks, and put aside the wheel chocks. He had also checked the fuel. That was all he ever checked anyway, he thought, mostly because there were so many things wrong with the old airplane that it was a waste of time finding anything more. Satterthwaite said to his customer, "I checked it all out before you got here. Everything's in tip-top shape." Asad Khalil regarded the old aircraft. He was glad it had two engines. Satterthwaite sensed some concern on the part of his paying customer and said, "This is a very basic machine, Mr. Fanini, and you can always depend on it to get you there and back." "Yes?" Satterthwaite tried to see what the prissy foreigner saw. The plexiglass windows of the 1954 airplane were a little dirty and crazed, and the paint on the fuselage was a bit faded. In fact, Satterthwaite admitted it was now hardly more than a hint of what it had previously been. He glanced at the foppishly dressed, sunglasses-wearing Mr. Fanini and gave him more encouragement. "There's nothing complex or fancy about it, but that means that nothing of importance can go wrong. The engines are good and the flight controls are working fine. I used to fly military jets, and let me tell you, those things are so complex that you need an army of maintenance people just to launch on a simple one-hour mission." Satterthwaite glanced beneath the right engine where a growing puddle of black oil had accumulated in the week since he'd last flown the Apache. "In fact, I took this to Key West and back yesterday. Flies like a homesick angel. Ready?" "Yes." "Good." Satterthwaite threw his overnight bag on the wing, then with the charts under his arm, he climbed onto the Apache's right wing, opened the only door, and retrieved his bag. He threw his bag and the charts in the rear and said to his passenger, "Front or back?" "I will sit in the front." "Okay." Bill Satterthwaite sometimes helped passengers up, but the tall guy looked like he could manage. Satterthwaite climbed into the cockpit and maneuvered himself across the co-pilot's seat into the pilot's seat. It was hot in the cabin, and Satterthwaite popped open the small vent window on his side, waiting for his passenger. He called out, "You coming?" Asad Khalil placed his bag on the wing, climbed up onto the skid-proof surface, which was worn smooth, retrieved his bag, and slid into the co-pilot's seat, placing his bag on the seat behind him. Satterthwaite said, "Leave your door open a minute. Buckle up." Khalil did as his pilot instructed. Bill Satterthwaite put on a headset, flipped some switches, then hit the starter for the left engine. After hesitating a few seconds, the prop began to swing around, and the old piston engine sputtered to life. Once the engine was running smoothly, Satterthwaite hit the starter for the right engine, which fired up better than the left. Okay, beautiful sound. Khalil shouted over the sound of the engines. "It is very loud." Satterthwaite shouted back, "Yeah, well, your door and my window are open." He didn't tell his passenger that the door seal leaked and it wouldn't be much quieter with it closed. He said, "Once we get up to cruise altitude, you can hear your mustache grow." He laughed and began taxiing out toward the runway. With the money in his pocket, he reflected he didn't have to be overly nice to this greaseball. He asked, "Where'd you say you're from?" "Sicily." "Oh, yeah." Satterthwaite remembered that the Mafia was from Sicily. He glanced at his passenger as he taxied, and it suddenly dawned on him that this guy could be in the mob. He immediately regretted his high-handed manner and tried to make amends. "You comfortable, Mr. Fanini? Do you have any questions about the flight?" "The time of the flight." "Well, sir, if we get good tailwinds, which is what has been forecast, we'll be at MacArthur in about 3.5 hours. He checked his watch. "That should put us on the ground about 8:30. How's that?" "That will be fine. And must we refuel along the way?" "Nope. I got extra tip tanks installed so I can go about 7 hours non-stop. We'll refuel in New York." Khalil asked, "And you have no difficulty landing in the dark?" "No, sir. It's a good airport. Airlines go there with jets. And I'm an experienced pilot." "Good." Satterthwaite thought he'd smoothed things out with Mr. Fanini, and he smiled. He taxied the Apache to the end of the active runway. He glanced up and through his windshield. His student was going around again in the traffic pattern for runway 23, doing touch-and-go landings in the crosswind and apparently not having any problems. He said, "That kid up there? He's a student pilot who needs a double ball transplant. You know, American kids have gone way too soft. They need a kick in the ass. They need to become killers. They need to taste blood." "Is that so?" Satterthwaite glanced at his passenger and said, I saw combat, and I can tell you, when the AAA is so thick you can't see the sky, and when the missiles are cruising alongside your cockpit, then you become a man real fast." "You have experienced this?" "Lots of times." "Okay, here we go. Close your door." Satterthwaite ran up his engines, checked his instruments, then looked around the airport. Only the Cherokee was there, and he was no conflict. Satterthwaite taxied the Apache onto the runway, pushed up the power, and they began to roll. The aircraft picked up speed and with half the runway remaining, lifted off. Satterthwaite said nothing as he made adjustments in his throttles and controls. He banked the aircraft and turned to a course of 40 degrees as the plane continued to climb. Khalil looked out the window at the green countryside below. He sensed that the aircraft was more sound than it looked, and that the pilot, too, was better than he looked. He said to his pilot, "What war did you fight in?" Satterthwaite put a piece of chewing gum in his mouth and said, "Lots of wars. The Gulf was the big one." Khalil knew that this man had not fought in the Gulf War. In fact, Asad Khalil knew more about Bill Satterthwaite than Satterthwaite knew about himself. Satterthwaite asked, "Want some gum?" "No, thank you." "And what type of aircraft did you fly?" "Flew fighters." "Yes. What is that?" "Fighters. Fighter jets. Fighter bombers. I flew lots of different kinds, but I ended up on something called the F-111. "Can you discuss that, or is it a military secret?" Satterthwaite laughed. "No, sir, it's no secret. It's an old aircraft, long since retired from service. Just like me." "Do you miss this experience?" "I don't miss the chicken shit. That means the spit and polish, like saluting, and everybody looking up your butt all the time. And now they have women flying combat aircraft, for Christ's sake. I can't even think about that. And these bitches cause all kinds of goddamn problems with their sexual harassment bullshit. Sorry, you got me started. Hey, how are the women where you come from? They know their place? Very much so. Good. Maybe I'll go there. Sicily, right? Yes. What do they speak there? A dialect of Italian. I'll learn it and go there. They need pilots there? Of course. Good. They were climbing through 5,000 feet, and the late afternoon sun was almost directly behind them, and that made the view ahead particularly clear and dramatic, Satherwaite thought. With the backlighting, the lush spring terrain took on an even deeper hue of colors and created a clear line of demarcation against the distant blue of the coastal waters. The 25-knot tailwind added to their ground speed so they might make Long Island sooner than he'd estimated. Somewhere in the back of Bill Satherwaite's mind was the thought that flying was more than a job. It was a calling, a brotherhood, an otherworldly experience, like some of those holy rollers in Monk's Corner felt in church. When he was in the sky, he felt better and had better feelings about himself. This, he realized, was as good as it was going to get. He said to his passenger, "I do miss combat." "How can you miss something like that?" "I don't know. I never felt so good in my life as when I saw those tracers and missiles around me." He added, "Well, maybe if I'd been hit, I wouldn't have felt so good about it, but those stupid bastards couldn't hit the floor with a stream of piss." "What stupid people?" "Oh, let's just say the Arabs. Can't say which ones." "Why not?" "Military secret." He laughed. "Not the mission, just who was on the mission." "Why is that?" Bill Satherwaite glanced at his passenger, then replied, "It's a policy not to give out the names of pilots involved in a bombing mission. The government thinks these stupid camel jockeys are going to come to America and take revenge. Bullshit. But you know, the captain of the Vincennes, that was a warship in the Gulf that accidentally shot down an Iranian airliner. Somebody planted a bomb in the skipper's car, his van. In California, no less. I mean, Jesus, that was scary. Almost killed his wife." Khalil nodded. He was very aware of this incident. The Iranians had shown, with the car bomb, that they did not accept the explanation or the apology. Khalil said, "In war, killing leads to more killing." No kidding. Anyway, the government thinks these camel jockeys could be dangerous to their big, brave warriors. Shit, I don't care who knows that I bombed the Arabs. Let them come looking for me. They'll wish they never found me. "Yes. Do you arm yourself?" Satherwaite glanced at his passenger and said, "Mrs. Satherwaite didn't raise an idiot." "Excuse me?" "I'm armed and dangerous." Satherwaite continued as they climbed through 7,000 feet. "But then during the Gulf War, the stupid government wants good press, so they put these pilots on TV. I mean, Jesus, if they're afraid of the fucking Arabs, why are they parading these fighter pilots in front of TV cameras? I'll tell you why. They wanted big public support back home, so they put these pretty flyboys on TV to smile and say how great this war is and how everybody loves doing their fucking duty for God and country. And for every guy they had on, they had about 100 broads. I kid you not. Parading the pussy in front of the cameras to show how fucking politically correct the military is. Jesus, if you watched the war on CNN, you'd have thought the whole war was being fought by pussies. But that went over big with the Iraqis. You know, thinking they were getting the shit kicked out of them by a bunch of broads." He laughed. "Jesus, I'm glad I'm out of there." "I see that." "Yeah, I get worked up. Sorry. I share your feeling about women doing the jobs of men." "Good. We got to stick together." He laughed again, thinking this guy wasn't so bad, despite the fact he was a foreigner and maybe a little light in the loafers. Khalil said, "Why do you have that poster on your wall?" "To remind me of the time I almost put a bomb up his ass," Bill Satherwaite replied without a thought about security. "Actually, my mission didn't include his house. That was Jim and Paul's mission. They dropped one right on the bastard's house, but Gaddafi was sleeping outside in a tent, for God's sake. fucking Arabs in their tents, right? But his daughter got it, which was too bad, but war is war. Fucked up his wife, too, and a couple of his kids, but they lived. Nobody wants to kill women and children, but sometimes they're where they're not supposed to be. You know? I mean, if I was Gaddafi's kid, I'd keep a mile between me and Pop. He laughed. Khalil took a deep breath and got himself under control. He asked, "And what was your mission?" "I hit the Commo Center, a fuel depot, a barracks, and something else. I can't remember." "Why do you ask?" "No reason. I find this fascinating." "Yeah? Well, forget it all, Mr. Fanini. Like I said, I'm not supposed to talk about it." "Of course." They were at their cruise altitude of 7,500 feet. Satherwaite pulled back on the power and the engines got a little quieter. Khalil said, "You will call your friend on Long Island?" "Yeah, probably." "He was a military friend?" "Yeah, he's the director of an aviation museum now. If we have time in the morning, I'll shoot over there and check it out. You can come if you want. I'll show you my old F-111. They've got one there." "That would be interesting." "Yeah, I haven't seen one of those in lots of years." "It will bring back memories." "Yeah." Khalil stared out at the landscape below. How ironic, he thought, that he'd just come from killing this man's comrade, and now this man was transporting him to where Assad Khalil would kill another of his comrades. He wondered if this man beside him would appreciate the irony. Assad Khalil sat back and looked into the sky. As the sun began to set, he said his required prayers to himself and added, "God has blessed my jihad. God has confused my enemies. God has delivered them to me. God is great." Bill Satherwaite asked, "You say something?" "I just thanked God for a good day and asked him to bless my trip to America." "Yeah? Ask him to do me a couple of favors, too." "I did. He will." Chapter 40. As the cab moved away from Federal Plaza, Kate asked me, "Are you coming in this time, or do you need your sleep?" This sounded a wee bit like a taunt, perhaps even a challenge to my manhood. The woman was learning what buttons to push. I said, "I'm coming up." "You say up, not in." "Whatever." We sat in the taxi in relative silence. Traffic was moderate, a passing April shower made the streets shine, and the taxi driver was from Croatia. I always ask. I'm doing a survey. Anyway, we got to Kate's apartment house, and I paid the cab, which included the trip from JFK and waiting time. I also carried her suitcase. There's no such thing as free sex, by the way. The doorman opened the door, wondering, I'm sure, why Ms. Mayfield left with a suitcase and came back a few hours later with the same suitcase and a man. I hope it bothers him all night. We went up the elevator and into her apartment on the 14th floor. It was a small, basic white-wall rental, carpetless oak floors, and minimal modern furniture. There were no living plants, no wall art, no sculpture, no knickknacks, and thank God no sign of a cat. The wall unit was crammed with books, a TV set, and a CD player whose speakers were on the floor. There was a sort of open galley kitchen into which Miss Mayfield entered and opened a cupboard. She said, "Scotch?" "Please." I put the suitcase and my briefcase down. She put the scotch bottle on the breakfast counter between the kitchen and the dining area that had no dining table. I sat on a stool at the breakfast counter and she put down 2 glasses with ice and poured. "Soda?" "No, thanks." We touched glasses and drank. She poured again and finished another few ounces of scotch. She asked me, "Did you have dinner?" "No, but I'm not hungry." "Good, but I have some snacks." She opened a cupboard and took out some god-awful stuff, things in big cellophane bags with weird names like Crunchos. She ate a handful of orange caterpillars or whatever. She poured herself another scotch, then went over to the CD and put on a disc. It was an old Billie Holiday. She kicked off her shoes, then took off her suit jacket, revealing a nice white tailored blouse, a holstered Glock, and whatever. many people in law enforcement wear the shoulder rig anymore, and I wondered why she did. She threw the jacket on an armchair, then took off her holster and dropped it on the jacket. I waited for her to get even more comfortable, but that was it. So not wanting or needing an armed advantage, I took off my jacket and unstrapped my belt holster. She took the holster and jacket from me and put it on top of hers, then sat on the stool beside me. Being very professional, I talked about the advantages of the new federally issued .40 caliber Glock and how it outperformed the 9mm model and so forth. It won't penetrate body armor, but it will knock down a man. She seemed uninterested in this subject and said, "I need to get this apartment squared away." "It looks fine. Do you live in a dump?" "I used to, but I wound up in the marital residence. It's not bad." "How'd you meet your wife?" "Mail order." She laughed. "I sent for a cappuccino machine, but I think I wrote the item number wrong, and she showed up UPS." "You're weird." She looked at her watch. "I want to catch the 11 o'clock news later. There were 3 press conferences." "Right." She stood and said, "I'll check my answering machine and tell the ICC I'm home." She looked at me and asked, "Should I say that you're here?" "That's your call. They have to know where you are at all times with this case." "I know that." "Well, are you staying?" "That's also your call. Surprise me." "Right." She turned and went through a door that led to her bedroom or office. I sipped my scotch, contemplating the length and purpose of my visit. I knew that if I finished my drink and left, then Ms. Mayfield and I would no longer be pals. If I stayed and did the deed, then Ms. Mayfield and I would also no longer be pals. I'd really gotten myself into a corner. Anyway, she returned and said, "There was just that message from you." She sat down beside me again and stirred her scotch and ice with her finger. "I called the ICC. Finally, I asked, "Did you mention that I was here?" "I did." The duty officer had it on speaker, and I could hear a cheer from the crowd. I smiled. She made another drink for herself, then rummaged around the cellophane bags, commenting, "I shouldn't have this junk in the house. I really can cook, but I don't." "What do you do for meals at home?" "I bring home roadkill." "Do you like living alone?" "Sometimes." "I've never lived with anyone." "Why not?" "The job, I guess. The hours, calls at all hours, trips here and there, reassignments. Plus you've got guns and classified documents in the house, but I guess that's not a big deal." She said, "The older guys tell me that years ago if a female agent lived with a guy, she was in trouble." Probably true. I don't think the guys got away with a lot either. The FBI has changed. She said, "You're an older guy. What was life like in the 40s? I smiled, but that wasn't funny. Ms. Mayfield had consumed 4 cocktails, but she seemed lucid enough. We listened to "I Only Have Eyes for You" a while and made small talk. She surprised me by saying, "I drink when I'm nervous. Sex always makes me nervous. I mean, first-time sex, not sex itself. How about you?" "Yeah, I get a little tense." "You're not as tough as you act." "That's my evil twin you're thinking of, James Corey." "Who's the woman out on Long Island?" "I told you, a homicide cop." "Is it serious? I mean, I don't want to put you in an awkward situation." I didn't reply. She said, "A lot of the women in the office think you're sexy." "Really?" "I've been on my best behavior. It doesn't matter what you do or say. It's how you walk and look." Am I blushing? A little. She asked me, "Am I being too forward?" I had a good standard answer to that and said, "No, you're being honest and upfront. I like a woman who can express her interest in a man without any of the hang-ups that society forces on women." Bullshit. Right. Pass the scotch. She took the bottle and walked over to the couch. Let's watch the news. I took my glass and sat on the couch. She turned off the CD, found the zapper, and turned on the CBS 11 o'clock news. The lead story was Transcontinental Flight 175 and the press conferences. The anchorwoman was saying, "We have some startling new developments regarding the tragedy of Flight 175 at Kennedy Airport on Saturday. Today in a joint press conference, the FBI and the New York City Police announced what has been rumored for days. The deaths on board the transcontinental flight were the result of a terrorist attack and not an accident. The FBI has a prime suspect in the attack, a Libyan national named Asad Khalil." A photo of Khalil came on the screen and stayed there as the anchor lady continued. "This is the photo that we showed you last night, and the person we reported was the object of a nationwide and worldwide manhunt. Now we have learned that he is the prime suspect in the transcontinental." Kate zapped to NBC, and the story was basically the same. Then she zapped to ABC, then CNN. She kept channel surfing, which, when I do it, is okay, but when someone else does it, especially a woman, is annoying. Anyway, we caught the gist of the various news stories, then some tape of the first press conference came on, and Felix Mancuso, head of the New York FBI field office, was giving a few carefully considered details of the incident, followed by the police commissioner. Then Jack Koenig came on and said a few words about the FBI and NYPD coordinating their efforts and so forth, but he didn't mention the anti-terrorist task force by name. Koenig did not mention Peter Gorman or Phil Hundrey, but he spoke of the deaths of Nick Motti, Nancy Tate, and Meg Collins, whom he identified as federal law enforcement people, and he didn't mention the Conquistador Club, of course. His brief description of their deaths sounded as if they'd been killed in a shootout with a terrorist as he made his escape. The tape of the joint FBI-NYPD press conference ended with a barrage of questions from reporters, but every one of importance seemed to have disappeared, leaving little Alan Parker alone at the podium, looking like a deer caught in the headlights. The anchor personage then introduced the story of the second press conference at City Hall, and there were snippets of the mayor, the governor, and some other politicians, all of whom vowed to do something, though they were vague about what it was they were going to do. More importantly, they had the opportunity to get on TV. Next was some videotape from Washington that featured the director of the FBI and also the deputy director in charge of counterterrorism, whom we'd met at FBI headquarters. Everyone made a grim but optimistic statement. The deputy director took the opportunity to announce again the $1 million reward for any information that led to the arrest of Asad Khalil. He didn't even say conviction, just arrest. For people in the know, this was unusual and indicated a high degree of anxiety and desperation. Anyway, following was a quick scene from the White House where the president made a carefully worded statement that I thought could be used for almost any occasion, including National Library Week. I noted that the entire story, including long press conferences, had taken about 7 minutes, which is a lot of airtime for network news. I mean, I have this funny skit in my head where an anchor guy reads the teleprompter in a monotone and says, "A meteor is headed toward the Earth and will destroy the planet on Wednesday." And then he turns to the sportscaster and says, "Hey, Bill, how about those Mets today?" Perhaps I exaggerate, but here was a story of some importance about which I had first-hand knowledge, and even I couldn't follow the kaleidoscope of images and sound bites. But each of the networks promised a special report at 11:30, and these in-depth reports were usually better. The regular news was more like coming attractions. The bottom line, though, was that the cat was out of the bag and Asad Khalil's mug was on the airwaves. This should have been done sooner, but better later than never. Kate shut off the TV with the zapper and turned the CD on with the same zapper. Amazing. I said, "I want to see tonight's X-Files rerun. This is the one where Mulder and Scully discover that his underwear is an alien life form." She didn't reply. The moment had arrived. She poured herself another scotch, and I saw that her hand was actually shaking. She slid across the couch, and I put my arm around her. We sipped scotch out of the same glass while we listened to sexy Billie Holiday singing Solitude. I cleared my throat and said, "Can we just be friends?" "No, I don't even like you." "Oh. Well, We kissed, and little Johnny became Big Bad John in about 2 seconds. Before I knew it, all our clothes were scattered on the floor and across the coffee table, and we were lying naked on the couch, face to face on our sides. If the FBI gave out medals for good bodies, Kate Mayfield would get a gold star encrusted with diamonds. I mean, I was too close to see her body, but like most men in these up-close, in-the-dark situations, I had developed the sense and touch of a blind person. My hands ran over her thighs and buttocks, between her legs, and across her belly to her breasts. Her skin was smooth and cool, which I like, and her muscles had obviously all been gym-toned. My own body, if anyone is interested, can be described as sinewy but pliable. I once had a washboard tummy, but since I'd caught a slug in my groin area, I'd developed a little flab, sort of like a wet, rolled hand towel on the washboard. Anyway, Kate's fingers passed over my right butt and stopped at the hard scar on my lower cheek. What's that? Exit wound. Where did it enter? Lower abdomen. Her hand went to my groin area, and she searched around until she found the spot about 3 inches north and east of Mount Willie. Ooh, that was close. Any closer and we'd just be friends. She laughed and embraced me in a hug so tight it squeezed the air out of my bad lung. Jeez, this woman was strong. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was pretty certain that Beth Penrose wouldn't approve of this. I do have a conscience, but Wee Willie Winky has no conscience whatsoever, so, to resolve the conflict, I shut off my main brain and let Willie take over. We groped, kissed, hugged, and squeezed for about 10 minutes. There's something exquisite about exploring a new, naked body. The texture of the skin, the curves, the hills and valleys, the taste and scent of a woman. I enjoy the foreplay, but Willie gets impatient, so I suggested we find the bedroom. She replied, "No, do it to me here." No problem. Well, a bit of a problem on the couch, but where there's a Willie, there's a way. She climbed on top of me, and within a heartbeat we changed the nature of our professional relationship. I lay on the couch while Kate went to the bathroom. I didn't know what kind of contraceptive she used, but I didn't see any cribs or playpens around the apartment, so I figured she had it under control. She came back into the living room and turned on the lamp near the couch. She stood looking down at me, and I sat up. I could see her whole body now, and it was indeed exquisite, more full than I'd imagined it on the very few occasions that I'd undressed her in my mind. I also noticed that she was legally blonde, top and bottom, but I figured that. She knelt down in front of me and parted my legs. I noticed she had a wet washcloth in her hand, and she polished the rocket a little, which almost caused another launch. She commented, "Not bad for an old guy. You take Viagra?" "No, I take saltpeter to keep it down." She laughed, then bent over and put her face in my lap. I stroked her hair. She picked her head up, and we held hands. She saw the scar on my chest and touched it, then moved her hand around to my back, and her fingers found the exit wound. This bullet broke the front and back rib. I guess FBI ladies know these things. Very clinical. But better than, "Oh, you poor dear, it must have been so painful." She continued, "Now I can tell Jack where you were wounded." She laughed, then asked me, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." "Good. I'll scramble some eggs." She went into the small kitchen, and I stood, tidying up the strewn clothes. She called out, "Don't get dressed." "I just wanted to put your bra and panties on for a minute." She laughed again. I watched her in the open kitchen, moving around in the nude, looking like a goddess performing sacred rituals in the temple. I looked through the stack of CDs and found Willie Nelson, my favorite post-coital music. Willie sang, "Don't Get Around Much Anymore." She said, "I like that one." I looked up at the books on her shelves. You can usually tell something about a person by what they read. Most of Kate's books were training manuals, the sort of stuff you really have to read to stay on top of things in this business. There were also a lot of true crime books, books about the FBI, terrorism, abnormal psychology, and that sort of thing. There were no novels, no classics, no poetry, no books of art or photography. This reinforced my original take on Ms. Mayfield as a dedicated professional, a team player, a lady who never colored outside the lines. But obviously there was another side to this clean-cut cheerleader, and it wasn't very complicated. She liked men, and she liked sex. But why did she like me? Maybe she wanted to tweak a few noses among her FBI colleagues by going out with a cop. Maybe she was tired of playing by the unwritten rules and the written directives. Maybe she was just horny. Who knows? The guy could go crazy trying to analyze why he'd been picked as a sexual partner. The phone rang. Agents are supposed to have a separate line for official calls, but she didn't even look at the wall phone in the kitchen to see what line was lit up. It rang until her answering machine picked up. I said to her, "Can I do anything?" "Yes. Go comb your hair and wash the lipstick off your face." "Right." I entered the bedroom and noticed that the bed was made. Why do women make the bed? Anyway, the bedroom was as sparse as the living room, and I could have been in a motel room. Clearly, Kate Mayfield had not made herself at home in Manhattan. I went into the bathroom. As neat as the other rooms were, the bathroom looked like someone had been in there with a search warrant. I borrowed a comb from the cluttered vanity and combed my hair, then washed my face and gargled with mouthwash. I looked at myself in the mirror. I had bags under my bloodshot eyes. My skin was a little pale, and the scar on my chest looked white and hairless compared to the rest of my chest. Clearly there were a lot of hard miles on John Corey and more to come. But my crankshaft was still working, even if my battery was run down. Not wanting to stay too long in Mademoiselle's private quarters, I went back into the living room. Kate had laid out 2 plates of scrambled eggs and toast on the coffee table and 2 glasses of orange juice. I sat on the couch. She knelt on the floor opposite me, and we ate. I really was hungry. She said, "I've been in New York 8 months, and you're the first man I've been with." I could tell. "How about you?" "I haven't been with a man in years." "Be serious." "Well, what can I say? I'm seeing someone, you know that." "Can we get rid of her?" I laughed. "I'm serious, John. I don't mind overlapping for a few weeks, but after that I feel like, you know." I wasn't sure I did, but I said, "I understand completely." We looked at each other for a long time. Finally, I realized I had to say something, so I said, "Look, Kate, I think you're just lonely and busy. I'm not Mr. Right. I'm just Mr. Right now, so..." "Bullshit. I'm not that lonely or that busy. I have men hitting on me all the time. Your friend Ted Nash has asked me out 10 times. "What?" I dropped my fork. "That little turd." "He's not little." "He's a turd." "No, he isn't." "That pisses me off. Did you go out with him?" "Just dinner a few times. Interagency cooperation." "Damn it, that pisses me off. Why are you laughing?" She didn't tell me why she was laughing, but I guess I knew why. I watched her, covering her face with her hand while she was trying to swallow scrambled eggs and laugh at the same time. I said, "If you choke, I don't know the Heimlich maneuver." This made her laugh more. Anyway, I changed the subject and asked her something about what she thought of the press conferences. She answered, but I wasn't paying attention. I thought about Ted Nash and about how he'd put the moves on Beth Penrose during the Plum Island case. Well, maybe it was mutual and didn't amount to much anyway, but I have a low tolerance for competition. Somehow I think Kate Mayfield figured that out and might actually be using it on me. Next, I thought of Beth Penrose, and to be honest, I was feeling a bit guilty. Whereas Kate Mayfield didn't mind a few weeks' overlap in regard to sexual involvement, I'm basically monogamous, preferring one headache at a time. Except for a weekend in Atlantic City with these 2 sisters, but that's another story. So we sat there a while, our bodies touching, and I picked at my eggs. I haven't had a meal with a woman in the nude in a long time, and I remembered that I used to really enjoy the experience. There's something about food and nudity, eating and sex that goes together if you think about it. It's primitive on the one hand and very sensuous on the other. Well, I was on the slippery slope into the abyss of love, companionship, and happiness. And you know where that leads. Misery. But so what? You gotta go for it. I said to Kate, I'll call Beth in the morning and tell her it's over. You don't have to do that. I'll do it for you. She laughed again. Obviously, Kate Mayfield was in a better post-coital mood than I was. I really was conflicted, confused, and a little scared. But I'd get it all sorted out in the morning. She said to me, business. Tell me more about the informant. So I told her again about my interrogation of Fadi Aswad, making me feel less guilty about cutting my workday short for food and sex. She listened, taking it all in, then asked, and you don't think he's a plant? No, his brother-in-law is dead. Nevertheless, that could all be part of the plan. These people can be ruthless in ways that we can't comprehend. I thought about that and asked her, what would be the purpose of trying to make us think that Assad Khalil got to Perth Amboy by taxi? So that we think he's on the road and we stop looking for him in New York City? You're overworking this. If you'd seen Fadi Aswad, you'd know he was telling the truth. Gabe thought so too, and I trust Gabe's instincts. She said, Fadi told the truth about what he knew. That doesn't prove it was Khalil in the taxi. But if it was, then the Frankfurt murder was a red herring and the Perth Amboy murder was the real thing. That's it. I rarely have brainstorming sessions in the nude with a colleague of the opposite sex, and it's not as enjoyable as it might seem. But I suppose it's better than a long conference table meeting. I said, well, I saved you from having to spend a few weeks in Europe with Ted Nash. That's why I think you made this whole thing up, to get me back here. I smiled. She stayed silent a few seconds, then said, do you believe in fate? I thought about that. My chance encounter with the two Hispanic gentlemen on West 102nd Street a year ago had set off a chain of events that put me on convalescent leave, then to the anti-terrorist task force, then to here and now. I don't believe in predestination, fate, chance, or luck. I believe that a combination of free will and random chaos controls our destinies, that the world is sort of like a ladies' garment sale at Lohman's. In any case, you had to be awake and alert at all times, ready and able to exercise your free will amidst an increasingly chaotic and dangerous environment. John? No, I don't believe in fate. I don't think we were fated to meet, and I don't think we were fated to make love in your apartment. The meeting was random. The lovemaking was your idea. Great idea, by the way. Thank you. It's your turn to chase me. I know the rules. I always send flowers. Skip the flowers. Just be nice to me in public. I have a writer friend who was wise in the ways of women, and he once told me, men talk to women so they can have sex with them, and women have sex with men so that men will talk to them. This seemed to work out for everyone, but I'm not sure how much talk I need to engage in after sex. With Kate Mayfield, the answer seemed to be lots. John? Oh, well, if I'm nice to you in public, people will talk. Good. The other idiots will stay away. What other idiots, besides Nash? It doesn't matter. She sat back and put her bare feet on the coffee table, stretched, yawned, and wiggled her toes. She said, God, that felt good. I did my best. I mean, the food. Oh. I glanced at the digital clock on the VCR and said, I should leave. Not a chance. I haven't slept overnight with a man in so long I can't remember who ties who up. I sort of chuckled. The thing about Kate Mayfield that attracted me, I guess, was that in public she looked and acted virginal and wholesome, but here, well, you get the picture. This turns some men on, and I'm one of them. I said, I don't have a toothbrush. I have one of those business-class airline toilet kits for men. It should have everything you need. I've been saving it. Which airline? I like the British Airways kit. I think it's Air France. There's a condom in it. Speaking of which, trust me, I work for the federal government. That may have been the funniest thing I'd heard in months. She turned on the TV and lay on the couch with her head in my lap. I caressed her breasts, which caused my hydraulic lift to extend, and she craned her neck and head forward and said, "A few inches higher, please," then laughed. Anyway, we watched a lot of news reruns until about 2 a.m., plus a few specials on what was now called the Flight 175 terrorist attack. The network news seemed to be trying to leave the name of their major advertiser, Transcontinental, out of the unpleasantness. In fact, bizarre as it may seem, one of the networks had a Transcontinental ad showing happy passengers in coach class, which is an oxymoron. I think they use midgets to make the seats look bigger. Also, notice how they never use Arab-looking passengers in the ads? Anyway, regarding the news specials, the talking heads had been rousted from every corner of the planet, and they were babbling on about global terrorism, the history of Mideast terrorism, Libya, Muslim extremists, cyanide gas, autopilots, and on and on. At about 3 a.m., we retired to the bedroom, carrying only our pistols and holsters with us. I said, "I sleep in the nude, but I wear my gun and holster." She smiled and yawned, then put her shoulder holster on over her bare skin, and if you're into that kind of thing, it looks sexy. She looked in the mirror and said, "That looks weird. I mean, the tits and the gun." No comment. She said to me, "That was my father's holster rig." I didn't want to tell him that shoulder holsters weren't used any longer. I put a new Glock holster on the rig, and I wear it about once a week and every time I go home. I nodded. This told me something nice about Kate Mayfield. She took off the holster and went to her answering machine on the night table and hit a button. The unmistakable voice of Ted Nash came on, and he said, "Kate, this is Ted, calling from Frankfurt. I've gotten word that you and Corey won't be joining us here. You should reconsider. I think you're both missing an opportunity. I think that taxi driver's murder was a red herring. Anyway, call me. It's after midnight in New York. I thought you'd be home. They said you'd left the office and were going home. Corey's not home either. Okay, call me here until 3 or 4 a.m. your time. I'm at the Frankfurter Hof." He gave the number and said, "Or I'll try you later at the office. Let's talk." Neither of us said anything, but somehow that guy's voice in Kate Mayfield's bedroom pissed me off. And I guess she sensed this because she said, "I'll talk to him later." I said, "It's just 3. 9 there. You can catch him in his room, staring at himself in the mirror." She smiled, but said nothing. I guess Ted and I had different theories, as usual. I thought the murder in Frankfurt was the red herring, and I was pretty certain that wily old Ted thought that too, but he wanted me in Germany. Interesting. Well, if Ted says go to point B, then I stay at point A. Simple. Kate was in bed now, motioning me to join her. So I crawled into the sack and we snuggled together, arms and legs intertwined. The sheets were cool and crisp, the pillow and mattress were firm, and so was Kate Mayfield. This was better than nodding off in my chair in front of the TV. The big brain was falling asleep, but the little brain was wide awake, which sometimes happens. She got on top of me and buried the bishop. I totally passed out at some point and had a very realistic dream about having sex with Kate Mayfield. Chapter 41. Saad Khalil watched the countryside slip by beneath the aircraft as the old Piper Apache cruised at 7,500 feet through clear skies, heading northeast toward Long Island. Bill Satherwaite informed his passenger, "We have a nice tailwind, so we're making good time." "Excellent. The tailwind has stolen some time from your life." Bill Satherwaite said, "So as I was saying, this was the longest jet fighter attack mission ever attempted, and the F-111 isn't exactly comfortable." Khalil sat quietly and listened. Satherwaite continued, "The fucking French wouldn't let us fly over their country. But the Italians were okay, said we could abort in Sicily if we had to. So in my book, you guys are okay." Thank you. Norfolk, Virginia was passing beneath them, and Satterthwaite took the opportunity to point out the United States Naval facility off the right wing. Look, there's the fleet. Do you see those two aircraft carriers in their berths? See them? Yes. Navy did a good job for us that night. They didn't see any action, but just knowing they were out there to cover us on our way back from the attack was a big confidence booster. Yes, I can understand that. But as it turned out, the chicken shit Libyan Air Force didn't follow us out after we'd completed our attack. He added, their pilots were probably hiding under their beds, pissing in their drawers. He laughed. Khalil recalled his own episode of incontinence with shame and anger. He cleared his throat and said, I seem to remember that one of the American aircraft was shot down by the Libyan Air Force. No way, they never got off the ground. But you lost an aircraft, correct? Satterthwaite glanced at his passenger and said, Yeah, we lost one aircraft, but a lot of us are pretty sure that the guy just screwed up his attack. He got too low and hit the water on his run into the beach. Perhaps he was shot down by a missile, or by anti-aircraft fire. Again, Satterthwaite glanced at his passenger. He said, their air defenses sucked. I mean, they had all this high-tech stuff from the Ruskies, but they didn't have the brains or the balls to use it. Satterthwaite reconsidered this remark, then added, But there really was a lot of AAA and SAMs coming up at us. I had to take evasive action from the SAMs, but with the AAA, all you can do is charge on right through it. You were very brave. Hey, just doing my job. And you were the first aircraft to fly into Al-Azizia. Yeah, lead aircraft. Hey, did I say Al-Azizia? Yes, you did. Yeah? Satterthwaite didn't recall using that word, which he could hardly pronounce. Anyway, my Wizzo, weapons officer, Chip, can't use last names, but he tosses 4, scores 3 directs, and fucks up the last one, but he hit something. What did he hit? I don't know. After-action satellite photos showed maybe some barracks or houses. No secondary explosion, so it wasn't what he was supposed to hit, which was the old Italian munitions storage building. Who cares? He hit something. Hey, do you know how we get a body count? Satellite recon counts arms and legs and divides by 4. He laughed. Asad Khalil felt his heart beating rapidly, and he prayed to God for self-control. He took several deep breaths and closed his eyes. This man, he realized, had killed his family. He saw images of his brothers, Isam and Kadir, his sisters, Adara and Lina, and his mother, smiling at him from paradise, enfolding her 4 children in her arms. She was nodding, and her lips were moving, but he couldn't hear what she was saying, though he knew she was proud of him and was encouraging him to finish the task of avenging their deaths. He opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky ahead of him. A single brilliant white cloud hung outside at eye level, and somehow he knew this cloud held his family. He thought, too, of his father, whom he barely remembered, and said silently to him, Father, I will make you proud. Then he thought of Bahira, and it suddenly struck him that this monster sitting next to him had actually been responsible for her death. Bill Satterthwaite said, I wish I'd had the Gaddafi run. That was Paul's target, the lucky bastard. I mean, we weren't sure that Arab asshole would be in that military compound that night, but our G2 guys thought he was. You're not supposed to assassinate heads of state. Some kind of stupid law. I think that pussy Carter signed the law. Can't try to kill heads of state. Bullshit. You can bomb the shit out of civilians, but you can't kill the boss. But Reagan had a ton more balls than pussy Carter, so Ronnie says go for it, and Paul draws the hot ticket. You understand? His wizzo was this guy Jim who lives on Long Island. Paul finds Gaddafi's house, no problem, and Jim puts a big one right on target. Bye-bye house. But fucking Gaddafi is sleeping in a fucking tent out back or someplace. Did I tell you this? Anyway, he escapes with nothing more than shit and piss on himself. Asad Khalil drew another deep breath and said, But his daughter was killed, you said? Yeah, tough break. but typical of how this fucking world works, right? I mean, they tried to kill Hitler with a bomb. A bunch of people around him got pureed, and fucking Hitler walks away with a singed mustache. So what's God thinking? You know? This little girl gets killed. We look bad, and the head scumbag walks away. Khalil did not reply. Hey, the other hot ticket was drawn by another squadron. Did I tell you about that? This other squadron has some targets right in Tripoli, and one of the targets is the French embassy. Nobody ever admitted to that, and it was supposed to be a mistake, but one of our guys plants one right in the backyard of the French embassy. Didn't want to kill anybody, and it was early a.m., so nobody should be around there, and nobody was. But think about that. We hit Gaddafi's house, and he's in the backyard. Then we hit the backyard of the French embassy on purpose, but nobody's in the embassy anyway. See my point? What if it had been reversed? Allah was watching over that asshole that night. Makes you wonder. Khalil felt his hands trembling, and his body began to shake. If they had been on the ground, he would have killed this blasphemous dog with his bare hands. He closed his eyes and prayed. Satterthwaite went on. I mean, the French are our good buddies, our allies, but they went pussy on us and wouldn't let us fly over their territory. So we showed them that accidents can happen when flight crews have to fly extra hours and get a little tired. Satterthwaite laughed hard. Just an accident. Excusez-moi. He laughed again and added, Did Ronnie have balls or what? We need another guy like that in the White House. Bush was a fighter pilot. You know that? Got shot down by the Japs in the Pacific. He was an okay guy. Then we get that ballless wonder from East Chicken Shit, Arkansas. You follow politics? Khalil opened his eyes and replied, As a guest in your country, I do not make comments on American politics. Yeah, I guess not. Anyway, the fucking Libyans got what they deserved for bombing that disco. Khalil stayed silent a moment, then commented, This was all so long ago, yet you seem to remember it all quite well. Yeah. Well, it's hard to forget a combat experience. I'm certain the people in Libya have not forgotten it either. Satterthwaite laughed. I'm sure not. You know, the Arabs have long fucking memories. I mean, 2 years after we unloaded in Libya, they blow Pan Am 103 out of the sky. As it says in the Hebrew scriptures, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't get them back for that. Anyway, that wimp Gaddafi finally turned over the guys who planted the bomb. That kind of surprised me. I mean, what's his game? What do you mean? I mean, the scumbag must have a trick up his sleeve, you know? What's in it for him to turn over 2 of his own people who he ordered to plant the bomb? Khalil replied, Perhaps he felt great pressure to cooperate with the World Court. Yeah? But then what? Then he has to save face with his terrorist Arab buddies, so he goes and pulls another stunt, you know? Like maybe what happened with that transcontinental flight was another Gaddafi stunt. The guy that they suspect is a Libyan, right? I am not very familiar with this incident. Me neither, to tell you the truth. The news sucks. Khalil added, But you may be right about this latest act of terrorism being revenge for the Libyans being compelled to surrender these individuals. Or perhaps the air raid on Libya has not been fully avenged. Who knows? Who gives a shit? You try to figure out those ragheads, you'll go as crazy as them. Khalil did not reply. They flew on. Satterthwaite seemed to lose interest in conversation and yawned a few times. They followed the coast of New Jersey as the sun sank lower. Khalil could see scattered lights below, and to his front he saw a bright glow on the ocean. He asked, What is that? Where? Oh, that's Atlantic City coming up. I've been there once. Great place if you like wine, women, and song. Khalil recognized this as a reference to a verse by the great Persian poet Omar Khayyam. A jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness. Oh, wilderness is paradise enough. He said, So, that is paradise? Satterthwaite laughed. Yeah, or hell, depends on how the cards are running. You gamble? No, I do not gamble. I thought the Sicilians were into gambling. We encourage others to gamble. The winners of the game are those who do not gamble themselves." You got a point there. Satterthwaite banked the aircraft to the right and set a new heading. He said, "We'll go out over the Atlantic and head in straight for Long Island. I'm beginning my descent now, so your ears may pop a little." Khalil glanced at his watch. It was 7:15 and the sun was barely visible on the western horizon. On the ground below, it was dark. He removed his sunglasses, put them in his breast pocket, and put on his bifocals. He said to his pilot, "I have been thinking of this coincidence that you have a friend on Long Island." "Yeah? I have a client on Long Island whose name is also Jim." "Can't be Jim McCoy." "Yes, that is the name." "He's a client of yours? Jim McCoy?" "This is the man who is the director of an aviation museum?" "Yeah. I'll be damned. How do you know him?" "He buys cotton canvas from my factory in Sicily. This is a special cotton that is made for oil paintings, but it is excellent for use to cover the frames of the old aircraft in his museum." "Well, I'll be damned. You sell canvas to Jim?" "To his museum. I have never met him, but he was very pleased with the quality of my cotton canvas. It is not as heavy as sail canvas, and because it must be stretched over the wooden frames of the ancient aircraft, the lightness is desirable." Khalil tried to recall what else he had been told in Tripoli and continued, "And, of course, since it is made for artists, it has the ability to absorb the aircraft paint much better than sail canvas, which, in any case, is a rarity today, as most sails now are made from synthetic fibers." "No shit." Khalil stayed silent a moment, then asked, "Perhaps we can visit Mr. McCoy this evening?" Bill Satterthwaite thought a moment, then said, "I guess so. I can give him a call." "I will not take advantage of your friendship with him, and will make no business talk. I want only to see the aircraft on which my canvas has been used." "Sure, I guess." "And, of course, for this favor I would insist on giving you a small gift, perhaps $500. "Done. I'll call him at his office and see if he's still in." "If not, perhaps you can call his home and ask for him to meet us at the museum." "Sure. Jim would do that for me. He wanted to give me a tour anyway." "Good. There may not be time in the morning." Khalil added, "In any case, I wish to donate 2,000 square meters of canvas to the museum for good publicity, and this will give me an opportunity to present my gift." "Sure. Hey, what a coincidence. Small world." "And it gets smaller each year." Khalil smiled to himself. It was not necessary that this pilot facilitate his meeting with former Lieutenant McCoy, but it made things somewhat easier. Khalil had McCoy's home address, and it didn't matter if he killed the man at home with his wife, or if he killed him in his office at the museum. The museum would be better, but only because of the symbolism of the act. The only thing of importance was that he, Asad Khalil, needed to be flying west tonight for the final portion of his business trip to America. So far, he thought, everything was going as planned. In a day or two, someone in the American intelligence services would make the connections between these seemingly unconnected deaths. But even if they did, Asad Khalil was prepared to die now, having already accomplished so much. Hambrecht, Wycliffe, and Gray. If he could add McCoy, all the better. But if they were waiting for him at the airport, or at the museum, or at the home of McCoy, or at all three places, at least this pig sitting beside him would die. He glanced at his pilot and smiled. "You are dead, Lieutenant Satterthwaite, but you don't know it." They were still descending toward Long Island, and Khalil could see the coastline ahead. There were many lights along the coast, and Khalil now saw the tall buildings of New York City to his left. He asked, "We will fly near to Kennedy Airport?" "No, but you can see it over there on the bay." Satterthwaite pointed to a large, lighted expanse near the water. "See it?" "Yes. We're at 1,000 feet now below the Kennedy arrival pattern, so we don't have to deal with that bullshit. Jesus Christ, those FAA tower guys are assholes." Khalil made no reply, but he was amazed at how much profanity this man used. His own countrymen used too much profanity, but never would they blaspheme as this godless pig did, using the name of the prophet Jesus in vain. In Libya, he would be whipped for blaspheming a prophet, killed if he used the name of Allah in vain. Satherwaite glanced at his passenger and said, "So you're really in the canvas business?" "Yes. What business did you think I was in?" Satherwaite smiled and replied, "Well, to tell you the truth, I thought maybe you were in the mob business." "What is that?" "You know, mafia." Asad Khalil smiled. "I am an honest man, a merchant of textiles." He added, "Would a mafia man ride in such an old aircraft?" Satherwaite forced a laugh. "I guess not. But I got you here okay, didn't I?" "We are not yet on the ground." "We will be. I never killed anybody yet." "But you did." "Yeah, but I was paid to kill people. Now I get paid not to kill people." He laughed again and said, "The first one at the scene of a crash is the pilot. Do I look dead?" Asad Khalil smiled again, but did not reply. Satherwaite got on the radio and called MacArthur Tower. "Long Island Tower, Apache 6-4 Papa is 10 miles to the south at 1,000 feet, VFR, landing at MacArthur." Satherwaite listened to the radioed reply from the tower, then acknowledged receipt of the landing instructions. A few minutes later, a large airport appeared to their front, and Satherwaite banked the aircraft and lined it up on runway 24. Khalil could see the main terminal building in the distance to his left, and to his right a group of hangars, near which were parked small aircraft. The airport was surrounded by trees, suburban housing, and highways. According to his information, this airport was 75 kilometers east of Kennedy Airport, and because there were no international flights, the security was not excessive. In any case, he was flying in a private aircraft now and would be flying in a private jet later, and the security at the private end of the airport, as with all American private flying, was non-existent. In fact, he thought, there was an irony here, and it was this. At least 15 years before, according to his intelligence briefing, the American government had put commercial airports on a security level 1 status, and that high level of security had never been lifted. Therefore, private aircraft carrying unscreened passengers and crew could no longer taxi to a commercial terminal, as they had been able to do many years ago. Now, private aircraft were required to taxi to the place called general aviation, where there was no security. As a consequence, the very people that the Americans were concerned about, saboteurs, drug traffickers, freedom fighters, and lunatics, could fly about the country freely so long as they flew in private aircraft and landed at private airfields, or, as today, the private end of a commercial airport. No one, including this idiot pilot, would question why a passenger who needed to rent a car or take a taxi or was scheduled to fly a commercial aircraft would want to land so far from the main terminal. It simply wasn't allowed. Asad Khalil murmured a word of thanks to the stupid bureaucrats who had made his mission easier. The Apache settled smoothly and touched down. Khalil was surprised at how gentle the landing was, considering the apparent mental deterioration of the pilot. Satherwaite said, "See, you're alive and well." Khalil made no reply. Satherwaite rolled out to the end of the runway and exited onto a taxiway. They proceeded toward the private hangars he had seen from the air. The sun had set and the airport was dark except for the lights of the runways and the general aviation buildings in the distance. The Apache stopped near the cluster of buildings and hangars far from the main terminal. Khalil looked out the dirty plexiglass for any signs of danger, any trap set for him. He was prepared to pull his pistol and order the pilot to take off again, but there seemed to be only normal activity around the hangars. Satherwaite taxied up to the parking ramp and cut the engines. He said, "Okay, let's get out of this flying coffin." He laughed. Both men unbuckled their flight harnesses and retrieved their overnight bags. Khalil unlatched the door and got out on the wing, his right hand in the jacket pocket that held the Glock. At the first sign that something was wrong, he would put a bullet in the head of Bill Satherwaite, regretting only the missed opportunity to discuss with ex-Lieutenant Satherwaite the reason why he was about to die. Khalil was no longer looking for danger, but was now trying to sense danger. He stood absolutely motionless, like a lion, sniffing the air. Satterwhite said, "Hey, you okay? Just jump. Your feet are closer to the ground than your eyes. Jump." Khalil looked around one last time and was satisfied that all was well. He jumped to the ground. Satterwhite followed, stretched, and yawned. He observed, "Nice and cool here." He said to Khalil, "I'll get a ramp attendant to run us over to the terminal. You can stay here." "I will walk with you." "Whatever." They walked toward a nearby hangar and intercepted a ramp agent. Satterwhite said, "Hey, can you get us a ride to the terminal?" The ramp agent replied, "That white van is heading to the terminal now." "Terrific. Hey, I'll be overnight, leaving mid-morning, maybe later. Can you refuel me and paint the plane?" He laughed. The ramp agent replied, "That thing needs more than paint, pal. Is your parking brake off?" "Yeah. I'll tow it to a tie-down spot and refuel it there. All 6 tanks." "Thanks." Khalil and Satterwhite hurried over to the van. Satterwhite spoke to the driver and they got in the rear. In the middle seats were a young man and an attractive blonde woman. Asad Khalil was not comfortable with this arrangement, but he knew from his training that he never would have gotten as far as the van if this were a trap. Still, he kept his hand in his pocket with his Glock. The driver put the van in gear and began moving. Khalil could see the main terminal lit up about a kilometer away across the flat terrain. They exited the airport and Khalil asked the driver, "Where are you going?" The driver replied, "The general aviation and commercial end of the airport are separate. You can't cut across." Khalil didn't reply. No one spoke for a while, but then Satterwhite said to the couple in front of him, "You guys just fly in?" The man turned his head and looked first at Khalil. Their eyes met, but in the darkness of the van, Khalil knew his features were not visible. The man looked at Satterwhite and replied, "Yes, just got in from Atlantic City." Satterwhite asked, "You get lucky?" He nodded toward the blonde, winked, and smiled. The man forced a smile in return and replied, "Luck has nothing to do with it." He turned back toward the front and they continued in silence along a dark road. The van re-entered the airport and pulled up to the main terminal. The young couple got out and walked toward the taxi stand. Khalil said to the driver, "Excuse me, but I see that I have an automobile rental with Hertz and it is gold card service, so I believe I can go directly to the Hertz parking." "Yeah, okay." The driver moved off and within a minute was in the small, exclusive area reserved for Hertz gold card customers. There were 20 numbered parking places beneath a long illuminated metal canopy, and at each space was a name in lights. One of the lights read, "Badir," and he walked toward it. Satterwhite followed. They got to the automobile, a black Lincoln Town Car, and Khalil opened the rear door and placed his bag on the seat. Satterwhite said, "Is this your rental?" "Yes. BADR is the company name." "Oh. Don't have to sign some papers or something?" "It is a special service. It avoids long queues at the rental counter." "Long what?" "Lines. Please, get in." Satterwhite shrugged, opened the front passenger door, and slid in, throwing his overnight bag into the rear seat. The keys were in the ignition, and Khalil started the car and turned on the headlights. He said to Satterwhite, "Please retrieve the papers from the glove box." Satterwhite opened the compartment and took out the papers as Khalil drove toward the exit. A woman at the exit booth opened her window and said, "May I see your rental agreement and driver's license, sir?" Khalil took the rental papers from Satterwhite and handed them to the woman, who glanced at them. She peeled off one of the copies, and Khalil then handed her his Egyptian driver's license and his international driver's license. She studied them for a few seconds, took a quick look at Khalil, then handed them back with his copy of the rental papers. "Okay." Khalil pulled out onto a main road and turned right as he'd been told to. He put his driver's license in his breast pocket along with the rental agreement. Satterwhite said, "That was pretty easy. So that's how the big shots do it." "Excuse me? Are you rich?" "My company." "That's good. You don't have to talk to some snotty bitch at the rental counter." "Precisely." How far is the motel? I thought perhaps we would telephone Mr. McCoy before we go to the motel. It is nearly 8 p.m. already. Yeah. Satterwhite glanced at the mobile phone on the console. Yeah, why not? Khalil had noted the mobile phone unlock code on the rental paper and repeated it to Satterwhite. Do you have your friend's telephone number? Yeah. Satterwhite took Jim McCoy's Rolodex card out of his pocket and turned on the courtesy light. Before Satterwhite dialed, Khalil said, Perhaps you should describe me only as a friend. I will introduce myself when we arrive. He added, Please tell Mr. McCoy that your time here is short and that you would very much like to see the museum tonight. If necessary, we can go to his home first. This vehicle has a satellite navigator, as you can see, and we need no directions to his home or to the museum. Please leave the telephone speaker on. Satterwhite glanced at his driver, then at the global positioning display on the dashboard. He said, Gotcha. He dialed the unlock code, then dialed Jim McCoy's home number. Khalil heard the phone ringing over the speaker. On the third ring, a woman's voice answered, Hello? Betty, this is Bill Satterwhite. Oh. Hello, Bill. How are you? I'm great. How are the kids? Fine. Hey, is Jim there? Before she could reply, Bill Satterwhite, who was used to people not being in for him, added quickly, I have to speak to him for a minute. Kind of important. Oh. Okay, let me see if he's off his other call. Thanks. I have a surprise for him. Tell him that. Just a moment. The telephone went on hold. Khalil understood the subtext of this conversation and wanted to congratulate Mr. Satterwhite for using the correct words, but he just drove and smiled. They were on an expressway now, heading west toward Nassau County, where the museum was located, and where Jim McCoy lived, and where he would die. A voice came over the speaker. Hey, Bill, what's up? Satterwhite smiled wide and said, You are not going to believe this. Guess where I am? There was a silence on the phone, then Jim McCoy asked, Where? I just landed at MacArthur. Remember that Philly charter? Well, the guy had a change of plans, and I'm here. Great. Jim, I have to fly out first thing tomorrow, so I thought maybe I could stop by the house, or maybe meet you at the museum. Well, I have just for half an hour or so. We're on the road now. I'm calling from the car. I really want to see the F-111. We can pick you up. Who's with you? Just a friend. A guy who flew up with me from South Carolina. He really wants to see some of the old stuff. We got a surprise for you. We won't keep you long if you're busy. He added, I know this is last minute, but you said... Yeah. Okay, why don't we meet at the museum? Can you find it? Yeah, we got GPS in the car. Where are you? Satterwhite glanced at Khalil, who said into the remote microphone, We are on Interstate 495, sir. We have just passed the exit for the Veterans Memorial Highway. McCoy said, Okay, you're on the Long Island Expressway, and you're about 30 minutes away with no traffic. I'll meet you at the main entrance to the museum. Look for a big fountain. Give me your cell phone number. Satterwhite read the number off the telephone. McCoy said, If we somehow miss, I'll call you or you call me. Here's my cell phone number. He gave his number and asked, What are you driving? Satterwhite replied, A big black Lincoln. Okay, maybe I'll have a guard meet you at the entrance. He added in a lighter tone, Rendezvous time approximately 2100 hours, rendezvous point as instructed, commo established between all craft. See you later, Karma 57. Over. Roger, Elton 38. Out, said Satterwhite with a big grin. He pressed end and looked at Khalil. No problem. He added, Wait until you offer him 2,000 yards of canvas for free. He'll buy us a drink. Meters. Right. A few minutes passed in silence. Then Bill Satterwhite said, No rush, but I might go out later and I could use a little extra cash. Oh, yes, of course. Khalil reached into his breast pocket, extracted his billfold, and handed it to Satterwhite. Take $500. It might be better if you counted it. I am driving. I trust you. Satterthwaite shrugged, turned on the courtesy light, and opened the billfold. He took out a wad of bills and counted out $500 or $520. He couldn't be sure in the bad light. He said, "Hey, this leaves you about tapped out. I will go to a cash machine later." Satterthwaite handed Khalil his billfold and said, "You sure?" "I'm sure." He put the billfold back in his pocket as Satterthwaite put the money in his wallet. They drove west on the expressway, and Khalil programmed the satellite navigator for the Cradle of Aviation Museum. Within 20 minutes, they exited onto a southbound parkway, then got off the parkway at exit M4, which said Cradle of Aviation Museum. They followed the signs to Charles Lindbergh Boulevard, then turned right into a wide, tree-lined entrance drive. Ahead was a blue and red-lighted fountain, beyond which was a massive glass and steel structure with a dome rising up behind it. Khalil steered around the fountain and drove toward the main entrance. A uniformed guard stood outside. Khalil stopped the car, and the guard said, "You can leave it right here." Khalil shut off the ignition and exited the Lincoln. He retrieved his black bag from the rear. Satterthwaite, too, exited, but left his overnight bag in the Lincoln. Khalil locked the car with the remote switch, and the guard said, "Welcome to the Cradle of Aviation Museum." He looked at Khalil and at Satterthwaite. He said, "Mr. McCoy is waiting for you in his office. I'll take you in." He said to Khalil, "Do you need that bag, sir?" "Yes, I have a gift for Mr. McCoy and a camera." "Fine." Satterthwaite looked around at the huge complex. To the right, attached to the modern building in front of them, were two vintage 1930s hangars, restored and repainted. "Hey, look at that." The guard said, "This is the old Mitchell Army Air Force Base, which served as a training and air defense base from the 1930s through the middle 60s. These hangars have been left in place and restored to their original condition, and they hold most of our vintage aircraft. This building in front of us houses the Visitor Center and the Grumman IMAX Dome Theater. To the left is the Museum of Science and Technology and the Tech Space Aeronautics Hall. Please follow me." Khalil and Satterthwaite followed the guard to the entrance doors. Khalil noted that the guard was unarmed. They entered the building, which held a 4-story high atrium, and the guard said, "This is the Visitor Center, which, as you can see, has exhibit space, a museum shop over there, and the Red Planet Cafe right ahead." Khalil and Satterthwaite looked around the soaring atrium as the guard continued, "There's a Gyrodyne rotorcycle, an experimental one-man marine helicopter vintage 1959, and there's a Merlin hang glider, and a Velodon sailplane built here on Long Island in 1981. The guard continued his guided tour as they walked through the vast space. Their footsteps echoed off the granite floor. Khalil noted that most of the lighting was turned on, and he commented, "We are your only guests this evening?" "Yes, sir. In fact, the museum is not officially opened yet, but we take small groups of potential donors through, plus we have a reception now and then for the fat cats." He laughed and added, "We'll be open in about 6 or 8 months. Satterthwaite said, "So we're getting a private tour?" "Yes, sir." Satterthwaite glanced at Khalil and winked. They continued on and passed through a door that said private, staff only. Beyond the door was a corridor off which were office doors. The guard stopped at a door marked Director, knocked, and opened the door. He said, "Have a good visit." Satterthwaite and Khalil stepped into a small reception area. Jim McCoy was sitting at the receptionist's desk, looking through some papers which he put down. He stood and came around the desk, smiling, his hand extended. He said, "Bill, how the hell are you?" "I'm fucking terrific." Bill Satterthwaite took his squadron mate's hand, and they stood looking at each other, smiling. Khalil watched as the two men seemed to be attempting great joy. Khalil noticed that McCoy did not look as fit as General Waycliffe or Lieutenant Gray, but he looked much better than Satterthwaite. McCoy, he noticed, was dressed in a suit, which highlighted the contrast between him and Satterthwaite. The two men spoke briefly, then Satterthwaite turned and said, "Jim, this is my passenger, Mr. Fanini," said Asad Khalil. "Alessandro Fanini." He extended his hand, which Jim McCoy took. Khalil said, "I am a manufacturer of canvas cloth." He looked at Jim McCoy, and they made eye contact, but McCoy showed no sign of alarm. Yet Khalil saw an intelligence in the man's eyes and realized that this man would not be nearly as stupid and trusting as Satterthwaite. Satterthwaite said, "Mr. Fanini's company sold—" Khalil interrupted and said, "My company supplies canvas for ancient aircraft. In gratitude for this private tour, I would like to send you 2,000 meters of fine cotton canvas." He added, "There is no obligation on your part." Jim McCoy stayed silent a moment, then replied, "That's very generous of you. We accept all donations." Khalil smiled and bowed his head. Satterthwaite said to Khalil, "Didn't you say—" Again Khalil interrupted and said, "Perhaps I can see some of the ancient aircraft and examine the quality of the canvas you are using. If it is better than mine, then I apologize for offering you my inferior cloth." Satterthwaite thought he understood that Mr. Fanini wanted him to shut his mouth for some reason. Jim McCoy thought he saw a sales pitch coming. Jim McCoy said to Khalil, "Our vintage aircraft are not meant to leave the ground, so we tend to use a heavy-duty canvas." "I see. Well, then I will ship to you our heaviest grade." Satterthwaite thought that this information seemed to be at odds with what Mr. Fanini had told him earlier, but he said nothing. They made small talk for a few seconds. McCoy seemed a little put off by the fact that Bill Satterthwaite had dragged along a stranger to their reunion. But McCoy thought this was typical Bill, totally clueless, completely without forethought or social skills. He smiled despite the situation and said, "Let's go see some flying machines." He said to Khalil, "You can leave that bag here. If you don't mind, I have a photographic camera as well as a video camera." "Fine." McCoy led the way out into the corridor, back through the atrium and through a big set of doors that led to the hangars. On the floor of the adjoining hangars were over 50 aircraft from various periods of history, including both World Wars, the Korean conflict, as well as modern jet fighters. Jim McCoy said, "Most, but not all of these aircraft were made here on Long Island, including some Grumman lunar landing modules in the next hangar. All the restorations that you will see were accomplished with volunteer labor. Men and women who worked in the aerospace industry here on Long Island or in commercial or military aviation, who have put in thousands of hours of time in exchange for coffee, donuts, and their names on the wall in the atrium." McCoy went on in a tone that betrayed the fact that this was a short tour. He said, "Hanging up there, as you can see, is Orion NYP, which was the original sister ship of the Spirit of St. Louis. So we've taken the liberty of putting that name on the fuselage." They walked as McCoy talked, bypassing many aircraft, which again revealed that this was not the tour that the major benefactors got. McCoy stepped in front of an old, yellow-painted biplane and said, "This is a Curtiss JN-4 called a Jenny, built in 1918. This was Lindbergh's first aircraft." Asad Khalil took his camera out of his bag and shot a few perfunctory photos. McCoy looked at Khalil and said, "You can feel the canvas if you wish." Khalil touched the stiff, painted canvas and remarked, "Yes, I see what you mean. This is too heavy for flight. I will remember that when I send you my donation." "Good. And over here is a Sperry Messenger, an Air Corps scout plane built in 1922. And there in the far corner are a bunch of old Grumman World War II fighters. The F-4F Wildcat, F-6F Hellcat, TBM Avenger." Khalil interrupted. "Excuse me, Mr. McCoy. I sense that time is short for all of us, and I am aware that Mr. Satterthwaite would like to see his former fighter aircraft." McCoy looked at his guest, nodded, and said, "Good idea. Follow me." They walked through a large opening into the second hangar, which held mostly jet aircraft as well as space exploration craft. Khalil was amazed at all the artifacts of war gathered here. The Americans, he knew, liked to present themselves to the world as a peace-loving people, but it was clear in this museum that the art of war was the highest expression of their culture. Khalil did not fault them or judge them harshly regarding this. In fact, he was envious. McCoy walked directly to the F-111, a shining silver twin-engine aircraft with American Air Force insignia. The F-111's variable wings were in a swept-back position, and on the fuselage, under the pilot side, was the name of the aircraft, the Bouncing Betty. Jim McCoy said to Bill Satterthwaite, "Well, here it is, buddy. Bring back any memories?" Satterthwaite stared at the sleek jet fighter as if it were an angel, beckoning him to take her hand and fly. No one spoke as Bill Satterthwaite continued to stare, mesmerized by the vision of his past. Bill Satterthwaite's eyes misted. Jim McCoy was smiling. He said softly, "I named it after my wife." Asad Khalil stared, recalling memories of his own. Finally, Satterthwaite approached the aircraft and touched its fuselage. He walked around the fighter, his fingers caressing the aluminum skin, his eyes taking in every detail of its perfect, sleek body. He completed his walk around, looked at McCoy, and said, "We flew these, Jim. We actually flew these." "Indeed we did, 1,000,000 years ago." Asad Khalil turned away, giving the impression he was sensitive to this moment between old warriors, but in fact, he was sensitive only to his own moment, as their victim. He heard the two men talking behind him, heard them laughing, heard words that brought joy to them. He closed his eyes, and a memory of the blur coming toward him now took shape in his mind, and he could see this terrible war machine clearly, belching red fire from its tail like a demon from hell. He tried to block the memory of himself urinating in his trousers, but the memory was too strong, and he let it overtake him, knowing that this humiliation was about to be avenged. He heard Satterthwaite calling to him, and he turned around. There was a rolling aluminum platform with a staircase beside the pilot's side of the fuselage now, and Satterthwaite said to Asad Khalil, "Hey, can you shoot us in the cockpit?" This was exactly what Khalil had in mind. Khalil said, "My pleasure." Jim McCoy went first and climbed the staircase. The cockpit canopy was lifted, and McCoy lowered himself into the weapons officer's seat on the right. Satterthwaite scrambled up to the staircase, jumped into the pilot's seat, and let out a loud, whooping sound. "Whee! Back in the saddle again! Let's kill some ragheads, yeah!" McCoy glanced at him disapprovingly, but said nothing to spoil his friend's moment. Asad Khalil climbed the staircase. Satterthwaite said to McCoy, "Okay, Wizzo, we're off to Sandland. Hey, I wish you were with me that day instead of Chip. Fucking Chip could talk the balls off a brass bull." Satterthwaite played with the controls, making mock engine noises. "Fire 1, fire 2. He smiled broadly. "Hell, I can remember the startup drills as if we did them yesterday." He ran his hands across the cockpit controls, nodding in recognition. "I bet I could do the whole pre-takeoff checklist from memory." "I'll bet you could," McCoy said, indulging his friend. Satterthwaite said, "Okay, Wizzo, I want you to put one in that tent where Momar is inside fucking a camel." He let out a loud laugh and made more engine noises. Jim McCoy looked at Mr. Fanini, who stood on the platform at the top of the stairs. He forced a weak smile at his guest, wishing again that Satterthwaite had come alone. Asad Khalil raised his camera. He aimed it at the two men in the cockpit, and he said, "Are you ready?" Satterthwaite grinned into the camera. The flash went off. McCoy tried to keep a neutral expression as the flash went off again. Satterthwaite raised his left hand and extended his middle finger as the flash went off yet again. McCoy said, "Okay." The flash went off again. Satterthwaite gripped McCoy's head playfully in an arm lock, and the flash went off once more. McCoy said, "Okay." The flash went off again, then again. McCoy said, "Hey, that's enough." Asad Khalil dropped the camera into his black bag and extracted the plastic bottle that he'd taken from the Sheraton. He said, "Just 2 more shots, gentlemen." McCoy blinked to clear the flash from his eyes and looked at his guest. He blinked again and noticed the water bottle, which did not alarm him, but he also noticed the strange expression on Mr. Fanini's face. In an instant he realized that something was terribly wrong. Asad Khalil said, "So, gentlemen, you are having happy memories of your bombing mission?" McCoy did not reply. Satterthwaite said, This is a fucking gas. Hey, Mr. Fanini, crawl under the nose and get a shot of us from the front. Khalil did not move. Jim McCoy said, Okay, let's get out of here. Come on, Bill. Khalil said, Stay where you are. McCoy stared at Assad Khalil, and his mouth suddenly went dry. Somewhere in the deepest recesses of his mind, he knew this day would come. Now, it was here. Satterthwaite said to Khalil, Roll the stairs around and take some shots from the other side. Get a few standing on the ground, too, then shut up. Huh? Shut your mouth. Hey, who the fuck? Satterthwaite found himself staring into the muzzle of a pistol held close to his customer's body. McCoy said softly, Oh, God. Oh, no. Khalil smiled and said, So, Mr. McCoy, you have already guessed that I am not a maker of canvas. Perhaps I am a maker of shrouds. Oh, Mother of God. Bill Satterthwaite seemed confused. He looked at McCoy, then at Khalil, trying to figure out what they knew that he didn't. What's going on? Bill, shut up. McCoy said to Khalil, This place is full of armed guards and security cameras. I suggest you leave now, and I won't... Quiet! I will do the talking, and I promise I will be brief. I have another appointment, and this will not take long. McCoy did not reply. For once, Bill Satterthwaite did not say anything, but a glimmer of understanding began to penetrate his mind. Assad Khalil said, On April 15, 1986, I was a young boy living with my family in the place called Al-Aziziyah, a place that both of you know. Satterthwaite said, You lived there? In Libya? Silence! Khalil continued, Both of you flew into my country, dropped bombs on my people, killed my family, my 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and my mother, then went back to England, where I presume you celebrated your murders. Now you are both going to pay for your crimes. Satterthwaite finally realized that he was going to die. He looked at Jim McCoy sitting beside him and said, Sorry, buddy. Shut up. Khalil continued, First of all, thank you for inviting me to this little reunion. Also, I want you to know that I have already killed Colonel Hambrecht, General Wycliffe, and his wife. McCoy said softly, You bastard. Paul Gray, and now both of you. Next, well, I must decide if I should waste a bullet on Colonel Callum and end his suffering. Next is Mr. Wiggins, and then... Bill Satterthwaite extended his middle finger toward Khalil and shouted, Fuck you, raghead! Fuck you! Fuck that camel-fucking boss of yours! Fuck... Khalil put the neck of the plastic bottle over the muzzle of the Glock and fired a single shot at close range into Bill Satterthwaite's forehead. The muffled shot echoed in the cavernous hangar as Satterthwaite's head snapped back in a splash of blood and bone, then fell forward on his chest. Jim McCoy sat frozen in his seat, then his lips started to move in prayer. He bowed his head, praying, then made the sign of the cross and continued to pray through trembling lips. Look at me. McCoy continued to pray, and Khalil heard the words, The valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. My favorite Hebrew psalm, For thou art with me. They finished the psalm together. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. When they were finished, Assad Khalil said, Amen, and fired a round through Jim McCoy's heart. He watched him die, and their eyes met before Jim McCoy's eyes stopped seeing anything. Khalil pocketed the pistol, put the plastic bottle back in his bag, and reached inside the cockpit, finding Satterthwaite's wallet in the hip pocket of his jeans, and McCoy's wallet, covered with blood, in the breast pocket of his suit jacket. He put both wallets in his bag and wiped his fingers on Satterthwaite's T-shirt. He felt around Satterthwaite's body but found no weapon and concluded that the man lied too much. Khalil reached up and pulled down the plexiglass canopy. "Good night, gentlemen. May you already be in hell with your friends." He came down from the staircase and gathered his 2 shell casings, then rolled the staircase away near another aircraft. Asad Khalil held his Glock in his jacket pocket and walked quickly out of the hangar and back into the atrium. He didn't see the guard in the huge expanse and did not see him outside through the glass doors. He walked into the office area and heard a sound coming from behind a closed door. He opened the door and saw the guard sitting at a desk, listening to a radio and reading a magazine called Flying. Behind the guard, 15 numbered television monitors showed scenes of the vast museum complex, interior and exterior. The guard looked up at his visitor and said, "You guys done?" Khalil closed the door behind him, fired a bullet through the guard's head, then walked to the monitors as the guard fell off his chair. Khalil scanned the monitors until he saw the one that showed images of the hangar with the modern jet aircraft. He saw changing scenes of the exhibition space, recognizing the rolling staircase, then the F-111 with its canopy down. He also saw images of the theater, the exterior doorways where his car was parked, and various images of the atrium lobby. No one else seemed to be in the building. He found the video recorders stacked on a countertop and pushed the stop button of each one, then extracted all 15 tapes and put them in his bag. He knelt beside the guard, removed the dead man's wallet, found his shell casing, then left the security office and closed the door behind him. Khalil walked quickly back through the atrium and exited one of the front doors. He pulled on the door behind him and noted with pleasure that it was locked. Khalil got into his rental car and drove off. He looked at the dashboard clock. It was 10:57 p.m. He set his satellite navigator for the Long Island MacArthur Airport and within 10 minutes was on the parkway, heading north toward the Long Island Expressway. He dwelt a moment on the last minutes in the lives of Mr. Satterthwaite and Mr. McCoy. It occurred to him that one could never anticipate how a man was going to die. He found that interesting and wondered how he would act in a similar situation. Satterthwaite's final arrogance had surprised him, and it occurred to Khalil that the man had found some courage in the last few seconds of his life. Or perhaps the man had so much evil in him that those last words were not courage at all, but pure hate. Asad Khalil realized that he himself would probably act as Satterthwaite had in a similar situation. Khalil thought of McCoy. This man had reacted in a predictable way, assuming he was a religious man, or he had quickly found God in the last minute of his life. One never knew. In any case, Khalil appreciated the man's choice of psalms. Khalil swung off the parkway into the eastbound Long Island Expressway. There was not much traffic, and he kept up with the other vehicles, noting his speed on the speedometer's metric scale at 90 kilometers per hour. He knew full well that his time was running out, that these double murders would attract much attention. The appearance of a robbery was very suspect, he knew, and sometime this evening Mrs. McCoy would call the police and report her husband was missing, and that no one answered the telephone at the museum. Her story of Mr. McCoy meeting an Air Force comrade would cause the police to worry far less than Mrs. McCoy was worrying, but at some point the corpses would be discovered. It would be some time before the police thought to go to the airport to see about the aircraft that Satterthwaite arrived in. In fact, if McCoy never mentioned his friend's method of arrival to his wife, it would never occur to the police to go to the airport at all. In any case, no matter what Mrs. McCoy or the police did, Asad Khalil had time for his next act of vengeance. Yet as he drove, he felt for the first time the presence of danger, and he knew that somewhere someone was stalking him. He was certain that his stalker did not know where he was, nor did his stalker completely comprehend his intentions. But Asad Khalil sensed that he, the lion, was now being hunted, and that the unknown hunter understood, at the very least, the nature and substance of what he was hunting. Khalil tried to conjure an image of this person, not his physical image, but his soul. but he could not penetrate this man's being except for the strong force of danger that the man radiated. Asad Khalil came out of his trance-like state. He reflected now on his trail of corpses. General Waycliffe and his wife would have been found no later than Monday morning. At some point, a member of the Waycliffe family would attempt to contact the deceased general's old squadron mates. In fact, Khalil was surprised that by now, Monday evening, no one had telephoned McCoy. A telephone call to Paul Gray would not have found him able to come to the phone, nor would a call to Mr. Satterthwaite be answered. But Khalil had the feeling that Mrs. McCoy, aside from her worry about her husband, might be given the additional worry, tonight or tomorrow, of a call from the Waycliffe family or the Gray family, with the tragic news of the murders. Soon, by tomorrow, he guessed, there would be many telephone calls, answered and unanswered. By tomorrow evening his game would be drawing to a close. Perhaps sooner, perhaps later, if God was still with him. Khalil saw a sign that said rest stop, and he pulled off into a parking lot hidden from the road by trees. There were a few trucks parked in the big lot, as well as a few cars, but he parked away from them. He retrieved Satterthwaite's Air Force overnight bag from the rear seat and examined the contents, finding a liquor bottle, some underwear, prophylactics, toiletries, and a T-shirt, which depicted a jet fighter and the words, "Nukes, napalm, bombs, and rockets. Free delivery." Khalil took Satterthwaite's bag and his own bag and walked into the woods behind the restrooms. He retrieved all his money from Satterthwaite's wallet and the money from McCoy's wallet, which amounted to $85, and the guard's wallet, which contained less than $20, and put the bills in his wallet. Khalil scattered the contents of all three wallets in the undergrowth and threw the wallets into the woods. He also scattered the contents of Satterthwaite's overnight bag, then flung the bag into a thicket of bushes. Finally, he removed the security videotapes from his overnight bag and threw them in different directions into the woods. Khalil made his way back to his car, got in, and drove back onto the expressway. As he drove, he dropped the 3 .40-caliber shell casings onto the highway at intervals. They had told him in Tripoli, "Do not waste too much time erasing fingerprints or worrying about other scientific evidence of your visits. By the time the police process all of this, you will be gone. But do not get caught with any evidence on your person. Even the most stupid policeman will become suspicious if he finds another man's wallet in your pocket." Of course, there was the matter of the 2 Glocks, but Khalil did not consider that evidence. He considered the pistols as the last thing a policeman would see before he saw nothing at all. Still, it was good to divest himself of the other things and to leave the automobile without obvious evidence in it. He continued on, and his thoughts returned to home, to Malik and Boris. He knew, as did Malik and Boris, that he could not play this game for very long. Malik had said to him, "It is not the game itself, my friend, it is how you choose to play it. You have chosen to have the Americans in Paris lay their hands on you, to make a grand entrance into America, to have them know who you are, what you look like, where and when you arrived. You yourself, Assad, have invented the rules of the game and made those rules more difficult for yourself. I understand why you do this, but you must understand that the odds are against you completing this mission, and you have only yourself to blame if you fall short of winning a complete victory." To which Khalil recalled saying, "The Americans never go into battle unless they've done all they can to assure victory before the first shot is fired. This is like shooting a lion from a vehicle with a telescopic sight. It is not victory at all, only slaughter. There are tribesmen in Africa who have guns, but who still hunt the lion with spears. What good is a physical victory without a spiritual or moral victory? I have not made the odds go against me. I have simply made the odds even, so that no matter who wins this game, I am the winner." Boris, who was present, commented, "Tell me that when you're rotting in an American jail and all your American Air Force demons are leading happy lives." Khalil recalled turning to Boris and saying, "I don't expect you to understand." Boris had laughed and replied, "I understand, Mr. Lyon. I understand quite well. And for your information, I don't care if you kill those pilots or not. But you'd better be sure you don't care either. If the hunt is more important than the kill, then take pictures of them as the sensitive Americans do on safari. But if you want to taste their blood, Mr. Lion, then you'd better think of another way to go to America." In the end, Asad Khalil had examined his heart and his soul and had come to the conclusion that he could have it both ways. His game, his rules, their blood. Asad Khalil saw the sign for MacArthur Airport and drove onto the exit ramp. Within 10 minutes, he pulled the Lincoln into the long-term parking lot of the airport. He exited and locked the car, taking his bag with him. He did not bother wiping fingerprints from the car. If the game was up, it was up. He intended to do no more than the bare minimum to cover his tracks. He only needed another 24 hours, perhaps less, and if the police were even 2 steps behind him, they were 1 step too late. He went to a bus shelter, and within a short time a minivan arrived and he got in. He said, "The main terminal, please." The driver replied, "There's only one terminal, buddy, and you got it." Within a few minutes, the van discharged him at the entrance to the nearly deserted terminal. Khalil walked to the taxi stand where a solitary taxi sat and said to the driver, "I need only to go to the general aviation side of the airport, but I am prepared to pay you $20 for your assistance." "Jump in, sport." Khalil got in the rear of the taxi and within 10 minutes was at the far end of the airport. The driver asked, "Any place in particular?" "That building there." The driver pulled up in front of a small building that held the offices of several aviation services. Khalil gave the man a $20 bill and got out. He was less than 50 meters from where he'd landed, and in fact, he saw Satterthwaite's aircraft parked not far away. He walked into the small building and found the office of Stewart Aviation. A male clerk behind the counter stood and said, "Help you?" "Yes. My name is Samuel Perlman, and I believe you have an aircraft reserved for me." "Right. Midnight flight." The clerk looked at his watch. "You're a little early, but I think they're ready." "Thank you." Khalil watched the young man's face, but saw no sign of recognition. The man did say, however, "Mr. Perlman, you've got something on your face and shirt." Khalil knew immediately what that something was. The contents of Satterthwaite's head. He said, "I'm afraid my eating habits are not so good." The man smiled and said, "There's a washroom right over there." He pointed to a door on the right. "I'll give the pilots a call." Khalil went into the washroom and looked at his face in the mirror. There were specks of reddish-brown blood, grayish brain, and even a bone splinter on his shirt. One lens of his glasses had a few specks, and there was a spot or 2 on his face and tie. He removed his glasses and washed his face and hands, being careful not to disturb his hair or mustache. He dried his hands and face with a paper towel, wiped his shirt, tie, and glasses with the damp paper towel, then put on his glasses. He went back to the counter, carrying his black bag. The clerk said, "Mr. Perlman, this charter's been prepaid by your company. All I need from you is to read this agreement and waiver and sign it where I put the X." Khalil pretended to read the single-printed page. He said, "It seems satisfactory." He signed it with the pen on the counter. The clerk said, "You from Israel?" "Yes, but I live here now." "I've got relatives in Israel. They live in Gilgal on the West Bank. You know it?" "Of course." Khalil recalled that Boris had told him, "Half of Israel is in the New York area on any given day. You'll attract no attention except perhaps some Jews who want to discuss their relatives or their vacations with you. Study your maps and guidebooks of Israel." Khalil said, "It is a medium-sized town 30 kilometers north of Jerusalem. Life there is difficult, surrounded by Palestinians. I congratulate your relatives on their bravery and stubbornness in staying there." "Yeah, the place sucks. They should move to the coast." The clerk added, "Maybe someday we can learn to live with the Arabs." "The Arabs are not easy to live with." The clerk laughed. "I guess not. You should know." "I know." A middle-aged man in a nondescript blue uniform came into the office and greeted the clerk. "Evening, Dan." The clerk said to the man, "Bob, this is Mr. Perlman, your passenger." Khalil faced the man, who had his hand extended. Khalil was still mystified by American handshaking. Arab men shook hands, but not as many hands as American men shook, and certainly one did not touch a woman. Boris had advised him, "Don't worry about it. You're a foreigner." Khalil took the pilot's hand, and the pilot said, "I'm Captain Fisk. Call me Bob. I'll be flying you to Denver tonight, then on to San Diego, correct?" "That is correct." Khalil looked directly into the pilot's eyes, but the man did not make eye contact. The Americans, Khalil noticed, looked at you but did not always see you. They would allow eye contact, but only for brief periods, unlike his countrymen, whose eyes never left you, unless they were of an inferior status or, of course, if they were women. Also, the Americans kept their distance, at least 1 meter, as Boris had informed him. Any closer and they became uncomfortable or even hostile. Captain Fisk said, "The aircraft is ready. Do you have luggage, Mr. Perlman?" "Just this bag." "I'll take that for you." Boris had suggested a polite American reply, and Khalil said, "Thank you, but I need the exercise." The pilot smiled and walked toward the door. "Only you, correct, sir?" "Correct." The clerk called out as Khalil was leaving, "Shalom alaikum," to which Khalil almost responded in Arabic, "Salam alaikum," but caught himself and said, "Shalom." He followed the pilot toward a hangar in front of which sat a small white jet aircraft parked on the ramp. A few service people were departing from around the aircraft. Again, Khalil noticed Satterthwaite's aircraft and wondered how long beyond the expected departure tomorrow morning before they became concerned and began to investigate. Certainly not before the next day, and Khalil knew that he would be far away by then. The pilot said, "We're flying that Lear 60 tonight. With just the 3 of us and light luggage, we're well below gross takeoff weight, so I had all the fuel tanks filled to capacity. That means we can make Denver non-stop. Headwinds are light, and the flying weather between here and Denver is excellent. I'm planning a flight time of 3 hours and 18 minutes. Denver temperature should be about 40 degrees, 5 Celsius, when we land. We'll refuel in Denver. As I understand it, you may need to spend a few hours in Denver, correct?" "Correct." "Okay, we should be landing in Denver a little before 2 a.m. Mountain Time. You understand that, sir?" "I do. I will call my colleague from your airphone, which I have requested." "Yes, sir, there's always an airphone on board." "Okay, at some point we'll be flying on to San Diego, correct?" "That's correct." They are, at this time, reporting slight turbulence over the Rockies and light rain in San Diego, but, of course, that can change. We'll keep you informed if you wish. Khalil did not reply, but he found himself annoyed at the American obsession with predicting the weather. In Libya, it was always hot and dry, some days more hot than others. The evenings were cool, the Gobli blew in the spring. Allah made the weather, man experienced it. What was the point of trying to predict it or talking about it? It could not be changed. The pilot led him to the left side of the 2-engine aircraft where 2 steps led to an open door. The pilot motioned him forward, and Khalil climbed up the entrance steps and lowered his head to enter the craft. The pilot was directly behind him and said, "Mr. Perlman, this is Terry Sanford, our co-pilot." The co-pilot, who was sitting in the right-hand seat, turned his head and said, "Welcome aboard, sir." "Good evening." Captain Fisk motioned toward the cabin and said, "Take any seat, of course. There's the service bar where you'll find coffee, donuts, bagels, soft drinks, and more potent stuff." He chuckled. "There are newspapers and magazines in those racks. In the rear is the head, the lavatory. Make yourself comfortable." "Thank you." Khalil moved to the last seat on the right in the 6-seat cabin, sat, and put his bag in the aisle beside him. He noticed that the pilot and co-pilot were busy with the cockpit instruments and speaking to each other. Khalil looked at his watch. It was a few minutes past midnight. This had been a good day, he reflected. 3 dead. 5, if he counted Paul Gray's cleaning woman and the museum guard. But they should not be counted, and neither should the 300 people aboard the transcontinental aircraft, nor the others who'd gotten in his way or who needed to be silenced. There were only 6 people in America whose deaths had any meaning for him, and 4 of them were already dead by his hand. 2 remained. Or so it would seem to the authorities if they came to the correct conclusions. But there was another man. "Mr. Perlman?" "Sir?" Asad Khalil looked up at the pilot standing near him. "Yes?" "We're about to taxi, so please put your seatbelt on." Khalil fastened his belt as the pilot continued, "The airphone is at the service bar. The cord will reach any seat." "Good. The other instrument mounted on the sidewall is the intercom. You can call us any time by pressing that button and speaking." "Thank you. Or you can simply come up to the cockpit." "I understand." "Good. Is there anything I can help you with before I take my seat?" "No, thank you." "Okay, the emergency exit is there, and these windows have shades if you want to pull them down. After we get airborne, I'll let you know when you can unbuckle and move around." "Thank you." "See you later." The pilot turned, entered the cockpit, and closed the sliding partition between the cockpit and the cabin. Khalil glanced out the small window as the aircraft taxied toward the runway. It was not so very long ago he thought that he'd landed here with a man who was now sitting dead in the pilot's seat of a warplane that had perhaps killed many people. Beside that dead man sat another murderer who had paid for his crimes. It had been an exquisite moment, a fitting end to their bloodthirsty lives. But it was also a sign, a signature, really, if anyone thought to read it properly. He regretted indulging himself in this symbolic act, but on reflection, he decided that he would not have changed one word, one moment, or one thing of what he'd done. "My cup runneth over." He smiled. The Learjet came to a stop, and Khalil heard the engines grow louder. The aircraft seemed to tremble, then shot forward down the runway. Within half a minute, they were in flight, and he heard the landing gear retracting beneath him. A few minutes later, the aircraft banked slightly as it continued to climb. Sometime later, the co-pilot's voice came over the speaker. "Mr. Perlman, you can move around if you'd like, but please keep your seatbelt fastened while sitting. Your seat reclines all the way back if you want to get some sleep. We're passing in Lower Manhattan now if you'd like to take a look." Khalil looked out his window. They were flying over the southern tip of Manhattan Island, and Asad Khalil could see the skyscrapers at the end of the water, including the twin towers of the World Trade Center. They had told him in Tripoli that there was a building near the Trade Center called 26 Federal Plaza, where Boutros had been taken, and that if everything that could go wrong went wrong, he too would be taken there. Malik had said, "There is no escape from that place, my friend. Once you are there, you are theirs. Your next stop will be a government prison nearby, then a government courthouse also nearby, then a prison somewhere in the frozen interior of the country, where you will spend the rest of your life. No one can help you there. We will not even acknowledge you as our own or offer to exchange you for a captured infidel. There are many mujahideen in American prisons, but the authorities will not let you see them. You will live out your life alone in a strange land amongst strangers, and you will never see your home again, nor hear your native tongue, nor be with a woman. You will be a lion in a cage, Assad, pacing the floor of your cell forever." Malik had added, "Or you can end your own life, which will be a victory for you and for our cause, and a defeat for them." He asked, "Are you prepared for such a victory?" To which Asad Khalil had replied, "If I am willing to sacrifice my life in battle, why would I not take my own life to escape capture and humiliation?" Malik had nodded thoughtfully and noted, "For some, the one is easier than the other," whereupon Malik had handed him a razor blade and said, "This is one way." He added, "But you should not cut your wrists because they may be able to save your life. You must cut several main arteries." The doctor appeared and showed Khalil how to locate his carotid artery and femoral artery. The doctor said, "And just to be certain, also slice your wrists." Another man took the place of the doctor, and this man instructed Khalil on how to fashion a noose from various materials, including a bedsheet, an electrical wire, and clothing. After the demonstrations of suicide, Malik had said to Khalil, "We all must die, and we all would choose to die in jihad by the hand of an enemy. But there are situations when we must die by our own hand. I assure you, paradise awaits you at the end of either path." Khalil looked again out the window of the Learjet and caught a last glimpse of New York City. He vowed that he would never see that place again. His last American destination was the place called California. Then his final destination was Tripoli or paradise. In either case, he would be home. Chapter 42. I woke up, and within a few seconds I knew where I was, and who I was sleeping with. One often regrets the intemperance of an alcoholic evening. One often wishes one had awakened alone, somewhere else, far away. But I didn't have that feeling this morning. In fact, I felt pretty good, though I resisted the temptation to run to the window and shout, "Wake up, New York! John Corey got laid!" Anyway, the clock on the nightstand said 7:14. I got quietly out of bed, went into the bathroom, and used the facilities. I found the Air France kit, shaved and brushed my teeth, and jumped in the shower. Through the frosted glass shower door, I saw Kate come into the bathroom, then heard the toilet flush, then heard her brushing her teeth and gargling between yawns. Having sex with a woman you barely know is one thing. Spending the night is another. I'm real territorial about the bathroom. Anyway, the shower door slid open, and in walks Ms. Mayfield. Without even a by your leave, she nudges me away and stands under the shower. She said, "Wash my back." I washed her back with my soapy washcloth. That feels good. She turned around, and we embraced and kissed, the water cascading over our bodies. Anyway, after soapy sex in the shower, we got out, dried off, and went into the bedroom, both wrapped in our bath towels. Her bedroom faced east, and the sun was coming through the window. Looked like a nice day, but looks are deceptive. She said, "I really enjoyed last night." "Me too." "Will I see you again?" "We work together." "Right. You're the guy whose desk faces mine." You never know what to expect in the morning, or what to say, but it's best to keep it light, which was what Kate Mayfield was doing. 5 points. Anyway, my clothes were elsewhere. In the living room, if my memory served me correctly, so I said, "I'll leave you to your painting and find my clothes." "Everything is hung and pressed in the hall closet. I washed your underwear and socks." "Thank you." 10 points. I retrieved my gun and holster and went into the living room where my clothes were still strewn around the floor. She must have dreamed about washing and ironing. Minus 10 points. I got dressed, unhappy about the day-old underwear. I'm obsessively clean for an alpha male, though of course I can rough it. I went into the small kitchen and found a clean glass and poured myself an orange juice. The contents of the refrigerator, I noticed, were minimal, but there was yogurt. There's always yogurt. What is it with women and yogurt? I picked up the kitchen wall phone and dialed my apartment, hearing my recorded voice say, "John Corey residence. The missus has flown the coop, so don't leave any messages for her." Maybe after a year and a half I should change the message. Anyway, I punched in my code, and robo-voice said, "You have 8 messages." The first was recorded last night from my ex, who said, "Change that stupid greeting message. Call me. I'm concerned." And she was. And I would call her when I got around to it. There was another concerned message from Mom and Pop, who live in Florida and who are by now resembling sun-dried tomatoes. There was a message from my brother, who reads only the Wall Street Journal, but who must have heard something from Mom and Dad, who instructed him to call Black Sheep. That's my family nickname, and it has no negative connotations. 2 old buds from the job had also called inquiring about my possible involvement with Flight 175. There was also a message from my ex-partner, Dom Finelli, who said, "Hey, Goomba, did I steer you straight in that job or what? Holy shit. And you were worried about 2 Pedros gunning for you. This raghead took out a whole plane and a bunch of feds. Now he's probably looking for you. Are you having fun yet? You were spotted in Julio's the other night drinking alone. Buy a blonde wig. Give me a call. You owe me a drink. Arrivederci. I smiled despite myself and said, Vaffanculo, dame. The next message was from Mr. Teddy Nash. He said, Nash here. I think you should be in Frankfurt, Corey. I hope you're on the way. If not, where are you? You need to be in contact. Call me. Double Vaffanculo, you little turd, you... I realized this man was getting to me, and as Kate suggested at the airport, I shouldn't let that happen. The last message was from Jack Koenig at midnight, my time. He said, Nash tried to reach you. You're not in the office, you've left no forwarding number, you don't answer your pager, and I guess you're not home. Call me back, ASAP. I think Herr Koenig was too long in the fatherland already. Robo-voice said, End of messages. Thank God. I was glad not to hear Beth's voice, which would have increased my guilt quotient. I went into the living room and sat on the couch, the scene of last night's crime. Well, one of the scenes. Anyway, I flipped through the only magazine I could see, a copy of Entertainment Weekly. In the book section, I saw that Danielle Steele had her 4th book out this year, and it was only April. Maybe I should get her to write my incident report. But she might dwell a bit too long on what the corpses in first class were wearing. I flipped to another section and was prepared to read a story about Barbra Streisand doing a charity concert to benefit Marxist Mayans in the Yucatan Peninsula, when voila! Kate Mayfield appeared, powdered, coiffed, and dressed. That didn't take too long, actually. 10 points. I stood and said, You look lovely. Thank you, but don't go sensitive and goo-goo on me. I liked you the way you were. And how was that? Insensitive, loudish, self-centered, egotistical, rude, and sarcastic. I'll do my best. 25 points. She informed me, Tonight, your place. I'll bring an overnight bag. Is that all right? Of course. As long as the overnight bag didn't resemble 3 suitcases and 4 moving boxes. I really had to think this through. She also informed me, while you were in the bathroom last night, your pager beeped. I checked it. It was the Incident Command Center. Oh. You should have told me. I forgot. Don't worry about it. I had a feeling I was handing over some mission control and perhaps life control to Kate Mayfield. See what I mean? Minus 5 points. She moved toward the door and I followed. She said, There's a cute little French cafe on 2nd Avenue. Good. Leave it there. Come on, my treat. There's a greasy coffee shop down the block. I asked first. So we gathered our briefcases and off we went, just like John and Jane Jones, off for a day at the office, except we were both carrying .40 caliber Glocks. Kate was wearing black slacks, by the way, and a sort of Heinz ketchup-colored blazer over a white blouse. I was wearing what I wore yesterday. We took the elevator down to the lobby and exited the building. The doorman was the same guy from last night. Maybe they work an hour on and 2 hours off until they get in an 8-hour day. Anyway, the guy said, Taxi, Miss Mayfield? No, thank you, Herbert. We're walking. Herbert gave me a look that suggested that it should have been him, not me, in apartment 1415. It was a nice day. Clear skies, a little cool, but no humidity. We walked east on 86th Street to 2nd Avenue, then turned south in the direction of my place, though we weren't going there. The motor traffic on the avenue was already heavy, and so was the pedestrian traffic. I said, apropos of nothing but my mood at the moment, I love New York. She replied, I hate New York. She realized that this statement was pregnant with future problems, especially if she were pregnant, and she added, but I could get to like it. No, you can't. No one does. But you can get used to it. Sometimes you'll love it, sometimes you'll hate it. You never like it. She glanced at me, but did not comment on my profundity. We came to a place called La Something de Something. We went inside and were greeted warmly by a French lady on Prozac. She and Kate seemed to know each other, and they exchanged words in French. Get me out of here. -5 points. We sat at a table the size of my cufflinks on wire chairs made out of coat hangers. The place looked like a Laura Ashley remnant sale and smelled of warm butter, which makes my stomach turn. The clientele were all cross-dressers. Isn't this cute? No. The proprietress handed us tiny menus, handwritten in Sanskrit. There were 32 kinds of muffins and croissants, all unsuitable food for men. I asked Madame, "Can I get a bagel?" "No, monsieur." "Eggs? Sausage?" "No, monsieur." She turned on her spiked heel and strode away. The Prozac was wearing off. Kate said, "Try the strawberry croissant." "Why?" Anyway, I ordered coffee, orange juice, and 6 brioches. I can handle brioche. They taste like my English grandma's popovers. Kate ordered tea and a cherry croissant. As we had our breakfast, she asked me, "Do you have any other information you'd like to share with me?" "No, just the murder in Perth Amboy." "Any theories?" "Nope." "Come here often?" "Most mornings." "Any plan of action for today?" "I need to pick up my dry cleaning. How about you?" "I have to get up and running on all those things on my desk." "Think about what's not on your desk." "Such as?" "Such as detailed information about Khalil's alleged victims in Europe. Unless I missed it, there's nothing on our desks. Nothing from Scotland Yard, nothing from the Air Force CID or FBI." "Okay, what are we looking for?" "For a connection and a motive." "There seems to be no connection other than that the targets were British and American." "That's also the motive," she pointed out. "The one attack that sticks out is the axe murder of that American Air Force colonel in England. Colonel Hambrecht, near Lakenheath Air Base." "Right. This coffee's not bad." "Why does it stand out?" "It was up close and personal." "So was the murder of those schoolchildren." "They were shot. I'm talking about an axe. That's significant." She looked at me and said, "Okay, Detective Corey, tell me about it." I played with my remaining brioche. I said, "A murder like that suggests a personal relationship." "Okay, but we're not even sure that Khalil committed that murder." "Right. It's mostly Interpol speculation. They've been tracking this guy. I waded through a half-ton of paper yesterday while you and Jack were running up taxi bills to JFK. I found very little from Scotland Yard or Air Force CID or our CIA friends." I added, "And nothing from the FBI, who must have sent a team over to investigate the Hambrecht murder as well as the murder of the American kids. So why is this stuff missing?" "Maybe because you missed it. I put in requests to the incident file room and I'm still waiting." "Don't get paranoid. Don't be so trusting." She didn't reply immediately, then said, "I'm not." I think we were in silent agreement that something stank here, but Agent Mayfield was not going to verbalize this. Madame presented me with the bill, which I passed to Mademoiselle, who paid in cash. 5 points. Madame made change from a hip purse, just like in Europe. How cool is that? We left and I hailed a cab. We got in and I said, 26 Federal Plaza. The man was clueless, and I gave him directions. "Where are you from?" "Albania." When I was a kid, there were still cabbies around who were from old Tsarist Russia, all former nobility if you believed their stories. At least they knew how to find an address. We sat in silence a minute, then Kate said, "Maybe you should have gone home to change." "I will, if you like. I'm a few blocks from here." I added, "We're almost neighbors." She smiled, mulled it over, then said, "The hell with it. No one will notice. There are 500 detectives and FBI people in the building. You don't think they'll notice?" She laughed. "Who cares?" I said, "We'll go in separately." She took my hand, put her lips to my ear, and said, "Fuck 'em." I gave her a kiss on the cheek. She smelled good. She looked good. I liked her voice. I asked her, "Where are you from exactly?" "All over. I'm an FBI brat. Dad is retired. He was born in Cincinnati. Mom was born in Tennessee. We moved around a lot. One posting was in Venezuela. The FBI has lots of people in South America. J. Edgar tried to keep South America from the CIA. Did you know that?" "I think so. Good old J. Edgar. He was very misunderstood, according to my father." "I can relate to that." She laughed. I asked, "Are your parents proud of you?" "Of course." "Are your parents proud of you? Are they both alive?" "Alive and well in Sarasota." She smiled. "And? Do they love you? Are they proud of you?" "Absolutely. They have a pet name for me. Black Sheep." She laughed. 2 points. Kate stayed quiet a while, then said, "I had a long-term, long-distance relationship with another agent." She added, "I'm glad you and I are neighbors. It's easier. It's better." Thinking of my own long-distance relationship with Beth Penrose and my former marriage, I wasn't sure what was better. But I said, "Of course." She further revealed, "I like older men." I guess that meant me. I asked why. "I like the pre-sensitive generation. Like my father, when men were men. Like Attila the Hun. You know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with the men of your generation, Kate. It's your job and the people on it. They're probably okay guys too, but they work for the federal government, which has become very strange." Maybe that's it. Jack is okay, for instance. He's older, and he acts normal half the time. Right. She said, "I don't usually throw myself at men. I'm used to it." She laughed. Okay, enough morning after talk. Good. So we made small talk, the kind of stuff that used to be pre-coital talk 30 years ago. The country has changed, mostly for the better, I think, but the sex thing has become more rather than less confusing. Maybe I'm the only one who's confused. I've dated women who are into the new, old concept of chastity and modesty, as well as women who've switched mounts faster than a Pony Express rider. And it was hard to tell who was who by appearances or even by what they said. The women have it easier. All men are pigs. It's that simple. Anyway, you're not supposed to talk about classified stuff in the presence of civilians, even Albanian taxi drivers who pretend they don't speak English and don't know where Federal Plaza is. So we made small talk all the way downtown, getting to know each other. I suggested we get out of the taxi a block before our destination and arrive separately, but Kate said, "No, this is fun. Let's see who notices and who leers." She added, "We haven't done anything wrong." The FBI, of course, is not like most private employers, or even the NYPD for that matter, and they do keep an eye out for possible sexual conflicts and problems. Notice that Mulder and Scully still haven't gotten it on? I wonder if they get laid at all. Anyway, I was only working for the FBI on contract, so it wasn't my problem. The taxi arrived at 26 Federal Plaza before 9 a.m., and I paid the driver. We got out and entered the lobby together, but there weren't many of our colleagues around, and the ones we recognized didn't seem to notice that we'd arrived together, late, in the same cab, and that I hadn't changed my clothes. When you're doing it with a workmate, you think everyone knows, but usually people have more important things on their minds. If Koenig was around, however, he'd be on to us, and he'd be pissed. I know the type. There was a newsstand in the lobby, and we bought the Times, the Post, the Daily News, and USA Today, despite the fact that all these newspapers and more are delivered to us 5 days a week. I like my newspapers fresh, unread, and unclipped. As we waited for the elevator, I perused the headline story in the Times, which was the story about the newly admitted terrorist attack. A familiar name and face caught my eye, and I said, "Holy shit." Excuse my French. The brioches are repeating on me. "What is it?" I held up the newspaper. She stared at it and said, Oh. To make a long article short, the Times printed my name and then a photograph of me taken supposedly at JFK on Saturday, though I don't recall wearing that suit Saturday. It was obviously a doctored photo, and so were a few quotes for me that I didn't recall saying, except for one that said, "I think Khalil is still in the New York metropolitan area, and if he is, we'll find him." I didn't actually say that verbatim and not for public consumption. I made a mental note to punch little Alan Parker in the nose. Kate was going through the Daily News and said, "Here's a quote from me. It says we came very close to capturing Assad Khalil at JFK, but he had accomplices at the airport and managed to evade us." She looked up at me. I said, "See? That's why we didn't have to talk to the press. Jack or Alan or somebody did the talking for us." She shrugged and said, "Well, we agreed to being... what's the word I'm looking for? Bait. Where's your picture? Maybe they'll run it tomorrow. Or this afternoon." She added, "I don't photograph that well." She laughed. The elevator came when we rode up with other people going to the ATTF offices. We all made small talk, except for the people reading the newspapers. One guy glanced at me, then back at his paper. He said, "Hey, you're on Khalil's most wanted list." Everyone laughed. Why was I not finding this funny? Someone else said, "Don't stand too close to Corey." More laughter. The higher the elevator went, the stupider the jokes got. Even Kate chimed in and said, "I have a bottle of Lady Clairol Blonde I can lend you." Ha, ha, ha. If I weren't a gentleman, I'd have announced that Miss Mayfield was a very natural blonde. Anyway, we got off at the ICC on the 26th floor, and Kate said to me, "Sorry, that was funny." I must be missing the joke. We walked toward the ICC. "Come on, John, you're not in any real danger." "Then let's use your photo tomorrow." "I don't care. I volunteered." We went into the ICC and made our way toward our desks, greeting people as we went. No one made any amusing comments about my photo in the newspaper. It was all very professional here, and the elevator funnies were an aberration, a moment of unguarded, un-FBI behavior. The elevator comedians were probably all reporting each other now for laughing. If this was my old homicide squad room, they'd have a blown-up photo of me captioned, "Assad Khalil is looking for this man. Can you help?" I sat at my desk. In reality, there was almost no chance that my photo in the papers or even on television was going to draw Khalil out, or that I would become his target. Unless I got too close to him. Kate sat opposite me and began flipping through the paperwork on her desk. My God, there are tons of stuff here. Most of it is garbage. I scanned the New York Times looking for the story of the murder of the American banker in Frankfurt. Finally, I found a small AP piece that gave only the barest details and made no mention of any Assad Khalil connection. I assumed that the various authorities didn't want to help create confusion amongst the American citizenry and law enforcement people who were looking for Khalil here. I gave the newspaper to Kate, who read the article. She said, "They must be having some doubts about this." She added, "And they don't want to play into the hands of Libyan intelligence if that's what this murder is about." Right. Most of the homicides I've dealt with were committed by idiots. The international intelligence game is played by people who are so smart that they act like idiots. People like Ted Nash and his opponents. Their brilliant schemes get so convoluted that half of them must wake up every morning trying to remember whose side they're on that week and what lie was the truth, disguised as a lie, disguised as the truth. No wonder Nash didn't say much. He used most of his mental energy trying to resolve conflicting reality. My motto is, keep it simple, stupid. Anyway, Kate reached for the telephone and said, "We need to call Jack." "It's 6 hours earlier in Frankfurt. He's asleep." "It's 6 hours later. He'll be in the field office." "Whatever. Let him call us." She hesitated, then put down the receiver. We both read the headline stories in the newspapers, commenting to each other about how the media didn't have to be manipulated. They managed to get most of the prepackaged news wrong anyway. Only the Times, to give the Gray Lady her due, got most of it right. But as with my files, the important and interesting stuff was missing. There were photos of Khalil again in all the newspapers, and a few doctored shots had him wearing glasses, a beard, a mustache, and grayish hair parted differently. This, of course, was supposed to alert the public to the possibility that the fugitive had changed his appearance. What it accomplished, however, was to make the public suspicious of innocent people with glasses, mustaches, and beards. Also, as a cop, I knew that the thinnest of disguises were usually effective, and even I might not be able to spot this guy in a crowd if he was smiling and wearing a mustache. I perused the articles to see if anyone had taken my suggestions about making public the theory that Mrs. Khalil and Mr. Gaddafi were more than friends, but I didn't see any hint of that. Despite my motto of keeping it simple, there are times when psychological warfare is good stuff, but underused by the military and by law enforcement, except when the cops question a suspect and use the old good cop, bad cop routine. In any case, you have to plant seeds of doubt and deception through the media and hope the fugitive reads it and believes it, and that the good guys remember that it's bullshit. On that subject, I was wondering if Mr. Khalil was reading about himself and seeing himself on TV. I tried to picture him somewhere, holed up in a cheap rooming house in an Arab neighborhood, eating canned goat meat, watching daytime TV, and reading the newspapers. But I couldn't picture that. I pictured him instead nattily dressed in his suit, out there in public, working on fucking us again. If this case had a name, it would be called the Case of the Missing Information. Some of the stuff missing in the news was missing because they didn't know it, but what was also missing was stuff they should have known or concluded. The most glaring thing missing was any reference to April 15, 1986. Some hotshot reporter with half a brain or half a memory or a modem should have made this connection. Even newspaper reporters weren't that stupid, so I had to figure that the news was being managed a little. The press will cooperate with the feds for a few days or a week if they can be convinced that national security is at stake. On the other hand, maybe I was reading too much into what I wasn't reading. I asked Kate, why didn't any of these stories mention the anniversary date of the Libyan raid? She looked up from her desk and replied, I guess someone asked them not to. It's not a good idea to give the other side the public relations it wants. They make a big deal of anniversary dates, but if we ignore it, they get frustrated. Sounded good to me. There were a lot of considerations regarding an event of this magnitude. The bad actors were putting on a tragedy, but we weren't going to give them free advertising. Anyway, there wasn't much new in the news, so I accessed my voicemail, as Kate was now doing. I should have used the handset rather than the speaker because the first message was from Beth at 7:12 a.m. She said, Hey, you. I called your place last night and this morning, but didn't leave a message. Were you hiding? Call me at home until 8, then the office. Miss you. Big wet kiss. Bye. Kate continued listening to her own voicemail, pretending not to hear. I said, as if to myself, Gonna call Mom back. But I didn't think that was going to fly. Anyway, the next message was from Jack Koenig, who said, Message for Corey and Mayfield. Call me. He gave a long phone number with lots of zeros and ones, and I guessed he wasn't back in his office down the hall. There was a similar message from Teddy Nash, which I deleted. There were no further messages, and I looked at new stuff on my desk. After a few minutes, Kate looked up and said, Who was that? Jack and Ted. I mean the other one. Oh, Mom? She said something that sounded like wool shirt, but I may have misunderstood. She stood and walked away from her desk. So I'm sitting there, sleep-deprived, the bullet hole in my abdomen aching, 6 undercooked brioches in my stomach, the last and final act of my career, in trouble, and some crazed terrorist is drinking camel milk somewhere, staring at my picture in the papers. I could handle all of that, but did I need this? I mean, I thought I'd been up front with Kate. Just when I was having second thoughts about Ms. Mayfield, she returned with 2 mugs of coffee and put one on my desk. Dark, 1 sugar, right? Right, no strychnine. Thanks. I can run out and get you an Egg McMuffin if you'd like, with cheese and sausage. No, thanks. A man on the move needs solid food. Actually, I'm just sitting here. Coffee's fine, thanks. I'll bet you didn't take your vitamins this morning. Let me run out and get you some vitamins. I was detecting a wee bit of taunting in Ms. Mayfield's tone, or maybe the word of the morning was baiting. Not only was I bait, I was being baited. I said thanks, but coffee's all I need. I lowered my head and studied a memo in front of me. She sat opposite me and sipped her coffee. I felt her eyes on me. I looked up at her, but those blue eyes, which were heavenly a little while ago, had turned to ice cubes. We stared at each other, then finally she said, "Sorry," and went back to her paperwork. I said, "I'll take care of it." Without looking up, she replied, "You'd better." After a minute or two, we got back to the business of catching the world's most wanted terrorist. She said, "There's a combined report from various police departments regarding car rentals in the metropolitan area. Basically, thousands of cars are rented every day, but they're trying to isolate cars rented to people with Mideastern-sounding names. Sounds like a long shot." "A very long shot. For all we know, Khalil is driving a car borrowed from a compatriot. Even if it is a rental car, his accomplices could use the name Smith if they had the proper ID. But the people renting it might not look like Smith. True, but they could use a Smith-looking guy, then whack him. Forget the car rentals. We got lucky with a Ryder van in the World Trade Center bombing. Solved the case. Forget the fucking World Trade Center bombing. Why? Because like an army general who tries to relive his past successes in a new battle, you'll find the bad guys are not trying to relive their past defeats. Is that what you tell your students at John Jay? I sure do. It definitely applies to detective work. I've seen too many homicide cops try to solve case B the way they solved case A. Every case is unique, this one especially. Thank you, Professor. Do what you want. I got surly and went back to my memos and reports. I hate paper. I came across a sealed "Your Eyes Only" envelope without a routing note. I opened it and saw it was from Gabe. It said, "I kept Fadi incommunicado yesterday, then went to the home of Gamal Jabbar and interviewed his wife, Kala. She claims no knowledge of her husband's activities, intentions, or his Saturday destination. But she did say that Jabbar had a visitor Friday night, that after the visitor left, Jabbar put a black canvas bag under their bed and instructed her not to touch it. She did not recognize the visitor and heard nothing that was said. The next morning her husband stayed home, which was unusual as he normally worked on Saturdays. Jabbar left their Brooklyn apartment at 2 p.m., carrying the bag, and never returned. She characterizes his behavior as worried, nervous, sad, and distracted, as best I can translate from Arabic. Mrs. Jabbar seems resigned to the possibility that her husband is dead. I called homicide and gave them the go-ahead to break the news to her and released Fadi for the same purpose. Speak to you later." I folded the memo and put it in my breast pocket. Kate asked, "What was that?" "I'll show you later." "Why not now?" "You need some plausible deniability before we speak to Jack." "Jack is our boss. I trust Jack." "So do I, but he's too close to Teddy right now." "What are you talking about?" "There are two games being played on the same field, the Lions game and somebody else's game." "Whose game?" "I don't know. I just have this feeling that something is not right." "Well, if you mean that the CIA is in business for itself, that's not exactly news." "Right. Keep an eye on Ted." "Okay. Maybe I'll seduce him and he'll confide in me." "Good idea. But I saw him naked once and he has a teeny weenie." She looked at me and saw that I wasn't kidding. "When did you see him naked?" "Bachelor party. He got carried away with the music and the strippers, and before anyone could stop him—" "Cut it out. When did you see him naked?" "On Plum Island. After we left the biocontainment lab, we all had to shower out." "That's what they call it, showering out." "Really?" "Really. I don't think he showered thoroughly because later that day his dick fell off." She laughed, then thought a moment and observed, "I forgot you guys once worked a case together. George too, right?" "Right. George has a normal dick. For the record." "Thank you for sharing." She mulled a bit, then said, "So you came to distrust Ted on that case?" "It wasn't an evolving process. I didn't trust him 3 seconds after I met him." "I see. So you're a little suspicious of this coincidence of meeting him again?" "Perhaps a little. By the way, he actually threatened me on the Plum Island case." "Threatened you in what way?" "In the only way that matters." "I don't believe that." I shrugged. I further revealed to Ms. Mayfield, "He was interested in Beth Penrose, for your information." "Oh, cherchez la femme. Now it all makes sense." Case closed. It may have been unwise of me to share that. I didn't reply to her illogical deductive reasoning. She said, "So, here's a solution to both our problems. Ted and Beth. Let's get them together." Somehow I'd gone from an anti-terrorist agent to a soap opera character. I said to end the conversation, "Sounds like a plan." "Good. Now give me the thing you just put in your pocket." "It says my eyes only." "Okay, read it to me." I took Gabe's memo out of my pocket and sailed it across her desk. She read it to herself and said to me, "There's nothing much new in here that I shouldn't see, and nothing that I have to deny seeing." She added, "You're trying to control information, John. Information is power. We don't work like that here." She further observed, "You and Gabe and some other NYPD here are playing a little game of hide it from the feds. This is a dangerous game." And so on. I got a 3-minute lecture ending with, "We don't need what amounts to a sub-Rosa organization within our task force." I replied, "I apologize for withholding the memo from you. I will share all future cop-to-cop memos with you. You can do whatever you want with them." I added, "I know that the FBI and the CIA share everything with me and with the other police detectives assigned to the ATTF. As J. Edgar Hoover said, okay, enough. I get the point. But don't be secretive with me." We made eye contact, and we both smiled. "You see what happens when you get involved with a workmate?" I said, "I promise." We both went back to our paperwork. Kate said, "Here's the preliminary forensic report on the taxi found in Perth Amboy." Wow. Wool fibers found on the back seat match fibers taken from Khalil's suit in Paris. I found the report quickly and read to myself as Kate read it aloud. She said, "Clear polyethylene terephthalate embedded in the driver's seat and in the body." What the hell does that mean? It means the gunman used a plastic bottle as a silencer. Really? Really. I'm sure it's in one of those manuals on your shelves. I never read that. What else? Okay, the spent rounds were definitely .40 caliber. I guess that could mean he used an agent's weapon. Probably. Fingerprints all over the car, but no match to Assad Khalil. We both read the report, but there was no conclusive evidence that Khalil had been in that taxi except for the wool fibers, and that by itself was not conclusive of his presence at the scene. It only meant his suit or a similar suit was present. That's what a defense lawyer said once in court. She thought a while and said, "He's in America." Well, that's what I said before we learned about the Perth Amboy murder. The Frankfurt murder was a red herring. Right. That's why we're not following that scent. In fact, we're not following any scent. We lost the scent in Perth Amboy. Still, John, we know where he was Saturday night. What can we extrapolate from that? Nothing. In fact, good, solid clues and verifiable facts often led nowhere. When the federal indictment was eventually drawn up on Assad Khalil, we could add the name of Gamal Jabbar to the list of over 300 men, women, and children he was suspected of murdering. But that didn't bring us an inch closer to capturing him. We both went back to the papers on our desks. I started at the beginning, in Europe, and read what little was available on Khalil's suspected murders and other activities. Somewhere in Europe was a clue, but I wasn't seeing it. Someone, not me, had requested the Air Force personnel file of Colonel William Hambrecht, also known as the service record. and I had a copy of it on my desk in a sealed envelope. The file, like all military personnel files, was marked confidential. I found it interesting that the file had been requested 2 days ago and had not been part of the original suspect file. In other words, Khalil turned himself in to the American Embassy in Paris on Thursday, and when they realized he was a suspect in Hambrecht's murder, then Hambrecht's Air Force file should have been here by Saturday, Monday latest. Here it was Tuesday, and this was the first I'd seen of the file. But maybe I was giving the feds more credit than they deserved by thinking the file would have been one of their first priorities. Or maybe somebody was trying to control information. As I had said to Kate, think about what's not on your desk. Someone had already done that, but I didn't know who, since there was no request tag attached to the Colonel Hambrecht file. I said to Kate, "See if you have the personnel file of Colonel William Hambrecht." I held up the first page. "Looks like this." Without glancing up, she said, "I know what it looks like. I requested it Friday when I got the assignment to meet Khalil at the airport, and after I'd read his dossier. I read the file half an hour ago." "I'm impressed. Daddy must have taught you well." "Daddy taught me how to get ahead in my career. Mommy taught me how to be nosy." I smiled, then opened the file. The first page contained personal information, next of kin, home address of record, place and date of birth, and so on. I saw that William Hambrecht was married to Rose and had 3 children. He would have been 55 years old in March had he lived. His religion was Lutheran, his blood type was A positive, and so forth. I flipped through the file pages. Most of it was written in a sort of cryptic military jargon and was basically a précis of a long and apparently distinguished career. I thought perhaps Colonel Hambrecht had been involved with Air Force intelligence, which may have brought him into contact with extremist groups. But basically the guy had been a pilot, then a flight commander, a squadron commander, and a wing commander. He had distinguished himself in the Gulf War, had lots of awards, unit citations and medals, lots of postings around the world, was attached to NATO in Brussels, then was assigned to the Royal Air Force Station Lakenheath in Suffolk, England, as a staff officer involved with training. Nothing unusual, except that he'd previously been stationed at Lakenheath in January 1984 until May 1986. Maybe he made an enemy there back then. Maybe he was screwing some local's wife, got reassigned, and when he came back over a decade later, the husband was still pissed. That would explain the axe. Maybe this murder had nothing to do with Assad Khalil. Anyway, I kept reading. Military stuff is hard to read, and they write in acronyms such as Return to CONUS, which I know means Continental United States, and DEROS, which is Date of Estimated Return from Overseas, and so forth. I was getting a headache reading acronyms and abbreviations, but pressed on. There was nothing in here, and I was prepared to put the file aside, but on the last page was a line that read, Deleted Info. REFDOD Order 369215-25, Exec Order 279651-351-PERP. National Security, Top Secret. They never abbreviate top or state secret, and it's always capitalized just to make sure you understand. I mulled this over. This is what is known as a footprint in the files. Things may be deleted for a variety of reasons, but nothing is totally lost in an Orwellian memory hole. The deleted information exists someplace, in another file marked Top Secret. I kept staring at the footprint, but even Sherlock Holmes' magnifying glass wouldn't help. There was no clue to what had been deleted, or when it had been deleted, or what time period it was missing from. But I knew who had deleted it and why. The who was the Department of Defense and the President of the United States. The reason was national security. The order numbers would get someone access to the deleted information, but that someone was not me. I thought about what might have been deleted and realized it could have been just about anything. Usually it had to do with a secret mission, but in this case it may have had something to do with Colonel Hambrecht's murder. Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe it had to do with screwing a local's wife. But there was also no hint if the deletion concerned honorable or dishonorable activities. But I would assume honorable since his career seemed on track until the day someone mistook him for an oak tree. Kate asked me, "So, what do you think?" I looked up at her. "I found what's not here." "Right. I already put in a request to Jack, who will put in a request up the chain to the director, who will request the deleted information. That could take a few days, maybe longer, though I marked it urgent, rush." She added, "This file is only marked confidential, and it took 4 days to get here. They're not real fast sometimes. Top secret takes longer." I nodded. She said, "Also, if someone upstairs thinks we have no need to know, or if they determine that the deleted information is irrelevant to our purposes, then we'll never see it." She added, "Or it may be relevant but too sensitive for us to see, and someone else will handle it. I'm not holding my breath." I considered all this and pointed out, probably the deleted information is not relevant unless it had to do with his murder. And if so, why is that top secret? She shrugged. "We may never know." "That's not what I'm getting paid for." She asked me, "What kind of clearance do you have?" "About 6 foot 1 inch. Sorry, old joke." She wasn't smiling. I said, "Only confidential. Working on secret." "I have a secret clearance, but Jack has top secret, so he can see the deleted stuff if he has a need to know." "How will he know if he has a need to know if he doesn't know what's deleted?" "Someone with a need to know and a top secret clearance will tell him if he has a need to know." "Who's on first?" "Not you." She informed me, "The federal government is not the NYPD. But I guess you figured that out. Murder is murder. The law is the law. Lesson 1 of my curriculum at John Jay. I picked up the telephone and dialed the Ann Arbor, Michigan telephone number given in the file, which was noted as unlisted. The number rang and an answering machine picked up. The voice of a middle-aged woman, undoubtedly Mrs. Hambrecht, said, "This is the Hambrecht residence. We can't come to the phone right now, but please leave your name and telephone number and we'll return your call as soon as possible." If by we she meant Colonel Hambrecht, he wasn't coming to the phone ever. A beep sounded, and I said, "Mrs. Hambrecht, this is John Corey, calling on behalf of the Air Force. Please call me back as soon as possible regarding Colonel Hambrecht." I gave her my direct dial number and added, "Or call Ms. Mayfield." I gave her Kate's number, which she read to me from her telephone. I hung up. In the event we weren't in, our voicemail would just say Corey Task Force or Mayfield Task Force, followed by a pleasant request to leave a name and number. That was vague enough and didn't use the upsetting word terrorist. So putting this unlikely lead out of my mind, I again began my incident report, which was a bit overdue. Assuming no one would ever read this, I thought I could get away with 4 pages, numbered 1 to 50, with blank pages in between. In fact, I decided to start at the end and typed, "So, in conclusion..." Kate's phone rang, and it was Jack Koenig. After a few seconds, she said, "Pick up." I hit the button for Kate's line and said, "Corey." Mr. Koenig was in a cheery mood and said, "You're pissing me off." "Yes, sir." Kate held the phone away from her ear in a theatrical gesture. Koenig continued, "You disobey an order to fly to Frankfurt, you don't return phone calls, and you were missing in action last night." "Yes, sir." "Where were you? You're supposed to stay in contact." "Yes, sir." "Well, where were you?" I have a really funny line for this question when I used to get asked it by one of my former bosses. I would say, "My date was arrested for prostitution, and I spent the night in court posting bail." But as I say, these people lacked a sophisticated sense of humor, so I replied to Jack, "I have no excuse, sir." Kate cut in and said, "I called the ICC and told the duty officer that Mr. Corey and I were in my apartment until further notice. I gave no further notice, and we were here by 8:45 a.m. Silence. Then Jack said, "I see." He cleared his throat and informed us, "I'll be flying back to New York and should arrive in the office by 8 p.m. New York time. Please be there, if it's not inconvenient." We assured him it was no inconvenience. I took the opportunity to ask him, "Can you expedite Kate's request for the deleted information in the personnel file of Colonel Hambrecht?" Again, silence. Then he said, The Department of Defense has informed us that the information is not pertinent to his murder and therefore not pertinent to this case." "What is it pertinent to?" I asked. Koenig replied, "Hambrecht had nuclear clearance. The deleted information pertains to that. It's standard operating procedure to delete nuclear stuff from a personnel file." He added, "Don't waste time on this." Okay. In fact, I knew this to be true from another case I had years ago that involved an Air Force officer. Jack went on to other subjects, talking about the Perth Amboy murders and the forensics pertaining to it, asking about Gabe's lead, which I finessed, and how the case was going and so forth. He also asked what was in the morning papers, and I informed him, my photo. "Did they get your address right?" He laughed. Kate laughed. I said to Jack, "You owe me one on that." "Meaning?" "Meaning that me being a target is beyond the call of duty. So when I need a favor, you owe me one." He informed me, "You're so many points in the hole, Corey, you're now about even. It's a wash." Actually, I didn't think I was really a target, but I think Koenig thought so, which showed me a little of the FBI mindset. So I played on it and said, "Not a wash, not by my reckoning." You guys know how to keep score, don't you? By you guys, he meant cops, of course. I said, "You owe me." "Okay. What do you want?" "How about the truth?" "I'm working on it." This seemed to be an admission and acknowledgement that there was more to this than we knew. I said, "Remember the motto of our CIA friends? And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." The truth can make you dead. You're very clever, Corey, and this is not a secure line. "Auf Wiedersehen," I said, and hung up. I went back to my incident report. So, in conclusion, Kate spoke to Jack a while longer and read the brief article about the murder of Mr. Leibowitz in Frankfurt. They chatted a while, then she hung up and said to me, "This is getting creepy." I looked up from my keyboard and said, "Reminds me of an X-Files episode where Scully's goldfish tried to kidnap her." Ms. Mayfield may have thought I was indirectly making fun of the FBI and didn't smile. We went back to our tasks. So, in conclusion, phones were ringing all over the place, faxes were pinging, computer screens were glowing, telexes were doing whatever they do, clerks came around and plopped more stuff on people's desks, and so forth.